थम्स अप दे देना मेरे को. Hello, good morning everyone. Good morning students. How are you all doing? Good morning. It's a Saturday morning, a little bit breezy and chilled, and I hope you all are doing great. You all have joined us with this particular discussion. Hello Suraj, hello. Yes. So I am Shubham Swami, physics faculty at Aakash, and I welcome you all in this particular series. You all know that we have been talking about this particular product of Aakash, AIATS PLUS, where here PLUS stands for personalized learning for ultimate success. Okay? Yeah, Suraj. So, hello Taket. Hello, good morning Alex. Good morning. So student, you all know that this is the phase 1 of AIATS Plus, and in this particular series of question papers and discussion, what we have done is we have given you several papers, and in those papers, for instance, you committed a mistake in question number 4 that was based on a concept, let's say Newton's laws of motion. So what we have done is we have given you 5 questions that are based on Newton's laws of motion for that particular question as well. Good morning Himanshu, good morning. Okay, and from that you must have cleared your concept. Now then, if we talk about an analysis, and that too if I talk about error analysis of the paper that we have given, and today we are discussing AIATS Plus 2025 Phase 1 Mock Test 4 that was conducted on 4th of December 2024. So in this particular paper, maybe some students would have committed a mistake in question number 4, or maybe most of the students have committed a mistake in question number 2. So we have done a error analysis based on that particular data, and concerning that error analysis, this is the live open forum discussion where we will be talking about those key areas where students usually commit mistake. We will also be talking about the concepts based on those weak areas, and this particular thing will be continuing concerning physics, chemistry, botany, zoology. Okay, all 4 subjects we will be dealing with today. And if I talk about this particular series, this is basically the last lecture here. So this does not mean that we will not be bringing you such product again. We will definitely be bringing you. I told you in the last section as well. In the last session as well, I told you that after 25th December, that is on 26th December, we are bringing phase 2 of the same series. Okay, and you all must join that particular series also. Good morning Sandeep, good morning. Suraj, there will be 2 phases of this particular series. This is the phase 1. The enrollment of phase 1 has been completed. The tests are completed. This is the last live discussion that we are talking about on YouTube, and we are doing live discussion that is based on the error analysis of AIATS Plus 2025 phase 1 mock test 4 that was conducted on 4th of December 2024. Okay, so that is what I needed to tell you regarding this particular product, and also you all must be joining the Aakash NEET channel as well. So without wasting any time, I think we have a pretty good share of audience right now, and we should move forward towards this paper. So the question first of the error analysis, and this is basically the question in which most of the students committed mistake, correct? Suraj, you can contact regarding that with the branch. You can visit nearby branch and then get to know about it. Okay, regarding the fee structure and everything. You can join before 26th of December. Don't forget, one day after Christmas, we are starting this AIATS Plus Phase 2. And it will be very good for you. Okay. Now, if we talk about this question, let's first read the question once. Here the question is saying an Earth satellite is moving around the Earth in a circular orbit. So, it is already saying that the orbit is circular. For such a satellite, which of the following statement is wrong? So, that is the key point here. In the question, it is asking us the wrong statement, not the correct statement here. So, अगर आपने थोड़ा सा मिस्टेक कर दिया क्वेश्चन को पढ़ने में और आपने पढ़ लिया या ये सोच लिया, दिमाग में यूजुअली चलता है कि करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट ही मेरे को टिक करना है. एंड देन यू विल बी लुकिंग एट द फर्स्ट ऑप्शन हियर. It is a freely falling body, and in class most of the times it is always said that a satellite is under free fall, and that would have striken your mind as well, and you would have ticked it. Okay, but here the question is asking us regarding the wrong statement. So when a satellite is revolving in a circular orbit around any planet, okay, so in that particular scenario, what happens is only gravitational force acts on the satellite. No other force is acting on the satellite. And I have this, if I have this particular pen, and if I drop this particular pen, the only force that will be acting on this pen will be gravitational force. And in motion in a straight line, we have dealt with such type of problems as well. So this pen here will be under free fall only. Okay, and that is what the situation of a satellite is when it is revolving in a circular orbit around a planet. So because only gravitational force is acting, here. So this means that this satellite is under free fall, and it is a correct statement. Moving on to statement 2 here. The satellite is moving with constant speed. Now the question itself says that it is moving in a circular orbit. So in that orbit, the speed of satellite does not change, because each orbit has, any body that is revolving in a certain orbit, it will be revolving with the same orbital speed. And if the speed changes, then definitely the orbit has to change. Correct. So speed is constant here. But if the question was talking about the velocity, then at every point of the orbit, the velocity of the satellite will be different, because definitely it will be, because at every point the direction of velocity will change. It will be tangential, because so at every point the direction of velocity changes. So definitely the satellite will not have same velocity. But it is talking about constant speed. So this is also a correct statement. Now option 3 says it experiences no acceleration. Now how is it possible that it experiences no acceleration? It is moving in a circular orbit and in motion in a plane. Good morning Pankaj, good morning. Good morning Sandeep. So it is moving in a circular orbit here, and for a body to be moving in a circular orbit, there has to be centripetal acceleration acting on the body, because centripetal acceleration is the acceleration that is responsible for changing the direction of the body in the circular motion. Correct. So it is not possible that if a satellite is moving around Earth in a circular orbit and it does not experience any acceleration. Also, this centripetal acceleration here is provided by the gravitational force only, and its direction is towards the center of the Earth. We all know regarding these, centripetal acceleration, and we have the idea regarding circular motion here. Now, option 4 says that its angular momentum remains constant. Option 4 here is saying that its angular momentum remains constant. Now there is no external torque acting here. There is no external torque. So if there is no external torque, we know torque is equal to dl by dt. So if dl by dt is equal to 0, then definitely the angular momentum remains constant. So this is also a correct statement here. So before answering the question, we must first read the question very carefully. Okay, here wrong was the key area. So answer should be option number 3 here, and I hope most of you must have ticked the correct answer. Okay, Suraj and Sandeep, here the question is asking us the wrong statement, the wrong option. So wrong option is option number 3. In option number 4, you know that there is no external torque that is acting here when the satellite is moving around the planet, okay, because there is only gravitational force. So option number 3 should be the correct answer, and I hope you have got this particular question easily. Now moving on, 3 is the correct answer here. Moving on now, we have another question here. So if we read this particular question once, so here in this question it is saying that a charge Q0 is enclosed by 3 different surfaces as shown. So these are the 3 different surfaces that the question is talking about. Now here the question is asking the electric flux coming out from these surfaces are phi 1, phi 2, phi 3, then, and we have to choose among the 4 given option. So can anybody tell me that on which theorem this particular, or on which law this particular question is based? Can anybody comment on the comment box? ये किस लॉ पर बेस्ड है इलेक्ट्रोस्टैटिक्स की? चार्ज रेस्ट पर है तो डेफिनेटली इलेक्ट्रोस्टैटिक्स ही होगा. Can anybody tell me that what we can use here? Total electric flux. Correct Roshan, correct. So the total electric flux linked with the closed surface and here we are talking about symmetrical surface. So Gauss law is basically defined for symmetrical surfaces. So total electrical flux linked with the closed surface is 1 over epsilon naught times the total charge enclosed in the surface. And if we talk about its mathematical expression, students, it is basically given by closed integral of E dot ds is equal to Q enclosed over epsilon naught. So this is basically what Gauss law states. Now here the important thing to understand is that here electric field that we are talking about, this electric field is because of all the charges that are present inside the closed surface as well as outside the closed surface. Okay, and if we talk about Q enclosed, or here Q enclosed over epsilon naught is only the flux that is linked with the closed surface. So if we talk about the flux here, the flux is due to only those charges that are present inside the closed surface. So this particular thing is very important to understand regarding Gauss law. Also students, you must know that here the flux, it is independent of the shape of the surface. It does not depend on it. This also you must understand. Also students, if flux linked with a coil is 0, then that does not mean that the electric field with that particular closed surface is 0. But if electric field, yes, and closed surface. So if the electric field is 0 for the closed surface, then in that case we can have flux to be 0. So this also you must know regarding Gauss law. Beta Aakash, I think you were present in the last class as well. I will be talking about this particular PDF thing for sure. Okay, otherwise what you can do is you can just, you know, after when I will be solving the paper, or you know, at each slide you can just take the screenshot as well. Okay, that will be helpful for you if you require solution. Okay, otherwise take a notebook and, you know, try to solve with me. So these are some things that you must know regarding Gauss law. So now coming back to the question, here the surface area of these, you know, shapes is different. तो surface area अलग अलग है. Surface area 1 का 2 से कम है और 3 से भी कम है. तो इस पर्टिकुलर आइडिया को ध्यान में रखते हुए हो सकता है कि ऑप्शन 1 और 2 आप टिक कर दें. बट यू कैन सी हियर क्लियरली फ्रॉम दिस मैथमेटिकल एक्सप्रेशन ऑफ गॉस लॉ, हियर फ्लक्स इज Q enclosed over epsilon naught, and here also I have written 1 by epsilon naught times the charge enclosed. Okay, so here the charge enclosed in this particular surface is Q naught. So phi 1 here will be equal to Q naught over epsilon naught simply. For this surface as well, phi 2 will be equal to Q naught over epsilon naught. For this surface as well, phi 3 will be equal to Q naught over epsilon naught. You can see clearly I have written that it is independent of shape of the surface. It is only depending on the charge that is enclosed inside the closed surface. I am not visible. बेटा सूरज आप थोड़ा रिफ्रेश करिए स्क्रीन को, देन आई थिंक आई विल बी विजिबल. ओके, सो if we talk about the flux linked with these three surfaces, it is coming out to be equal. Phi 1 here is equal to phi 2 and it is equal to phi 3. But that option is not given to us. Okay, so examiner has, you know, tricked it a little bit. So these two options are eliminated. Now coming to option number 3 now. Now if we take the LHS of option number 3, phi 2 we know is equal to Q naught over epsilon naught. Okay, and we know phi 1 plus phi 3 will be equal to Q naught over epsilon naught plus Q naught over epsilon naught. So this will be equal to 2 Q naught over epsilon naught. But in the RHS it is given to us phi 1 plus phi 3 over 2. So again it will be Q naught over epsilon naught only. So from equation number 1 and equation number 2 we can say that this option is the correct choice of answer. Correct. And this, if we talk about option number 4, again you can simply substitute here. This is Q naught over epsilon naught, and Q naught over epsilon naught is not equal to 4 by 3 of Q3. Phi 3 is Q naught of over epsilon naught again. So this is just randomly placed here. Okay, this is just randomly placed. Now I think the concept is pretty much clear to you regarding Gauss law. So I want to tell you a little, you know, I am just giving you one question based on this concept of Gauss law only. So if we consider this surface to be a cube, okay, just consider this to be a cube, and this Q naught charge is placed at center of cube. Okay, so here if we talk about the flux, I am asking you the flux linked with one of the face of cube. So I am asking you the flux that is linked with one of the face of the cube. So you can comment your answer on the comment box. Consider this particular surface to be a cube. Q naught charge is placed at the center. flux linked with one of the face of the cube will be? That is the question. Correct, Rohit, correct. Very good. Yes, Suraj, correct. So, here you can note here that whenever we have a symmetrical surface and there is a charge that is placed at the center of that surface, okay. So, the flux linked with one of the face of the surface is phi by n. So, ultimately it will be equal to Q enclosed over n epsilon naught. So, here for a cube we have 6 faces. So, the flux will be phi by 6, that is Q naught over 6 epsilon naught should be the correct answer here. Okay. So, that is the thing regarding Gauss law. So, if I just give you one more question concerning Gauss law, I have this arbitrary shape surface S1 and here Q charge is placed and I have another surface S2. Now, if flux for S1 surface is pi, then for S2 surface the flux will be. This is the question. For S1 surface the flux is pi. Then for S2 surface the flux will be. You can comment your answer on the answer comment box. Yes, Suraj. The flux linked with S2 is 0. How? How the flux linked with S2 is 0? See, the flux linked with S1 and S2 here will be equal only, because you can see the charge enclosed inside S2 as well, it is Q. The same charge is enclosed. So, I think I am answering your question here. You were asking that we can say that flux is independent of area. So, from this particular question, I think it must be clear. You can see that the area for the surface is different. Okay. So, here the flux linked with surface S2 will be pi only. Okay. So, I think this particular question is also clear. The concept is also clear. You can practice more questions, okay, and bring your doubts. So, let us move towards another question here. This is question number 13 of the same paper. This question says the equation of an SHM is given as x is equal to 5 sine 4 pi t plus pi by 4, where t is in seconds and x is in meters. During a complete cycle, the average speed of the oscillator is. So, for the complete cycle, we have to calculate the average speed. So, firstly here prerequisite is that average speed के बारे में आपको पता होना चाहिए. Okay, so average, बेटा पंकज, flux is equal to Q enclosed over epsilon naught. It is depending on the charge that is enclosed inside the surface. अगर चार्ज ज्यादा हो जाएगा तभी तो फ्लक्स चेंज होगा. आपने सरफेस एरिया बढ़ाया लेकिन चार्ज तो अभी भी उतना ही है उसके अंदर, क्यू चार्ज ही है. ओके, सो हियर इफ वी टॉक अबाउट एवरेज स्पीड, सो एवरेज स्पीड इज बेसिकली गिवन बाय टोटल डिस्टेंस ओवर टोटल टाइम. ओके, total distance over total time, total distance that is covered by the particle in one oscillation over total time period of that oscillation. Now, if this is our particle and this particle is performing SHM and the amplitude of SHM is, let's say, A, which according to this equation is equal to 5 only in meters. So, firstly, from mean position, the particle will move towards extreme position here. So, while moving here, the particle is covering a distance, then again it will be coming back, then again it covers a distance here. Then the particle is moving towards another extreme. here. So again it is covering a distance and then coming back. Now one oscillation is completed, or one cycle is completed here. Okay. So if one cycle is completed here, then total distance here that is covered by the particle undergoing SHM is 4a here, definitely. Correct? It is 4a. Now if we talk about the standard expression for a particle that is performing simple harmonic motion, it is given by x is equal to a sine omega t plus phi. So from here we can say that omega is equal to 4 pi. So now 2 pi by t here is equal to 4 pi only. Okay students. So from here we can calculate the value of time period. So time period here is coming out to be 1 by 2 seconds. So we have total distance here, we have total time here. We can simply substitute here. So average speed here will be equal to total distance that is covered, over total time. Now A is equal to 5 here. So this will be equal to 40 meter per second. Correct? So this is equal to 40 meter per second, and we must be getting option number 4 as the correct answer here. But student, here is a catch, that if in this particular question the examiner was asking us average velocity, if the examiner was asking us, let's say, average velocity, then in that particular case what would happen? In one complete oscillation the particle would be at the same position. From mean position it would be moving towards extreme position, then again after one oscillation it will be coming back to mean position only. So initial position and final position would be same. So definitely in that case the total displacement would be 0. And if total displacement would be 0, then average velocity would be 0. So here 0 is also given to us in option. So you must have, yeah, correct Roshan. So you must be very careful while the question is talking about average speed and average velocity. Yeah, correct Mehak. So in that case 0 would have been the correct answer. But here I think the answer is option number 4, that is 40 meter per second is the correct answer here. Okay. So now here if I just give you one question concerning this problem only, I am simply asking you that what would be the scenario if the examiner was asking you the average speed for half cycle. Average speed for half cycle. Here in the question it is asking for complete cycle. But what would have been the case for average speed for half cycle? Students, if the examiner was asking us average velocity for the complete cycle, then you can easily see here that it is a sine function, and sine function for average value of a sine function for complete cycle is 0. So directly you would be taking 0 in that case. So please just talk about this question, average speed for half cycle. The question is same. So some students are saying 20 meter per second. Let's check. So if we talk about average speed again, so we are using the same concept. It is again total distance over total time. But here time is what? In this particular case the time is t by 2, because now as this is the SHM, because it is a sine function. So here this is t is equal to 0, this is t is equal to t by 2, and this is t. So I am just talking about the average distance that is covered by the particle in half of the cycle. So time period here will be equal to t by 2, and total time period we have already calculated here for this question. Total time period is 1 by 2. So this will be 1 by 4 seconds. That's 1. And if we talk about the total distance, so first the particle is moving from mean position to extreme position. So a distance is covered, and then coming back to mean position here, then again a distance is covered. So total distance here is 2a. So now the average speed here in this case will be equal to 2a over 1 by 4. So again it is coming out to be 40 meter per second. Okay. So Suraj, T by 4 will be taking when the particle is moving from mean position to extreme position. That is the time period. This is T by 4. Okay. So this was the question in which most of the students were, committing mistake, and I hope the concept is clear regarding this question. Now if I talk about this question only, so I am talking about this question only, and I am giving you one more question based on the same concept. So here consider this question as well and try to solve this. So if maximum velocity of a particle, so if maximum velocity of the particle that is undergoing SHM is, let's say, 2 centimeter per second. Okay. So the question is the average speed between both the extremes is. So the particle is moving from one extreme to another extreme. Okay. In that case, you have to solve for the, let's say, just solve for average velocity. Okay. So this is the question, and just try to solve this and comment your answer in the comment box. So average velocity is required to be calculated. The maximum velocity of the particle is given here. So if maximum velocity of the particle is given, we know V max is equal to A omega. Correct. It is 2 into A omega, and this A or this omega we can write as to be 2 pi by T. So this will be eliminated here. So T here will come out to be A into pi. This is our equation number 1. This is the time period. Here. So when the particle is moving from one extreme to another extreme, what is the time period for the particle undergoing oscillation? So time period in that case is T by 2 only, from one extreme to another extreme. From here to here, from A to B, the time period is T by 4 plus T by 4, which is T by 2 only. So here the time period is T by 2. So again, if we talk about average velocity, for average velocity we require total displacement. So total displacement over total time will be giving us the average velocity here. Now total displacement from one extreme to another extreme is definitely 2a, and total time here is T by 2. So this will be 4a by T, and T we have already calculated as to be A by A into pi. So the answer here will come out to be A over pi. So based on the same concept, different type of things can be asked. Okay. So I hope this concept is now clear with these many questions. So let's move forward. We have another question here. This question now says across a metallic conductor of non-uniform cross section. This is very important. Non-uniform cross section here. A constant potential difference is applied. Very good. The quantity which remains constant along the conductor is. So we have to choose among the 4 given option. So let us assume that we have a conductor somewhat like this. This is the conductor. It has non-uniform cross section. Now what we are doing is, we are providing a constant potential difference across this particular conductor here. Now by KCL, if we talk about different sections, or if we consider different planes across this conductor, then the current that would be entering this plane will be equal to the current that will be going out of the plane according to KCL. Whatever may be the junction, the current entering the junction is equal to the current that is leaving the junction. So if we consider different planes here, so for those planes, the current that would be entering the plane would be equal to the current that would be leaving the plane. In the case when we have a constant potential difference across the conductor. So definitely the answer here should be, because it is asking us the quantity which remains constant along the conductor. So definitely the answer here should be current. That is, the current remains constant according to KCL. So if we talk mathematically as well here, we know that current is constant here. Now we know an expression that relates current and drift velocity. So I is equal to NEAVD. So from here we can say that VD is equal to I over NEA. Now we have a term of area of cross section here, and area of cross section is not uniform, it is changing. So definitely the drift velocity here changes, it is not constant. So this will be eliminated from the option. Now if we talk about current density, then definitely J is equal to I over A, current per unit cross section area. So if cross section is changing, then definitely the current density changes. Correct. So this is also not the required option here. Okay, are you guys following me? So now again we have electric field here. We know one more expression, that J is equal to sigma E. This is the microscopic form of Ohm's law. So for this particular expression, you can clearly see that if current density is changing here, so we are considering only magnitude. So if current density is changing here, then definitely electric field will be changing here. Also we can understand this, that drift velocity is given by the expression mu E, where mu here is the mobility of the electrons in the conductor. So if drift velocity is changing here, then definitely electric field will be changing here. So this is also not the correct answer here. So the correct answer here should be option number 3 concerning this question. So I hope this question is also clear to you. Now let's move towards another question. It's a very good question. Question number 15 of the same paper we are talking about. Now this question here says that two particles thrown at an angle of 30 degree and 60 degree with speed 40 meter per second and 40 root 3 meter per second respectively at the same time. Find the distance between them at t is equal to 3 seconds. So here we have two cases. That is, we have two particles here. So one of the particle is thrown at an angle of 60 degree with the horizontal with the speed of 40 meter per second. Okay. So definitely this question is based on projectile motion. So if I talk about the horizontal component of the velocity, that is ux, it will be equal to 40 cos 60, and cos 60 is equal to 1 by 2. So this is 20 meter per second here. Again, this is 40 sine. Okay, this is here respectively is given to us. So this might be a little bit confusing because I have also done a mistake here. I have taken this speed and this angle, but because respectively is given here, so this particle is thrown with 30 degree angle. So let me just correct this. This particle here is thrown with 30 degree angle with the horizontal. So this is 30 degree angle here. So now here ux will be equal to u cos 30 degree, that is 40 into root 3 by 2. So this becomes 20 root 3 meter per second. Okay. Now here this will be 40 sine 30, which is 1 by 2. So this will be 20 meter per second. This is for particle 1 we are talking about. These particle, this combination. Now for this combination, it is projected with a speed of 40 root 3 meter per second with the horizontal, and it is making an angle of 60 degree with the horizontal. So its component here will be 40 root 3 sine 60, which is root 3 by 2. So this will be 60 meter per second. And again, this will be 40 root 3 cos 60. Cos 60 is 1 by 2. So this will be 20 root 3. Okay. So this is 20 root 3. Now here the thing to understand is that you can see that horizontal component of the velocity is same for both the particle. So after 3 seconds, both the particle will be at the same horizontal distance. This is sure. They will be at the same horizontal distance from the point of projection. But now it is asking us the distance between both the particles. So if they are at the same horizontal distance, then the distance should be 0. Correct? No, students, distance should not be 0, because the vertical component of velocity is different here. So there is a gap in y direction. There is no gap in x direction. There is a gap between the particle after 3 seconds in y direction. This is the key concept here. So now here, if we make use of the concept of relative velocity, if we talk about relative velocity here, so, and we are talking about relative velocity of these two particles when they are in y direction we are talking about. So velocity of A with respect to B, this we are taking as to be A and this we are taking as to be B. So velocity of A with respect to B in y direction, it is 40 minus 60, that is minus 20 meter per second. Now if we talk about acceleration of A with respect to B, it is g minus g plus g, because for both the particles the acceleration due to gravity is downwards. So acceleration of A with respect to B will be 0 only. So in y direction there is no acceleration and we require the distance. So if there is no acceleration and distance is required to be found between A and B, it will be equal to so this is 60, I think this is 60 here. So this is actually not 40, this is 20. Okay, this is 20 here. In y direction the velocity is not 40, it is 20. So this will be minus 40 here. So now here distance will be equal to velocity of A with respect to B into t only, because there is no acceleration in the y direction. So this will be equal to minus 40 into 3, that is minus 120 meter. So we are required to calculate the distance only here. So minus will be eliminated here. So the answer here should be option number 2. So this is from the concept of, relative velocity. No students, answer is not 0. I just told you if it was asking us the horizontal distance between the two particles after 3 seconds, then the answer would have been 0. But here there is a vertical distance as well. Okay, so 120 meters should be the correct answer. Now, you can also solve this particular question without making use of the concept of relative velocity as well. So we know that there is only, distance across vertical direction. So if we talk about the position of particle 1 after 3 seconds in vertical direction, it will be equal to uy into t minus half gt square, and uy here you can see is 20. So this will be 20 into 3 minus half gt square. This is our equation number 1. Now again for particle 2 we can make use of the same equation and we can write uy into t minus half gt square. Now for particle 2 the velocity in vertical direction is 60. So this will be 60 into 3 minus half gt square. So this is our equation number 2. Now we need the vertical distance between them. So that we can calculate by y2 minus y1. And from these two equation, this is same term. So this will be eliminated. So y2 minus y1 here will be equal to 180 minus 60. So it will come out to be 120 meter. Okay. So without making use of relative velocity, we can also solve this question. 0 is not the correct answer, 120 is the correct answer here. Okay. So let's move towards another question of this paper. So here question number 16 is in front of us. 120 meter, yes. Okay रौनक, okay. So question number 16 है अब हमारे पास और wave पर based है, stationary wave पर based है and this wave is on the string. So the question here says equation of stationary wave is given by y is equal to 2a sin kx plus pi by 6 cos omega t plus pi by 4, where here symbols have their usual meaning. So you have to solve for the distance of closest antinode from the origin. So and lambda is given to us the wavelength here. So students, I have one question and you can just comment in the comment box that at the point of antinode amplitude is maximum or minimum. At the point of antinode of the wave, the amplitude is maximum or minimum. That is the question. Okay. So definitely at antinode amplitude is maximum, correct. And if we talk about the standard equation of a stationary wave, it is given by 2a sin kx cos omega t. And here this particular expression is the amplitude of the stationary wave. And if we compare this equation and this equation, then definitely amplitude of the stationary wave is depicted by this term. Yes, Roshan, correct, maximum. Yes. Okay. So this particular expression is the amplitude of the stationary wave, that is 2a sin kx plus pi by 6. Tarun, actually in the question it is asking us the antinode, and at antinode the amplitude is maximum, at node the amplitude is minimum. In a wave at the point of antinode amplitude is maximum. Now this is the amplitude here, okay, and from the expression of standard wave we can say that you can compare these two equation, then you can know that this is the amplitude. Now for this amplitude you can see it is a function of x. So for this amplitude to be maximum, the value of sin kx plus pi by 6 has to be maximum if I want antinode. So I want the maximum value of sin kx plus pi by 6. And for maximum value of sin, for maximum value of sine function, it is equal to odd multiple of pi by 2. Okay, odd multiple of pi by 2. So its argument basically has to be equal to odd multiple of pi by 2. So now from here, if we look at the question again, it is not just talking about the antinode, it is talking about the closest antinode from the origin. So for closest antinode from the origin, I am considering n to be 0. So now kx plus pi by 6 will be equal to pi by 2. And in the question it is asking us the distance, that is the value of x is required to be calculated. So kx here will be equal to pi by 2 minus pi by 6. So this will be 4 pi by 12, or we can write it as to be pi by 3. So if x is required to be calculated, this will be equal to pi by 3 k, and we know k is equal to 2 pi by lambda. So we can substitute it here. So this will be pi by 3 into 2 pi into lambda. So ultimately it is coming out to be pi by 6. So the distance of closest antinode from the origin is coming out to be pi by 6. That means option number 3 should be the correct choice of answer here. But student, in this question the examiner may have asked you the distance of closest node as well. So in the case when the examiner would have been asking us the distance of closest node, in that case we know at node the amplitude is minimum. So for minimum amplitude, the argument of this sine function, that is kx plus pi by 6, should be equal to n pi for minimum value of sine function. So now if we require the the closest antinode here, so definitely we can use n is equal to 1. Or what we can do here is, there is simple trick as well. We have got the position of antinode from the origin, and we know that the distance between antinode and node is lambda by 4. The distance between node and antinode is lambda by 4. So now the distance of closest node from the origin here will be simply lambda by 6 plus lambda by 4. Okay, so now if we solve this, this will be 10 lambda by 24. So this will be equal to 5 by 12 lambda. Okay, so we can simply add this as well, and we can know that the distance of closest node from the origin is what. Or you can use this expression and solve for the value of x again the same way. So will be the distance of closest antinode is also clear, and I hope the distance of closest node is also clear here. Now here the answer is coming out to be option number 3 for this question. Now let us move towards another question, because we have lined up so many questions with this session. So this is question number 32. This question says 3 point charges are placed in a line as shown in figure. The potential energy of the system is. So firstly you must know the expression for potential energy, which is given by k q1 q2 over r, and for this system if we talk about the potential energy, it will be equal to the potential energy because of this combination, the potential energy because of this combination, and the potential energy because of plus q and minus plus 2q combination as well. So this combination I am taking as to be u1, this is u2, and this is u3. So potential energy of the system here will be equal to u1 plus u2 plus u3, which will be equal to k into minus q square over a, and for u2 we can write it as to be minus k q square over a again, where a is the distance between the charges, and for plus 2q and plus q we can write it as plus k into 2q square over 2a, because the distance between 2q and plus q is 2a here. So now we need to solve this only. So here this will be minus 2k q square over a, and this is plus this 2 is eliminated, and this is, so here in u2 this is 2 as well, because 2q into minus q is done here. So then this will be minus 3kq. So remember this is 2q into minus q, then it will be minus 3kq. So now this will be k q square over A. Okay, so now on solving this, it will be minus 2 k q square over A. So in the option we can see that the value of k is given to us. So this will be minus 2 q square over 4 pi epsilon naught into A. So on solving this, the potential energy of system is basically coming out to be minus q square over 2 pi epsilon naught A. Okay, so here this this term is matching with option number 4. So option number 4 should be the correct choice of answer here. It was a very simple question. Simply you had to do certain calculation. But now what I am doing is, I am giving you one question concerning this topic of potential energy. Let us assume that you have 3 charges. This is plus 1 coulomb, this is plus 2 coulomb, and this is let's say I am taking this to be minus 5 coulomb, and let's say this is plus 3 coulomb. Okay, and the distance between these charges is 1 meter, and between these charges is 1 meter. So can you please comment on the comment box, what is the potential energy of the system here? For this system, what is the potential energy of the system? Can you comment? Again we will be using the same method. We can write it as in terms of k only, don't put the value of k. So in terms of k, we can write it as to be k into 3 over 1 plus k into 3 into minus 5 over 1 plus k into 1 into minus 5 over 1. So this will be 3k minus 15k minus 5k. So this is minus 20 and then 3k. So this is ultimately minus 18k. Okay, has anybody got the answer? Minus 18k. I hope you all are getting it. The potential energy of the system here. Now what I am doing in this system, I am shifting this 5 coulomb, minus 5 coulomb charge, so that it is at a distance of 1 meter from both the charges. So now minus 5 coulomb charge is somewhere here, and here is plus 1 coulomb charge, and again here is plus 3 coulomb charge, and now it is at a distance of 1 meter from both the charges. So now when minus 5 coulomb charge is shifted, yes, it will be minus 17, correct. Thank you, Bhumika. This is minus 20 and this is plus 3, so this will be minus 17k. So when minus 5 coulomb is shifted, then work done is required to be calculated. So this is the question. Yes, Rohit, I have corrected it. It is minus 17k. So when minus 5 coulomb charge is shifted to a location that is at a distance of 1 meter from both the charges, in that case you have to solve for the work done to shift the charge. So what would be the work done to shift the charge here? So now we know work done here will be given by U final minus U initial. This is U initial that we have already calculated. Now U final is required to be calculated here. So if we talk about U final, then it will be k into minus 5 plus k into 3 minus k into 15. Okay. So what is coming out here? This is minus 5 into 1, then this is minus 5 into 3, and then this is 3 into 1. So again it is coming out to be minus 17. It is coming out to be minus 17k. So distance between plus 1 coulomb and minus 5 coulomb is 2 meter, right? Yes, yes, yes. The distance here is 2 meter. This is 2 meter. Correct, correct. Hold on a second, hold on a second. So this should be coming out to be, this is 2, 5 by 2. So this should be, so this is 6 minus 30 and then minus 5 over 2. So this will be minus 35 plus 6 by 2. So this will be minus 29 by 2. So this is minus 29 by 2. Correct, correct Ravina. Correct. It is 2 meter. So this is minus 29 by 2. So now this is coming out to be 17K, and we can, you know, just substitute it here and solve for the value of the work done. Okay. In the first example, this one, which one are you talking about, Ravina? This particular case. Yes, here. Okay. So, you know, these type of question can be asked concerning potential energy of the system. So, in one of the case, we saw where a system of charges was kept and potential energy was required to be calculated, and then work done also can be calculated, which you can simply solve using this expression. So, let us move towards another question. Now, this question is, in an AC circuit, current is given by the function I is equal to 50 sine 100 pi t. So, the time required for the current to achieve its peak value from t is equal to 0 will be. So, if we compare this expression with the expression of alternating current, which is given by I is equal to I naught sine omega t plus phi, then clearly here omega is equal to 100 pi, and omega we can write it as to be 2 pi by t is equal to 100 pi. Correct. So, from here pi is eliminated. So, time period is coming out to be 1 by 50 seconds. That is one. So, time period we have found here. The question is asking us the time required for the current to achieve its peak value. So, it is a sinusoidal function. So, this is t is equal to 0. This is t is equal to t by 2, and this is t is equal to t. Now, the alternating current here is achieving its maximum value at a time interval of t by 4 clearly. Okay. So, here the time period that is required will be equal to t by 4, that is, it should be 1 by 50 into 4, or we can say 1 over 200 in seconds. Okay. So, 1 over 200 is given to us in option number 2. It is a very simple question, simply based on the standard expression of alternating current circuit. So, these options actually, you know, for instance, somebody takes the time period to be t by 2 when the current achieves its peak value to be t by 2. If they take time period to be t by 2, then let us see what answer we get. Then it will be 1 over 50 into 2. So, then you can land up with option number 3. So, it is also given to us. So, you must be very careful regarding it. Okay, and 1 over 50 is also given to us. So, in option number 4, these options are to be eliminated. So, you must know we have solved concerning this in previous question as well, where we solved a question based on SHM in which a similar type of function was given to us. So, I hope this question is also clear to you. Now, let us move towards question number 27. This question talks about the velocity position graph of a simple harmonic oscillator is. So, we are required to solve for the velocity position graph. So, if we talk about the standard expression for a particle that is performing simple harmonic motion, it is given by x is equal to a sine omega t plus phi. Now if the particle is starting from the origin, then in that case we can write x to be equal to a sin omega t. Correct. And from here we can write v, which is equal to dx over dt, as to be a omega cos omega t. Okay. So now here we have the expression for v for simple harmonic motion to be a omega cos omega t. But here we require the relationship between v and x. Okay. So from this expression we can write sin omega t to be equal to x by a. And we know that cos omega t can also be written as under root 1 minus sin square omega t. So if we substitute these two values here, then v here will be equal to a omega under the root 1 minus sin square omega t. ओके तो हम एक एक्सप्रेशन डेवलप करना चाह रहे हैं क्योंकि हमारे पास 4 अलग अलग तरीके के ग्राफ दिए हुए हैं, तो प्रिसाइसली कौन सा ग्राफ करेक्ट है, तो हम एक इक्वेशन डेवलप कर लेते हैं उसके लिए और हमें फिर पता चल जाएगा कि किसका ग्राफ है वो. तो v और x के बीच में इक्वेशन डेवलप करनी है हमें यहाँ पर. अब v हियर इज इक्वल टू a ओमेगा अंडर रूट 1 माइनस x स्क्वायर ओवर a स्क्वायर. सो ऑन सिंप्लीफाइंग दिस v विल बी इक्वल टू ओमेगा अंडर रूट a square minus x square. Okay. Now what we are doing is, in this equation we are squaring both sides. So it will be v square is equal to omega square a square minus x square. Then again on simplifying this, v square is equal to a omega square minus x square. Correct. Into omega square. Or what we can do here is, we can simply take omega in that side. So this will be v square over omega square is equal to a square minus x square. Okay. And now here what we are doing is, we are dividing both sides by a square. So on doing so, we will be ending up with the equation v square over omega square a square plus x square over a square is equal to 1. So this particular equation resembles with the equation x square over a square plus y square over b square is equal to 1, and this is the equation for ellipse. This is the equation for ellipse here. So when we are developing a relationship between velocity of the particle that is undergoing SHM and position of the particle, we are getting a equation of ellipse that resembles with the equation of ellipse. So definitely the correct choice of answer here should be option number 3. Okay. But let us talk about this equation again. So we have v square over a square omega square plus x square over a square is equal to 1. Now this is the equation that we got for velocity and displacement of the particle that is undergoing SHM. Now let us see here that if angular frequency of the particle is unity, if we take angular frequency of the particle to be 1, then in that case the equation will be v square plus x square is equal to a square. So you can clearly see here that this is the equation of a circle. So the graph here, between v and x should be a circle. So this differentiation you must understand here. Also from this expression only, if you know at mean position we know x is equal to 0. So definitely v is equal to a omega, and which is the maximum value. So which means that when a particle is performing SHM at mean position, velocity is maximum. And when x is equal to a, then in that case velocity is 0 from this equation only. So this means that at extreme position the velocity of the particle is 0. So much ideas we have got regarding SHM of the particle from this expression only. Also students, this graph is given to us. This is an important graph. We have expression for velocity of the particle undergoing SHM as to be, I just solved it here. This is A omega cos omega t. So from this expression we can develop a relationship for acceleration as well, which is dv by dt. So this will be equal to minus A omega square sin omega t, which is ultimately equal to minus omega square x, because A sin omega t is x. So you can clearly see here that here acceleration is proportional to minus x. So this means that whenever the particle is undergoing SHM, in that case acceleration of the particle is always towards the mean position. So this also you must understand. Also, if there was a graph between acceleration and position of the particle, so this graph would have been the correct choice of answer if this would have been A in place of V. That is, what I am trying to say is, if here I develop a graph between A and X, then this should be the correct choice of graph, and that option is also given to us in the question. And student, this equation is very important because it is the standard equation of simple harmonic motion. Okay, so this particular question is very, very important, and these options are just randomly placed here. This is a sinusoidal waveform, okay, and this is parabolic, so they are just randomly placed here. These two graphs were of utmost importance here. So I hope this question is clear to you now. Now moving on to another question. This question says, on increasing the temperature of a black body, wavelength for maximum emissive power is. So the options are does not change, increases, decreases, or depends on dimensions of the heat source. So students, क्या आप में से कोई ये बता सकता है कि ये क्वेश्चन किस कॉन्सेप्ट पर बेस्ड है? क्या कमेंट बॉक्स में कोई बता सकता है? Can anybody tell me that this question is based on which concept? Anybody in the comment box? So yes, definitely it is based on Wien's displacement law. Okay, so it is based on Wien's displacement law. So this particular law basically says that the wavelength, that is lambda m, yes, correct Rakesh. So the wavelength, that is lambda m, for maximum radioactive emission. So for maximum emissive power, the wavelength varies inversely with temperature. That is, lambda m is proportional to 1 by t. So if this proportionality sign is removed, then we get a constant which is b. So here b is equal to lambda m into t, and its value is, I think, 2.86 into 10 to the power minus 3. Okay, so, and this constant here is Wien's constant, and its value is 2.86 into 10 to the power minus 3 millikelvin, meter Kelvin, because this is lambda, b is lambda m into t. So this idea you must have regarding before solving this question. Now here in this question, it is asking that we are increasing the temperature. So on increasing the temperature, definitely some students have already answered it. Doctors Dunya has answered it that it decreases. So if temperature is increasing, then definitely the wavelength of maximum emissive power decreases. But students, what I am asking you here is, so option number 3 should be the correct answer. That's one. What I am asking you here is, what about in this question, in place of wavelength, frequency was given to you. So what about in place of wavelength, frequency was given to you? What would have been the answer? Can anybody tell me? So definitely here frequency will be directly proportional to temperature. Okay, because frequency here will be directly proportional to temperature. You know that relationship between frequency and wavelength. So if it is directly proportional to temperature, and if temperature is increased, then definitely frequency will be increasing. Okay, so both the things you must remember concerning, Wien's displacement law. Yes, Ravina, correct. So answer, but this particular question has its answer as to be option number 3. Option number 2 would have been correct if they were asking us regarding frequency. Okay, now moving on to another question. So again we have a very simple question number 35. It is based on, the combination of lenses. We have two lenses. The power of one of the lenses minus 10 diopter and power of another lens is 5 diopter. And they are put in contact. One is concave and one is convex because power is negative here. So they are put in contact and focal length of the combination is required to be calculated. So power here will be equal to P1 plus P2, straightforward. So power here will be equal to minus 10 plus 5 diopter. So effective power is coming out to be minus 5 diopter. But we are required to calculate the focal length here. So focal length here will be equal to 1 by f will be equal to minus 5 diopter. So f here will be equal to 1 over minus 5, and this diopter has its unit as to be meter inverse. So this will be in meter. But in the question it is asking us the answer to be given in centimeter. So this has to be 100 over 5, that is minus 20 centimeter should be the correct choice of answer here. Okay. So minus 20 centimeter is given to us in option number 2, and I think इसमें calculation mistake ही हो सकती है, otherwise this question is pretty simple and straightforward. प्लस माइनस का आप लोगों को यहाँ पर ध्यान रखना है. आंसर में आप माइनस तो लगा कर देंगे because the combination here is acting as a concave lens only, because focal length or effective focal length is negative here. Now let's move towards another question. We have this question here where the ratio of escape velocity at Earth, which is VE, surface to the escape velocity at a planet. There is some another planet whose radius and mean density are thrice that of Earth is. So इस क्वेश्चन में आपको सबसे पहले ये पता होना चाहिए कि भाई एस्केप वेलोसिटी होती क्या है. फॉर इंस्टेंस मैं अगर एस्केप एनर्जी के बारे में बात करूं, इफ आई टॉक अबाउट एस्केप एनर्जी, then it is the energy that is given to a body so that it completely escape the gravitational force of that particular planet. Okay, so it escaped the planet. And if we talk about escape velocity, it is the velocity required to escape from the surface of the planet. Okay, so if we talk about the general expression for escape velocity, it is given by root 2 gm by RE, and this RE is the radius of the earth here. But this expression will be of no use in this question. Why it will be of no use? Because here the radius is changing and mean density is changing. So firstly we need to have this idea regarding this question, that what are the different relationships for escape velocity. So we know that G is equal to gm over RE square, and here GRE can also be written as gm over RE. So from this expression we can develop a relationship where escape velocity is equal to under root 2gRE. So this is also one of the expression for escape velocity. This is expression 1 I am taking, and this is expression 2. But again it is of no use because mean density is not present here. So now what I am doing is, if I take this expression VE is equal to under root 2g into mass, we know mass is density into volume, and we are considering density of earth to be rho, and volume of earth will be 4 by 3 pi Re cube, considering it to be a sphere only, into Re. So this Re will cancel out here, okay, and then we'll be having Ve to be equal to 8. Ve to be equal to, this Re will come out of the root, Re under root 8 G rho pi over 3. Okay. Now this expression is useful concerning this question. This is very useful here. Here clearly escape velocity is proportional to Re under root rho, considering 8 G pi and 3 are constant here. So now we can solve this question easily. So this is our first equation for the case of earth. Now for planet, it will be proportional to radius of planet under root mean density of planet. So Ve over Vp here will be equal to Re under root rho, and Rp is basically thrice of Re, and mean density is also tripled. So ultimately the ratio will come out to be 1 over 3 root 3. So this is the required ratio, and this expression is of utmost importance here. This you must know and by heart it. So the answer here should be option number 2, and all the other options are, I think, randomly placed here. So see, for instance, if you take this option, here radius is tripled. So if you use this expression only, then you will be having 1 over root 3 as the answer, which would have been incorrect. Okay, so be careful. So I hope now this question is pretty much clear to you. So let's move towards another question. So this is question number 11, and I am seeing that in most of the most of the papers, this question is coming. In most of the MTs that have been conducted in the this AIATS Plus series, this question has always come. Okay. So here it is asking us the self-inductance L of a solenoid depends on the number of turns per unit length Ns. So can anybody tell me the answer to this problem? Can anybody tell me? You can just put your answer in the comment box. So we know that L is directly proportional to square of number of turns per unit length. So if we consider a solenoid and we consider its L length, okay, if we consider its L length, then we know that the flux linked with this this L length of solenoid will be equal to B dot A, and magnetic field due to solenoid is given by mu naught into Ni, if I is the current through the solenoid at the center. And area, if we talk about area here, area will be given by A into L for one loop, and for n number of loops it will be A into L into N. So from here, if we talk about the expression for self-inductance, it will be equal to phi by I. So this will be mu naught Ni Al into N over I, that is mu naught N square Al. Okay. So this is the expression, and here clearly self-inductance is directly proportional to square of number of turns per unit length. But in a case when there is certain medium, then this expression would have been mu r into mu naught N square into Al. but ultimately self-inductance is coming out to be proportional to n square. So we will be taking option number 1 as the correct choice of answer here. So I hope now it is very much cleared, because I have been seeing this question coming continuously in this series of tests, and it is directly proportional to n square, and it is quite simple as well. Now let us move towards another question. Now this question is based on equation of continuity. So in this question it is asking us the equation of continuity is based on conservation of angular momentum, conservation of mass, conservation of energy, conservation of linear momentum. So definitely option number 2 here is the correct answer. It is based on conservation of mass. We know that under steady condition for an incompressible fluid, the mass flow rate remains constant. That is, for the same period of time, the mass of fluid that has flown through a section is constant. So we can write, if mass of fluid that is flowing in delta t time through a cross section is m1, then it will be equal to m2 over delta t. That is, for the same time interval, the mass flown will be constant, or we can say mass flow rate remains constant under steady flow and when the fluid is incompressible. So here definitely from this expression we can land up with a relationship that is A1 V1 is equal to A2 V2, and from this expression only, as the mass flow rate remains constant, we can easily say that conservation of mass is followed in equation of continuity. And this conservation of angular momentum is it has no significance in this question. Conservation of energy is also not true here, and conservation of linear momentum is also not true. So equation of continuity is based on conservation of mass, and option number 2 is the correct answer here. Now let's move towards question number 1 here. It is also a very simple question here. It is basically talking about the potential difference VA minus VB between points A and B in the network. So here we have same resistances, equivalent resistances will be same. So the current that will be divided here will be equal to 2 ampere, and here also it will be 2 ampere, correct. So here in the question we are required to solve for the value of potential difference between A and B. So let us consider the potential of this particular point to be P. So here for this network between Vp and Va, we can write Vp minus 8 is equal to Va. That is our equation number 1. And for this network between point P and B, we can again write Vp minus, actually it will be Vp minus 4, because 2 into 2 is here. So this will be Vp minus 3, Vp minus 2, because 2 into 1 is 2. So this will be equal to Vb. So this is our equation number 2. So now here simply if we solve for the value of Va minus Vb, it will be Vp minus 4 minus Vp plus 2. That is minus 2 volt should be the correct answer here. Okay, and this is given to us in option number 2, and it's a very simple question that is based on KVL. So let's move towards another question. So this is question number 21. Roshan energy per. Okay beta. So now let's talk about question number 21. Here in this particular question it is asking us which of the following figures does not depict ideal gas behavior for a given amount of gas. Okay. So this is asked in the question here. So if we individually talk about the graphs, we know for ideal gas behavior of a given amount of gas, PV is equal to nRT. Correct. Now for first graph, here if P is constant, then definitely V will be directly proportional to T, and this will be the correct choice of answer, and then you will be taking option number 1, and that is your answer, which would land you a -5, because in the question it is asking us does not depict. So it is very important to read the question correctly. So this is correct. Now if we talk about option number 2, here temperature constant curve is given to us. So from the same expression, if temperature is constant, then P will be inversely proportional to V, and the curve between P and V will be hyperbolic, which is correctly depicted here. Again, if we talk about option number 4, so here V is constant. So if V is constant, then P will be directly proportional to temperature. So again, option number 4 is the correct answer here. Okay, but in the question, we are to solve for the incorrect option. Now, if we talk about PV versus T curve, so here PV is directly proportional to T. PV is changing with respect to T. So if T increases, then the product of pressure and volume will increase. But it is saying that it is constant, it does not depend on it. So this is an incorrect option here. So our answer should be option number 3 in this question here. Okay. So now let's talk about question number 4. Here in this question, we have been given 2 ideal diodes, and these 2 ideal diodes are connected to a battery as shown in the circuit. Now the current supplied by the battery is, so again, you know, this is a question that is based on reverse and forward bias. So if this is positive and this is negative, then this will be positive, this will be negative, again this will be positive and this will be negative. So this diode here is under reverse bias. So if this diode here is under reverse bias, then we can easily remove this and solve for the remaining circuit. So now we have the circuit to be somewhat like this. This is 5 volt, this is 10 ohm, and this is D1, and we require the current here. So current here will be equal to 5 by 10, that is equal to 0.5 ampere. Okay. So option number 2 will be the correct answer here. So now students, that's my time with you, and now I will request Puneet sir to join you with this particular discussion. Okay, Puneet sir.
Thank you, Shubham sir. Thank you very much. Yes. Very good morning to all of you.
कोई देख भी रहा है?
So the next question, I think I should brief you again what is the purpose of doing all this discussion is. These are the basically questions which have been committed wrong by most of the students, which are frequently committed wrong. So this is basically from your test that happened on 4th of December. So this is all about what we are discussing it today. So let's continue with this. Now we have the next question. 3 light beams have wavelengths lambda 1, lambda 2, lambda 3, and lambda 1 is probably greater than lambda 2, then lambda 2 is greater than lambda 3. Light of wavelength lambda 1 can eject photoelectron from a photosensitive material. Then, now first we need to understand the emission part. So what is the condition for the emission? For the emission to happen, we know energy of incident photon has to be greater than the minimum, that is work function, then only the emission will take place. And we know energy is given to you as energy of photon, that is given to you as h times nu, where nu can also be written as c by lambda. So this is the main concept you need to understand. So as we know, energy is inversely proportional to wavelength. So if we basically decrease the wavelength, then frequency will increase. But this concept, this phi naught work function, is basically fixed or constant for a particular photo emission to take place. So it means if you decrease the wavelength, and this is the situation, so if this emission is happening for lambda 1, now if you move on to lambda 2, which is lesser than lambda 1. So frequency 2 will be more, and similarly for lambda 3 frequency will still be higher. So it means what? It means the energy of incident photon, this keeps on increasing for this fixed value. So it means the energy keeps on increasing. It means the emission will happen for lambda 2 as well as lambda 3. So this is the concept. So what is the option? Option is lambda 2 will also eject, lambda 3 will also eject, and we'll pick up the fourth option as both A and B. So I hope you have understood this concept. So shall we move? If you have any doubt, you can confirm it, you can raise your doubt. Okay, fine. Let's move on. Now the next question says, electron in hydrogen atom first jumps from third excited state to second excited state, and then from second excited state to the first excited state. The ratio of wavelength lambda 1 and lambda 2 emitted in the two cases. So first here we need to understand the third excited state. So when you write down the third excited state, this third excited state basically corresponds to the fourth energy level. So this is the first concept, the fourth energy level, and then second excited state to first excited state. So what is similarly the second excited state, that corresponds to basically the third energy level, and similarly the first excited state, it corresponds to the second energy level. Now when you jump from third excited state to second excited state, so let's draw the energy levels. So if I say this is your ground level, so this is your first excited state, this is your second excited state, and this is your the third excited state. So third excited state corresponds to the fourth energy level, the second excited state corresponds to E3, and the first excited state corresponds to E2. I think now once we are clear on all these energy levels, so let's follow the question. The ratio of the wavelengths. So third excited state means fourth to the third energy level. So when you move from 4 to 3, this is corresponding to wavelength lambda 1, and then when you move from second excited state to first excited state, it means you are moving from E3 to E2, and that corresponds to lambda 2. So I hope you have understood this much. So shall we proceed to the next step? Yes. So this is, I am drawing the energy levels again. So this is your E2, this is your E3, and this was your E4. So you know this is given by 1 by lambda, this emission is given by 1 by lambda. RH stand for Rydberg constant, 1 by n1 square minus 1 by n2 square. So if you precisely write down the value of this Rydberg constant, so that is given to you as per centimeter. So this is important. So for this energy level emission E4 to E3, so we have lambda 1. So this was lambda 1. So this is RH, keeping it as constant only. Now this is N1. So for this transmission, for this basically emission, E4 to E3, this emission E1 stands for this 3, N1 stands for 3. So this is 3 square, and this N2 is basically 4. So this is the first equation we have. Similarly, if I write down the second equation for this corresponding emission, E3 to E2, so that corresponds to lambda 2. So if you go by the same concept, now for this the value of N1 is 2, so this is, and value of N2 is 3. So this is, I am labeling it as equation 1 and 2. Now we have to find out the ratio of these two. So shall I divide 1 by 2? So it means what? So that gives you 1 by lambda 1 by 1 by lambda 2. That means lambda 2 by lambda 1. This RH goes with this RH when you take the ratio. So we are taking it, so this is 1 by 9 minus 1 by 16, and for the next part it is 1 by 4 minus 1 by 9. So basically now we have to take the LCM of these two, so that corresponds to, so that gives you 16 minus 9 as 7, and for this part this is 36, 9 minus 5, 4, so that means so this goes with this. So lambda 2 by lambda 1, that gives you what? 7 by 20, but I remember the required ratio we were supposed to find it out was lambda 1 by lambda 2, and that makes it 20 by 7. So I hope with all these steps you have understood this question. Any doubt on this part? If you have any doubt, you can please confirm your doubt. So I think we should move now. The next concept is about radius of gyration of solid sphere, about its diameter. So first we need to understand, if I explain you the radius of gyration. So what do you mean by radius of gyration? So let's suppose you have an axis of rotation. You consider any body, and that is, you say, I mean, like, you allow this body to particularly revolve about this axis, rotate about this axis. So this body comprises of small particles, maybe m1, its perpendicular distance from the axis of rotation is, let's suppose, r1. So you have another point mass m2 and its perpendicular distance is r2. Then you have another one m3, its perpendicular distance is r3, and it goes on. Now radius of gyration is also known as root mean square distance from the axis of rotation. So this is also known as root mean square distance, RMS distance. And when you say root mean square, so take square of all these individual perpendicular distances from the axis of rotation, and that goes up to nth particle, let's suppose. So this is the first step. Then you go for the mean of all these, and for the mean you have to add all these perpendicular distances divided by the number of particles we have, that is n, and finally you take the square root of the complete, and that becomes root mean square distance. So this root mean square distance is also known as represented as k, and this is the one which is known as radius of gyration. I hope you have understood the concept of radius of gyration. So this is represented as k. Now radius of gyration of solid sphere about its diameter. So we have a solid sphere. Let's suppose mass of this solid sphere is taken as m and its radius is r. Now what you do is you simply take an axis passing through the center. So whenever you draw any axis passing through the center, so this would be like its diameter only, because this is a 3D concept, and when you define the moment of inertia of this, so moment of inertia of solid sphere is 2 by 5 mr square. So this is the moment of inertia of this solid sphere is. Now we need to find out the radius of gyration. In general, the moment of inertia for this kind of distribution we have just discussed. So that moment of inertia is given to you as mk square. So we know this is a generalized expression and this is a specific expression for the moment of inertia of this solid sphere about its diameter. So you just need to equate these two. So your mk square becomes equal to, we just equate these. So that is equal to moment of inertia of this solid sphere, that is 2 by 5 mr square. This m goes with this. So here when you take the square root, so value of k comes out to be, k is equal to 2 by 5 under the root, and r square we have taken it outside the square root. So that is the radius of gyration for this solid sphere. So let's pick the option. Here the fourth option is the correct option. It means whenever you have these kind of concepts, these kind of questions, so I would rather suggest you, if you can memorize some of the formulas of moment of inertia for certain configurations, then it would be easy for you to solve this kind of question. So let's suppose instead of solid sphere, if we take more examples, maybe for hollow sphere. So hollow sphere of mass m, again radius r, its moment of inertia about its diameter is what? 2 by 3 mr square. And if I ask you the same concept for this, what is the radius of gyration? So you just simply equate it with the generalized concept as mk square. So here when you solve it, this m goes with this m, and again you take the square root. So this is root 2 by 3 r. So that is radius of gyration for, instead of solid sphere we have just taken a hollow sphere. So this is radius of gyration for a hollow sphere. So I hope with these kind of situational problems you can very well solve the radius of gyration for any configuration. And I would rather suggest you, again, if you can memorize, if you know all the formulas of certain configuration, be it your ring, be it your disk, whatever the configuration or whatever the axis may be given to you. So you just equate it with mk square, and that would help you to get the value of r very easily, or that is value of k very easily. So if you have any doubt, you can still ask me. I am waiting for your queries or your doubts. So shall we move? Thank you. So let's move to the next question. So this is the same question I think we have just attempted. These are the questions we have already attempted. Now, next question is also quite interesting, that is from your projectile part. The question says, for the equation of trajectory of a particle, y is equal to root 3x minus gx square by 2, where y and x are in meters, the angle of projection from the horizontal and the speed of projection respectively are. Now, if you understand it with the help of this, so let's suppose you project any particle with some speed u, maybe at an angle theta with respect to horizontal. It follows a path and this is the trajectory of the projectile. Now, I think this equation is already given to you. If you compare it with the standardized, again I would rather suggest you, if you have not remembered the formula, you can still derive it, but I am using a standard equation of trajectory. So, equation of trajectory. So, this is basically, equation of trajectory is basically an equation that suggests you the relation between x and y, and the standard equation of trajectory is given to you as x tan theta minus half g x square by u square cos square theta. So, for these kind of questions, again it would be easy for you if you remember all these standardized formulas which you have developed while attempting these concepts in detail. So, y is equal to x tan theta minus half gx square u square cos square theta. So, this is a standardized equation, and the question given to you is root 3 x minus g x square by 2 u square cos square theta. Now, when you look at and compare these two equations, I would like to highlight this. This is basically root 3. X is not part of the root. So, this is how you compare it. When you compare it, so when you compare this equation, standard equation, with the given problem, so root 3 is equal to tan theta. So, this is a very simple comparison. So, we know the value of tan theta when it is equal to root 3. So, that is basically 60 degree, because we know tan 60 degree is equal to root 3. So, this is the angle of projection what we were looking for. So, this angle comes out to be 60 degree. So, this is the first part, and there is another part to be evaluated from this, and that is the speed of projection. Now, when you compare this equation again with this equation, can you say u square cos square theta seems to be equal to 1, and when you take square root, so this is also equal to 1. Now, we have already obtained the value of theta, that is angle of projection, as 60 degree, and we know cos 60 degree is basically 1 by 2. So, u into 1 by 2 is 1. So, that gives you the value of u as 2 meter per second. So these were the two things, the angle of projection we were supposed to, and that we have obtained as 60 degree, and the second one was speed of projection, that we got it as 2 meter per second. So let's pick the option 60 degree and 2 meter per second. So the given option is 2. So 2 is the correct option. I hope you have understood this. I would like to elaborate one more on the same concept. Let's suppose if I add on something more to your equation of this trajectory, let's assume equation of trajectory may be given to you as ax square minus bx. So this is the equation of trajectory. Now we have to find out, using this equation of trajectory, the range of the projectile. So this is the range of the projectile we are supposed to find out from this equation. Again, if I help you to understand it in a very easiest possible way, so we know this is basically the trajectory of the particle, and this y is equal to ax square minus bx, that gives you the relation between your y and x. Look at this point. This is the point of projection, and this distance is known as range. So we have to find out range from this equation only. You just simply use the concept of coordinates. If I ask you the coordinates of this point, so you simply say this is x comma y, but you know the x coordinate is given to you as numerically as range only, whereas for this point where the body has landed again on the ground, its y coordinate is 0. It means if I make use of the same concept in this equation, put the value of y coordinate as 0. So I am putting the value of y coordinate as 0. So that gives me ax square is equal to bx. So 1x goes with this x, and here the x is what? B by a. And we have just stated at this point of landing, the value of x is numerically equal to range only. So this is the value of range. So we have obtained, so we have understood another concept using the equation of trajectory. Any doubt? I hope I have made it clear to you. So equation of trajectory is very important concept, and you may have varieties of numericals or conceptual questions based on this, but it's quite easy to work out. Now to add on, before closing this question, I would like to give you another formula for the equation of trajectory. So initially y is equal to x tan theta minus half g x square. Now instead of u cos theta, if I put it as ux, so that was u square cos square theta, so simply put it as ux square. So this is again the equation of trajectory, and I suggest you, if you can remember this formula. Now the same equation with certain algebraic and trigonometrical adjustments, the same equation of trajectory can be written like this also. So y is equal to x tan theta 1 minus x by r. So this is again equation of trajectory, that is in the second form, and depends on the numerical data given, numerical equation given. Either you can use the equation 1 or you can use even equation 2. So I hope we have understood this concept again. polarizer and a analyzer. If angle between polarizer and analyzer is 60 degree, then intensity of light that comes out from the analyzer will be. So this is very interesting and very important concept. I should highlight this concept or this kind of question. We have been observing it repeatedly from the last few years in your NEET. So let's understand this concept so that if you get the same question, same kind of concept in your coming NEET-25, so this would help you to score at least this question confidently 100% correct. So let's understand what is unpolarized and what is polarized light is. So we know when you talk about light, so we have light as a transverse wave. So this is important. Light is a transverse wave. It means it travels in the form of your crest and troughs. So this is how you represent the transverse nature of the wave, and light is a transverse nature. Second important property is basically this is EM wave. So it means we have time varying electric field and time varying magnetic field. These two fields are simultaneously associated with this wave. Now the best part is the transverse nature suggests you have vibrations which are perpendicular to the flow of the wave, perpendicular to the velocity of the wave. So when you have electric and magnetic field associated, time varying magnetic and electric field associated with it, so let's understand. Let's suppose wave is propagating along x-axis. So you have two vibration state. Let's draw these two vibration states. The first vibration state is along maybe y-axis and another vibration state is along z-axis. Because electric field and magnetic field both are simultaneously there, and there is another property. Velocity of this wave is given to you as E cross B. It means electric field and magnetic field are perpendicular to each other, the best part, and both are perpendicular to the direction of propagation, that is velocity vector. So this is the one. Now you have two vibration. One vibration is representing your electric field, the other vibration is representing your magnetic field. So when you have these two vibrations, and we know the energy associated with these two waves are also equal. So what you do is, let's draw it here. So wave is propagating along again on the x-axis. So we represent one vibration state like this, and instead of representing Bz as a vector, now we put it as a dot. So that means this vibration state is normal to the plane. So that is the z-axis we are talking about. So you have, this is the ordinary light we have. Now this representation where you have both the vibration state, this is basically your ordinary light. Or to be very precise, if I say this is like unpolarized light. So I think we have managed to understand the unpolarized light. So unpolarized light is that light in which you have both the vibrations, that is your electric field vibrations and magnetic field vibrations, both are there, both are perpendicular to each other as well as to the velocity of propagation. So this is unpolarized light. Now then what do you mean by polarized light is? So let's understand. So this is the propagation direction, and again if I draw This is your ordinary light, and let's suppose its intensity is I naught. Intensity is basically the energy per unit area per unit time. So, this is represented as I naught. Now, if you allow this light to pass through a crystal which is tourmaline crystal, and the beauty of this crystal is you have a slit, and that slit is along its axis. So, if you allow your ordinary light, unpolarized light, to pass through this slit, and this slit is placed, this slit is along the y axis. We know this is y axis and this is basically the z component. So, when you allow this light to pass through this, what you observe? You observe this slit allows only one vibration state to pass through this. And what is this is? It allows only the y component to get through with this crystal. It means the z component of your vibration, that has been filtered out. So, that is retained on the left side of the crystal. So, we managed to get only the y vibration state. So, one vibration state has been filtered out, and once the light is restricted with one vibration state, this light is basically known as the polarized light. So, this is the polarized light, and this crystal which helps you to obtain or to get this polarized light, this is in general known as polarizer. So, I think we have understood the word polarizer also in this, and this light is in which vibration states are restricted to one plane only, that is polarized light. One important point again to be noted here is, initially the intensity was assumed to be as I naught, but now with this polarization, because one vibration state has been filtered out, we are left with only one vibration. So, its energy that was equally distributed between these two vibration states. So, that energy is also, this energy or this intensity is also reduced to half of its incident value. So, that is also reduced by a factor of 2. So, that becomes I naught by 2. So, this is the concept. Now, we have, if you allow this light to pass through this second position of the same crystal with the same axis. So, what you observe is, you observe light at the other end, what you call it as the transmitted light, and this intensity goes the same. So, look at the intensity before it is passing through the second position of the polarizer or the second crystal. So, that is I naught. So, finally, the transmitted light is also I naught by 2. Now, again I am giving you the same concept. So, this is just to continue with the same. So, this was the original concept with intensity I naught. Then this was the first position of your crystal, and you got plane polarized light, definitely with reduced intensity as I naught by 2. Now, previously we placed this position of the crystal, and the important point, this second position of the crystal, which is used to analyze whether the light has been polarized or not, this position is also known as analyzer. So, it is a generalized term. So, basically analyzer is the same crystal. Now, look at this concept. If I place my analyzer something like this, so that it's this crystallographic axis or the slit is now along z axis, then if I try to observe the transmitted light, what you observe? There will be no light finally. And this is interesting concept, and this concept is basically observed by Malus, and he proposed a law, and that is law of Malus. So when you placed your analyzer parallel to polarizer, so when you place analyzer and this polarizer parallel to each other, you have a transmitted light, but the moment you place it perpendicular, though there is no light. So he said, what is the amount of transmitted light? So amount of transmitted light, that intensity is directly proportional to, so something is to do with their orientation. So he proposed a law, and that is cos square theta, where theta is now angle between your first position of the crystal, what you defined it as polarizer, and second position of the crystal that you just stated as analyzer. And this proportionality sign is basically I naught by 2. So important point to be noted here is, when you define this constant, so this is the intensity before the analyzer that is taken at this position. So this is the generalized concept as transmitted intensity is given to you as I naught by 2 cos square theta. So we have understood unpolarized, polarizer, analyzer. Now the question says polarizer and analyzer are now inclined at 60 degree. So this theta is given to you as 60 degree. So if I go and calculate, so cos 60 we know that is equal to 1 by 2, so square becomes 1 by 4, and that gives me the final transmitted intensity as I naught by 8. So that is the complete explanation for this. I naught by 8 is the answer for this. So I hope you have understood. Before we close this question, let's understand the other way also. Now let's suppose you have a polarizer, you have an analyzer, and this is the transmitted light and this is the incident light. So here the light is incident, here the light is transmitted. Let's do the same question this way. Let's take the same numerical value, how the analyzer is inclined to your polarizer, that is again 60 degree. But this time this intensity is given to you as I naught, and we are supposed to find out the incident intensity. So this is the question the other way. So I think we should also understand how to solve this kind of situation. Now again, let's suppose incident intensity is I, and we have just stated, because after the polarizer the light will be polarized, so intensity will be reduced to I by 2, and how the transmitted intensity is given to you as I naught. So how this is given to you as, so this is I by 2 cos square 60 degree, and this cos square 60 degree is again cos 60 is 1 by 2, square becomes 1 by 4, and this is I naught. So we were supposed to find out the incident energy, this incident intensity that we have just taken it as I. So we have to find out the intensity I in terms of I naught. So when you do this, so it becomes 8 I naught. So I hope you have understood the other way also. So this is the complete situational problem, and we have discussed both the ways how this question can be asked in these two ways, different ways. And again I would like to highlight or say this is one of the important questions we have. So still, if you have any doubt, or shall we move? Thank you. So we are moving ahead. Now we have another situation that is quite different from the optics. Two bodies A and B start moving in opposite direction from same point along a straight line with speeds 2 meter per second, and the other particle B, it's 5 meter per second. Their separation after 4 seconds is. Now before we understand this situational numerical, let's understand the concept. This is basically the concept that is based on your relative velocity, because we are talking about straight line. So this is relative velocity in one dimension. This is important. So we know whenever we define speed of any particle, that is, that speed is always defined with respect to a reference. That reference is usually taken as your ground, which is at rest. So that speed 2 meter per second is given to you, that is with respect to ground only, that is your reference, that is at rest. But when you compare one moving particle with the other moving particle, so that becomes a relative speed. So let's suppose you have particle A and you have particle B. Both are moving in same direction. So the speed is VA, that is in the positive direction. If you compare, if you just look at the positive side, because velocity being a vector quantity, we need to assign the direction. So they are moving in the same direction. Now when you say what is the relative velocities of A with respect to B. So when you say relative velocity of A with respect to B, so here the B will serve as a reference. So it means what? It means you are defining the speed of A with respect to reference, that is B, and that reference is also in motion. So when you precisely define it as velocity, so we simply say VA minus VB. Got it? And because they are in straight line, so you can easily state it as the speeds also. But when you say relative velocity of B with respect to A, so it means B with respect to A. So you are defining speed of B with respect to your reference, that is A. So VB minus VA. So that means VB minus VA is your relative velocity of B with respect to A. So I hope you have understood this. So let's consider another situation where these two particles may move opposite to each other. So let's suppose A is moving towards this side, so that is the positive one, whereas your B is now moving towards opposite side. So shall I take it as negative 1? Now using the same definition, if I define VAB, it means you are asking about speed of A or velocity of A with respect to B. So definition clearly says VA with respect to B is VA minus VB. So VA is taken as positive, so that is positive, minus, now sign convention says VB is on the other way, so that means this is negative. So that seems to be adding each other. So this is VA plus VB, and similarly if I ask you VBA, that means velocity of B with respect to A. So shall I put it the same concept, the same definition, VB minus VA. Here VB is negative, VA is positive, and when you take this negative, so that means the same concept is there. Now let's coming back to the same question again, their separation. So how you find it out, the separation, how you get the separation? So separation is basically the distance, got it? So how you will find out this separation? So this separation or this distance, because we have introduced the concept of relative motion. So this is, shall I say, their relative speeds multiply by the time, that is important. So their separation, important point, they are moving in the opposite direction. So that is important. Now when you say important, they are moving in opposite direction, so we have just understood, so their relative speed seems to be adding each other. So what is their relative speed is? That would be VA plus VB multiply by time. Time is given to us or as 4 seconds. So this is 4 seconds. What is VA and VB? These two values are given to you. So 2 plus 5 becomes 7. 7 multiplied by 4. So it becomes 28 separation. So this is unit wise meters. So that means it's 28 meters. I hope with this concept we have understood the concept of relative speed, relative velocity and their separation after 4 seconds. Any doubt? So this is relative velocity or relative speed, one and the same thing. Why? Because we are moving in the same, that is in the straight line, same direction, so it makes no difference. Yes. Any doubt? Shall we move then? Thank you. Now we are moving to the next question. This is altogether from a different concept. If radius of aluminium, this is Al, atomic number, mass number. So this is nucleus taken to be as the size is RAL. Then we have another one Te, its atomic number 53, mass number 125 of nucleus is nearly. So we have to find out the size of this Te nucleus in terms of given value of RAL. Now when we discuss about nucleus, we know size of the nucleus, that is directly proportional to one third of, or rather 1/3 of mass number. And if I write down the size as R, this constant is R naught, which is a standard constant which assumed to be in Fermi, which is close to 1.2, or sometimes you may find it as in certain books it is written as 1.3 Fermi. So this is the standard constant. So R is equal to R naught A power 1 by 3. So this is the standard expression, and this clearly says we can interpret, or rather we can prove it also. So this expression suggests the density of the nucleus is almost constant. So this is the given expression to you. R is equal to R naught A power 1 by 3. So let's write down data for the aluminium. So size of aluminium RAL, this R naught. What is the mass number? That is 27 1 by 3, that is we have to take the cube root rather. And what is the size of TE? This we need to find it out. So standard expression says this is also R naught 125, that is also given to us 1 by 3. Now you take the ratio, this R naught goes with this. So when you take the cube root of 27, that gives you 3, and cube root of 125, that gives you 5. But here we have to find out RTE, that is size of TE, the radius. So that becomes 5 by 3 size of aluminium. So this is the required answer we were looking for. So this is option number 2, 5 by 3 size of AL. So I hope you have understood this. I mean, like, this question is not very difficult. You have to just remember the expression for the size of the nucleus, that is all. And I would rather again emphasize on this point, this type of question, this also have been asked number of times if you look at your previous year exams. So this is quite easy to score. So again, shall we move? Now we have a new concept. If energy E, velocity V and time t are chosen as fundamental quantities, the dimensional formula of surface tension will be. Now this is purely based on your units and dimension homogeneous rule, and that homogeneous rule there is one doubt or question popping up on the screen, that is from Ashish Kumar. He is saying, sir, rolling motion out of syllabus? As if now whatever I know as per the last year's standard, last year's syllabus that was given out by your CBSE, NCERT and your NTA, so that was out of syllabus. But still I would rather suggest you for this 2025, you just have to wait for the notification from the NTA side. So if there is any change, that will be notified to you once the syllabus is out from the NTA side. So I think this information is sufficient for you. Now let's come back to the same question, homogeneous rule. Homogeneous rule says whenever you compare two physical quantities, you can compare or you can equate only when you have same dimensions. They should belong to same category, same dimensions. Now here we have to find out the dimensional formula of surface tension. So let's put all the dimensional formulas ready for this numerical calculation. So surface tension we know is primarily the force experienced per unit free length, and that exists, that is a property of the liquid. So when you put the values of force and your L. So you'll get the dimensions of surface tension as mt minus 2. Then the second, the physical quantity is given to you as energy. For the energy part, the dimensional formula is ml square T minus 2. Velocity, that is another physical quantity. So this velocity is LT minus 1, and the last physical quantity we have, that is time. So this is T. Got it? So I think if you have all these formulas in your knowledge domain, or if you remember all these formulas, then these kind of questions would be quite easy for you to solve and attempt, because here we have one challenge, and that challenge is from the time management side. So you have to be very quick while solving this, but I'm not I'm like attempting the same question in your challenging time, though I can solve it, but here I have to explain it. So let's move to the formula, how you develop this formula. So formula of surface tension. So we know, if I write down surface tension as T, or rather I should not write down surface tension as T because we have already taken it as T. So let's take it as S. So this surface tension is given to you or directly proportional to the new standard selected, that is energy. So we take the symbolic representation of energy as E, that is already given to you. But what is the contribution of energy in defining the surface tension? We are not sure, and that contribution, that contribution is A, and we raise this contribution by its power. So let's say E power A. Then the second, this surface tension is also directly proportional to velocity, and for the same concept its contribution is taken as B. So we raise the power B. Time period T and its contribution, let's raise the power as C. So this is the standardized approach to attempt this kind of question, and here the constant of proportionality, we simply put it as K. Now without wasting much of the time, let's put the values of E, V and T that we have already noted down on the other side. So what is this energy? Energy is m L square T minus 2, that is in terms of fundamental units of mass, length and time. So this is a standard expression. Its power is A. So let's raise the power as A. Then velocity dimensionally in terms of more fundamental, the other mass, length and time, that is LT minus 1. Its power, let's take it as B. For the time we have taken C only. So this is the standard expression, and let's put the value of surface tension on the other side as M, though it is mt minus 2. So let's keep L as 0, T minus 2, and M, contribution of M on the surface tension part is 1. So now we have a standard equation that is given to you. So this is homogeneous rule. For this rule again I would like to highlight, because we are comparing or we are defining surface tension in terms of energy, velocity and time as the new fundamental quantities. So we have just equated these two, and for these two parts to be equal, we have to equate their powers also. So first evaluate this. So from this expression, m power A for the length part will have 2a from the first bracket and b from the second part. T minus 2a that you will have it from the first part, first bracket, then minus b from the second bracket we have, and t power c. So c is from the third part. So this is the expression on the right hand side, and on the left hand side again we have the same expression. So as we were saying, now for these two expression, for these two equations on the left hand side and right hand side, just to equate these two, you have to equate their, these two will be equal when you say A is equal to 1. So because their coefficients, these powers, they again have to be equal for these two expressions to be same. And when you compare power of L 2a plus b, and on the left hand side power of L is 0, so we just equate it as 0, and third power of t minus 2a minus b plus c, and that is equal to minus 2. I hope we are clear on this step also. If you have any doubt, so you can still confirm it. So we have already obtained the value of A. Put the value of A in this equation. So that gives me power of B as minus 2, and put the value of A as 1 in the last, B as minus 2 plus C equal to minus 2. So this is minus 2, this is plus 2 plus C, that whole equals to minus 2. So this goes with this, and what is C? C is again minus 2. So this was the prime aim, to have the values of all these powers, what you assumed as the contribution of energy, velocity and time. So your required expression was supposed to be S. So we have assumed S as surface tension, K, E power A. So E power A is, we have just obtained the value of A as 1. Then V power B, we have minus 2, and then T power C, C is also minus 2. Do we understand? Now how you will get the value of K? K is basically a constant which we cannot obtain it from this dimensional analysis part. So this value of K we can obtain it from experimental methods only, and because this is not a required question to be answered, what is the value of K, we have to just find out the value. So keeping the value of K as 1, we simply put surface tension as E power 1, V power minus 2 and T power minus 2, and that is the required expression. Let's pick up the answer. Fourth option is the correct option, E power 1, V power minus 2 and T power minus 2. So this is the complete expression we were looking for using the dimensional analysis part. If you have any doubt, you can still ask me. And you know, these kind of questions are also quite easy, and you will find it interesting to solve it, but the main challenge here is to remember all the dimensional formulas of all the physical quantities listed across the syllabus of your 11th and 12th class. So if you have remembered all the formulas, then it would be quite easy for you to attempt these kind of questions. I would rather suggest you practice few more questions based on this, so that you can understand the time management also, because this requires sometimes laborious calculation. So once you know the formula, that would be handy for you to solve this well in time. Any doubt? Shall we move? Let's move. Now the next question is, the magnetic flux linked with area A in a uniform magnetic field B is. So here you have magnetic flux. Now flux, the dictionary meaning of flux is flow. But here we are talking about magnetic flux. So if I add on word magnetic to this, so the whole word becomes magnetic flux. So here we are talking about flow of magnetic field lines through an area, and this area will be given to us. So if I put it, how many magnetic field lines are passing through a given area? So that means number of, so this is number of magnetic field lines, again passing through a given area. Let's write it as through a given area. Now this is a scalar physical quantity. So it means we are talking about only how many field lines are passing through. We are not talking about its orientation, anything else. So this is purely a scalar physical quantity, and you simply put it as phi as the symbol for this. Here we are putting subscript B, so that stands for magnetic flux. And mathematically, to put it that way, we simply put it as B dot A. So this is B dot A or BA cos theta. So this A is area vector, B is magnetic field line, that is magnetic field vector. So theta is the angle between magnetic field and area vector. Now, so magnetic field is B dot A. So when you say B dot A, this is your scalar physical quantity. And we have a very interesting property that is being observed in this. So though it is defined as B dot A, but it makes no difference if you put it as A dot B, and that is a property of your dot product, that is a property of your vector. So A dot B or B dot A, one and the same thing. We simply put it as BA cos theta, and on the right hand side also we put it as AB cos theta. So that is a property of the vector. So if you have magnetic flux, that can be represented as B dot A, that can also be written as A dot B. So this is the correct option, A dot B. Now before I close this, let's understand few more concepts with respect to this theta. So let's suppose if you have, this is your body, that is, and its area vector. So area vector is always normal to the surface. So if I say this is my area vector, if you place your body like this, and let's suppose you place it in external magnetic field B like this. So when you know this area vector and magnetic field vector, they are in the same direction. So theta is 0 degree. So in that situation your flux is BA cos 0, and that cos 0 is equal to 1. So that is magnetic flux, that is simply written as BA. But if you place your body something like this, where area vector is inclined like this and magnetic field is still in the same direction, for this orientation, as we can see, this theta is now seems to be 90. So, your flux is BA cos 90, and this cos 90 is what? 0. So, the flux through this area would be 0. So, this is important, and let us suppose now in one more situation where your area vector is something like this and magnetic field is still pointing in the same direction. For this situation, the angle between area vector and this is clearly 180 degree, and we know cos 180 degree is equal to -1. So, here your flux is BA cos 180, that is -1, and that is the value for this. Got it? And we can understand from this concept the SI unit also. B, you simply put it as Tesla, and area is in meter square. So, that means Tesla into meter square can be the SI unit. So, this is the only SI unit, or do we have any other choice? Yes, we do have. For magnetic field, I think Weber per meter square is another SI unit, and for the flux it is BA. So, it is Weber per meter square, and area is also in meter square. So, for the flux we can write down as Weber. Now, important, I would like to highlight one more. Sometimes you may come across another terminology, that is flux density. You know, this flux density is flux per unit area, and from this expression we can simply put it as B. So, flux density stands for B, and its unit will be Tesla or Weber per meter square. So, this is something more about this part. Any doubt? Any doubt you have? Anything you would like to ask? Shall we? Now, we have another question. What is the approximate electric field strength due to a point charge of 5 microcoulomb at a distance of 2 meters? Now, electric field strength. So, this is important. So, what is electric field? We simply symbolically represent it as E. Electric field being a vector quantity, we simply keep it as E vector, and this is understood as force experienced per unit test charge, and its unit SI unit would be newtons per coulomb. I hope we have understood the concept of electric field just by putting one formula, that is force experienced per unit charge. So, electric field due to point charge So, if this is the point charge, and if I ask you what is the electric field at this point P, which is at a distance r. So, point charge we have taken it as a positive. So, this is outward. So, this electric field due to point charge can be written as K Q by r square. So, this is the numerical value, and direction wise it is outward from this point charge at point P. So here point charge is given to you as 5 microcoulomb. This K, we know K, the value of K standard is 9 into 10 raised to power 9, that is in the standard SI unit when charges are placed in free space. Here I am like nothing is mentioned about the medium, so we will go for the free space only. Then Q, 5 micro stands for 10 raised to power minus 6 by r square. So distance is 2 meter. So we have to be very careful while calculation, reason being this, all the variables, they all have to be in standard SI unit, and this fortunately is given to you in standard SI unit only. So what is the value of this 2 square? So that comes out to be 4. Do we understand? So this is the complete formula for this. So let's calculate the value. So this 10 raised to power 9 and minus 6 will give you 10 raised to power 3. So that gives you 45 by 4, and when you go for it, this is roughly 11 point something and into 10 raised to power 3, and this 10 raised to power 3 we can easily, the electric field is in Newton per coulomb, and 10 raised to power 3 we can easily put it as kilo. So this K is there for the kilo, Newton per coulomb, and that is the answer for this, 11 kilonewton per coulomb. So 11 kilonewton per coulomb, that is there. So I think this is also quite easy and interesting concept. Any doubt? Radhesham has given the correct answer, 11 kilonewton per coulomb. That is quite okay. Good, Radhesham, keep it up, bacha. Now a quantity Z is given as, or Z as A power 1 by 2, B power 1 by 3, C square, D square. If percentage error in A, B, C and D are 2%, 3%, 2% and 1% respectively, then maximum percentage error in Z will be. Now how you go for the percentage error? This is, let's discuss a concept. So if you have a physical quantity X, and this X, I write it as X is equal to A square, let's suppose, then we know this can also be written as A dot A, and as far as product rule goes, so this relative error in X, that would be delta X by X, so that would be written as delta A by A plus delta A by A, and that we can keep it as 2 times delta A by A. So that is the relative error in X. But when you multiply both sides with this 100, that becomes percentage error in X, and simultaneously you multiply this side also with 100, so that also becomes percentage error in A, so that becomes 2 times percentage error in A. So this is the underlying concept. So if you have something in power like X is equal to A power n, then shall I do it like this, percentage error in X would be n times percentage error in A. So this is the underlying principle for this one. So then now let's move to the question. Simultaneously we have a division rule that is there. Now for the division rule also, if I say X is equal to A by B, then percentage, before we go for percentage error, let's understand the relative error, that is also written as delta A by A plus delta B by B, and when you take percentage error on both the sides, so that would be added by both this A and B. Now Let's move to the actual question now, applying. So this is a power 1 by 2, b power 1 by 3, c square and d square. This is the given question we have, d square. Now if I make use of the same concept of multiplication and division rule for the errors, so delta z by z, that is your relative error, so that I can write down as half, because power of a is now half, so that is half delta a by a plus what is the power of b, that is 1 by 3 delta b by b plus 2 times delta c by c plus 2 times delta d by d. And when I multiply both sides by 100, so what you will end up with, delta z, that is delta z by z into 100, that gives you percentage error in z, so that becomes half times percentage error in a plus 1 by 3 percentage error in b plus 2 times percentage error in c plus 2 times percentage error in d. So this is the underlying principle we have. So we are here, this is the maximum error, we are finding it out. Now let's find out what percentage errors we have in physical quantity A. So in A we have 2%, so that is the maximum percentage error in A. 1 by 3, what is the percentage error in B, that is also 3%. Then 2 times percentage error in C, that is also 2%. And as per your question, 2 times percentage error in D, that is 1%. So when you go and calculate all these values, so first value will become 1%, second value also becomes 1%, the third becomes 4%, and the last becomes 2%, and that gives you 8% as per the given question. Now this 8% is not given to us, it means there is some error either in the question or in the answer. So I think we have understood the concept. For this, let's suppose if I recorrect it as a new question, if I keep d square as d cube, so that would give me 1% from the A, again 1% from the B, 4% from the C. Now here if you put the value of power as 3, so that gives me 3% from the D, and that makes it total 9%. And so as per the given question, 8%, but there is no answer, so we have just made some correction in your numerical data. So instead of d square, put it as d cube, and that makes your answer as 9%. So sometimes this question is being asked number of times, so if you have this kind of problem, you have got the concept how you approach. So I think I have made now 2 questions from the same numerical. If you have any doubt, you can still ask me, and the question was maximum percentage error, and then we have maximum percentage error is 9% only. So shall we move? Now there is one question, minimum, that again depends on the percentage error given in your individual contributions of A, B, C and D, and that can help you to understand the concept of minimum error. So usually we ask for always the maximum one. Now the next question is quite interesting. A rectangular coil of 300 turns, each of dimension 20 centimeter by 40 centimeter, and that is kept in a uniform magnetic field B, that is given to you as 5 Tesla. If the current in the coil is 2 ampere, then the maximum torque experienced by the coil is. So we have to understand the concept of torque, and that torque, so torque is written as tau. So whenever you have any current carrying coil that is placed in magnetic field, it experiences torque. So torque is always given to you as BINA sin theta. This is the underlying formula we need to remember. If you can remember, that would be quite easy and interesting. So let's understand the variables involved in it. B stands for magnetic field, that is already given to you as 5 Tesla. Current is, that is 2 ampere. So 2 ampere is there. Important point again, we have to keep all the variables involved. All the variables involved, they all have to have the same SI unit. Number of turns 300. Now area, this is 20 by 40. So look at the concept that is given to you as centimeter by centimeter. So when you convert this centimeter square into meter square, so that gives you -4 meter square. So we have kept area in SI system, number of turns just a number, current that is again in SI system, B Tesla, that is again in SI system. Now we have a maximum torque. So for the maximum torque, sin theta has to be equal to 1. Theta has to be 90 degree. So we'll keep it as 1 only. Now the rest of the calculation is quite easy. So these two zeros and these two zeros will nullify the effect of this -4. So what is this? 10, 30 and this 80. So that is 240 is the numerical value for this. And what is the SI unit? Because this is a torque, we know SI unit of torque is Newton into meter. So that is a standard SI unit for the torque. So here I have used the direct formula, or if you need to understand the concept, then you have to again refer back to your concept so that you gain something more about this part. So I think I have tried to cover, or I have tried to explain you all the questions which have been committed wrong by frequently wrong by most of the students. So we have tried our level best to make you understand all these concepts also, so that in future whenever you come across these kind of questions in your NEET 2025, so I think now you'll be in a better position to attempt because you have understood the concept well. So I wish you good luck for your NEET 2025, and this is all from my side for the physics part. Now I would like to invite your Ishita ma'am for the starting of the chemistry part. So now Ishita ma'am will take the charge and will explain you the chemistry part. Yes, Ishita ma'am, please.
Thank you, sir. Hello everyone. I'm assuming you all are enjoying the live session, right? I am Ishita, and from here on I will be taking the chemistry part of this session. So before starting, one advice from my side will be to all of you to remain active throughout the session, because it will not only help you in understanding the concept of the questions which you have attempted incorrectly, but also the concepts of the questions that you have attempted correctly, those concepts will be revised. Okay? So let's just start. And one more advice from my side would be to remain active in the comment section, because let's just make this live session an interactive session, right? So let's just start. Okay. So the first question is, the first question is question number 81. We will be taking the questions in an order of the error analysis. The questions that have been made or attempted incorrectly by most of the students will be taken first. Okay. So let's just take it. Question number 81. Examples of fibrous and globular proteins respectively are. So this is a question from Biomolecule chapter, right? And I would advise all of you, because I saw that most of the students have marked this question incorrectly. So this suggests that theory part of the biomolecule is not so thorough by you people. Okay. So my advice for all of you is to, since it is a theory based chapter, right, and exact NCERT lines have been asked in the NEET over and over here, right, and in AIATS also, exact lines from NCERT, be it biomolecules or inorganic chemistry or in any subject, have been asked. So I advise all of you to be thorough with NCERT, and the more you read the NCERT, the better or the easier will it be for you to understand those lines. Okay. So mark your answers in the comment section first, and then let's just mark your answers in the comment section, and then we will move forward with the explanation of the question. Okay. So examples of fibrous and globular proteins respectively. First, we have to understand what fibrous and globular proteins are. Okay. So you do not have to cram the characteristics and the properties of fibrous and globular proteins. You just have to, it just comes with the name. The name only explains the characteristics and the examples. Let's just see. So fibrous proteins. Fibrous proteins, as the name suggests, fibrous proteins are fiber-like proteins, since proteins are classified in two types on the basis of their shapes, fibrous and globular protein. Okay. So fibrous proteins are fiber-like structures. When polypeptides run parallel to each other, then they are fibrous proteins. When polypeptide chains run parallel. Okay. So it becomes the case of fibrous proteins. And when we talk about globular proteins, as the name suggests, it is going to be like a globule, and globules are usually spherical in shape, right? So in globular proteins, polypeptide chains coil around to form a globule-like structure, a globule-like spherical structure. Okay. Keep marking your answers. Yeah, I am getting some answers. Ma'am, Hindi में पढ़ाओ. Okay, sure. So fibrous proteins, जैसे कि नाम से is, proteins are soluble in water. So these are soluble in water, whereas fibrous proteins are insoluble in water. जो ग्लोबुलर प्रोटीन्स होंगे वो वाटर में सॉल्यूबल होंगे और फाइब्रस प्रोटीन्स वाटर में इनसॉल्यूबल होंगे. अब अगर हम एग्जाम्पल्स की बात करें, इफ वी टॉक अबाउट द एग्जाम्पल्स ऑफ फाइब्रस प्रोटीन, देन NCERT gives two very main examples of fibrous type of proteins, that is keratin, and we know keratin is not soluble in water. And where is keratin found? I am sure you must have all read it in biology as well. So keratin is found in hair and wool. And the other example that is written in NCERT, it is keratin and myosin. Myosin is present in muscles. Yeah, myosin in muscles protein, correct, Radhesham Tomar. So it is found in muscles. And if we talk about the examples of globular proteins, then it is insulin. And we know that insulin is soluble in water. And the other example of globular protein is albumin. Okay. So these are the 4 examples, and in case of fibrous and globular proteins, the question is going to be asked only from these 4 examples. Okay. A fibrous protein, but keratin is also a fibrous protein. It is not a globular protein. So option 4 is the correct answer. Now let's just move on to the next question. Friedel-Crafts acylation reaction. Okay, this is an example of Friedel-Crafts acylation reaction, and anhydrous AlCl3, that is a Lewis acid, has been used as a catalyst in this reaction. Okay, so if we talk about haloarenes specifically, then the directive nature of haloarenes is, if we talk about say chlorobenzene specifically, then what type of inductive effect is shown by chlorobenzene? We know that inductive effects are governed by electronegativity. So since chlorine is a more electronegative atom, so since chlorine is a more electronegative atom, so it will have minus I effect, right? Minus I effect, therefore it will act as a deactivating group. Why? Because it will take the electron density from benzene ring, right, and decrease the electron density on benzene ring. So it will act as a deactivating group. Okay. So, and one very interesting thing regarding chlorobenzene or haloarenes is that they are deactivating, that is they possess minus I effect but are ortho and para directing in nature. Okay. So you have to remember this thing about haloarenes. In this case, chlorobenzene will show minus I effect but will be ortho para directing. I am sure you all must be knowing about ortho para directing nature of chlorobenzene. And how does that happen? That chlorobenzene will have lone pairs, right? So will donate its lone pair to the carbon halogen bond, and upon delocalization the electron density will increase where? On ortho position, right? And then on further delocalization the electron density will increase on para position. And if we further delocalize these electrons, then electron density will further come to ortho dash position. Okay. So this is how it becomes ortho para directing. Why? Because electron density is increasing where? Ortho position, ortho dash position and para position. Okay. So that's why it is ortho para directing, but due to minus I effect it is deactivating in nature. And this is the reason why haloarenes, so as to say chlorobenzene in this case, do not give a very effective electrophilic substitution reaction, because this is a case of Friedel-Crafts acylation reaction, right? Had it been CH3Cl, methyl chloride in presence of Lewis acid like AlCl3, it would have been the case of Friedel-Crafts alkylation, but since it is acetyl chloride, so this is a case of Friedel-Crafts acylation, and both of the cases of Friedel-Crafts acylation or alkylation are electrophilic substitution reactions, right? But since chlorobenzene is deactivating and ortho para directing, so due to its deactivating nature, it is very unlikely for chlorobenzenes to give electrophilic substitution reaction. So they give electrophilic substitution reaction in drastic conditions or in some specific conditions. Okay, I hope this is clear. So now let's just see for the mechanism of this question. How will it happen? The acetyl chloride present in the question, this chlorine will have some lone pairs, right? And we know that AlCl3 is a Lewis acid, right? So aluminium has a vacant orbital. Now these electrons will be transferred to AlCl3 and a complex will be formed. What complex will be formed? CH3CO, Cl plus, Al, Cl, Cl and Cl minus. This will be the complex, and the electrophile in this section will be AlCl4 minus plus the electrophile will be acylium ion. Okay, so this is going to be CH3CO plus. This will be the electrophile, and the electrophile is what? Acylium ion. Now this electrophile will further go and attack on the haloarine, the benzene ring of chlorobenzene. Okay, and if we see that electron density increased on ortho and para position and ortho dash position, but since a plane of symmetry is passing from chlorobenzene or to say any monohaloarine, so this will make the ortho and the ortho position to be similar. So either on either position the electrophile is going to attack. The electrophile is CH3CO plus. Now this electrophile can either attack on ortho position or can attack on para position. Okay, so now let's just see both the products, since in question we have been given A and B products are being formed. I hope you all understood that why ortho dash position, that is 3 products are not being formed here, right? So Cl COCH3 plus Cl CO CH3, right? Now this we have found 2 products, right? Now we have to identify which product is a major product and which product is a minor product. Okay, so according to you, which product should be a major product? Comment down in the comment section and mark your answers in the comment section. Be quick. Okay, so we can see when ortho substituted product is seen, then it is a more sterically hindered product. Why? Because chlorine has lone pairs and COCH3 is also a bulky group, right? So this is sterically hindered. Sterically hindered. Yeah, I can see some of you are answering the questions. Good, good. And if we talk about the para product, then there is no case of sterical hindrance, right? So this is a more stable product. Para product is a more stable product instead. Okay, so you all are saying, Akav is saying 3rd, Janak Vadwa is saying ma'am 3, Sachin Sharma has also marked option 3, Pankaj Sharma has said para, Janak Vadwa has said okay. I am trying, yeah, I am trying. ओके, चलिए तो अब देखिए कि ऑप्शंस में से पैरा इज द व्हाट मेजर प्रोडक्ट, और हमें क्वेश्चन में क्या दिया है कि प्रोडक्ट ए इज, तो प्रोडक्ट ए दैट इज मेजर प्रोडक्ट विल बी द मोर स्टेबल प्रोडक्ट, और मोर स्टेबल प्रोडक्ट कौन सा है? ऑप्शन नंबर 3 पैरा प्रोडक्ट. ऑप्शन नंबर 1 में वी हैव बीन गिवन मेटा प्रोडक्ट दैट इज नॉट ओनली फॉर्म्ड. ऑप्शन 2 में हमें दिया है ऑर्थो प्रोडक्ट विच इज अ स्टेरिकली हिंडर्ड प्रोडक्ट, तो ऑप्शन 2 इज ऑल्सो अ रॉन्ग ऑप्शन. ऑप्शन 4 में वी हैव COCH3, राइट, तो दिस इज नॉट द प्रोडक्ट फॉर्म्ड. एंड ऑप्शन 3 में वी हैव अ पैरा प्रोडक्ट. सो ऑप्शन 3 इज द करेक्ट आंसर, एंड आई होप kudos to the students who have marked it as a correct answer. Okay, so we saw that in question number 73 option number 3 is the correct answer. Okay, so now let's just move on to the next question. The next question, question number 78, which among the following will be most reactive with HCN? Okay, so we have to take the case of HCN. So HCN is what? A weak acid or a strong acid? Comment in the comment section. What type of an acid is HCN? Is it a weak acid or is it a strong acid? HCN एक weak acid है, ठीक है. HCN is a weak acid. ओके अब HCN एक weak acid क्यों है? HCN is a weak acid. Why? Because its dissociation constant is very low. क्योंकि इसका dissociation constant बहुत ही कम है और order में है 10 raised to the power minus 10. So dissociation constant is 6.2 into 10 raised to the power minus 10. This is a very low dissociation constant which refers to that HCN, to the reason why HCN की dissociation is very slow. Okay? HCN बहुत ही कम dissociate करेगा खुद से. अगर ये खुद से बहुत कम dissociate करेगा, if it will not dissociate, then how will Cn minus, which will be a nucleophile, react with the options given here? ठीक है, तो सबसे पहले तो ये समझना ज़रूरी है कि Cn माइनस को हम एक पावरफुल न्यूक्लियोफाइल बना कैसे सकते हैं अगर HCN, which is a weak acid, then how can we obtain a powerful nucleophile out of a weak acid? उसके लिए what do? We take HCN and HCN के साथ we put it in an alkaline solution. We put a strong base, suppose NaOH, a strong base. Now what this strong base will do? This strong base will abstract a proton, right? एक strong base or any base will abstract a proton out of the acid, correct? So HCN में जब हम एक strong base डालते हैं तो H plus and Cn minus is obtained. Okay? Now this Cn minus acts as a powerful nucleophile. This will act as a powerful nucleophile. Now this Cn minus can react with either of the four options given in the question. Okay? So now let's just see one by one. First option is CH3CHO. Okay? So if we take the example of CH3CHO, अब ऑक्सीजन पर क्या होगा? पार्शियल नेगेटिव चार्ज आ जाएगा. Why? Because oxygen is a highly electronegative atom as compared to carbon. Electronegativity difference है कार्बन और ऑक्सीजन में, right? So ऑक्सीजन पर आ जाएगा partial negative charge and carbon will have partial positive charge. And when Cn minus will come as a nucleophile, then it will try to attack on this carbon, right? But the electron density on this carbon has been increased by its substituent groups. Why? CH3. जो CH3 attached है हमारे carbonyl group के साथ, what type of effect does it have? It is an electron donating group, right? Plus I effect show करेगा CH3. So ये क्या करेगा? This will increase the electron density on carbon and decrease the partial positive charge present on the carbon. Now since the partial positive charge on the carbon has been decreased, so Cn minus although can attack on the carbon, but its rate will decrease. Okay? So the rate of nucleophilic addition reaction will decrease. But if we talk about option number 2, option number 2 में हमारे पास क्या है? फॉर्मेल्डिहाइड है. क्या यहाँ पर कोई ऐसा ग्रुप अटैच्ड है जो कि स्ट्रॉन्ग इलेक्ट्रॉन डोनेटिंग या इलेक्ट्रॉन विड्रॉइंग ग्रुप हो? नहीं है. सो the carbon which will have a partial positive charge and oxygen which will have a partial negative charge, when it will come in contact of a nucleophile, Cn minus and H plus ions are also present in the solution. Okay, so we know nucleophile can attack on this carbon, right? And the rate of nucleophilic addition reaction is also going to be high. But इस question में, इस type of situation में एक case आता है, and that is you have Cn minus ion in the solution, you have H plus ions in the solution. Which among Cn minus and H plus will react first? Okay, you have an atom with partial positive charge, you have an atom with partial negative charge. तो Cn minus और H plus ions में से we say nucleophile addition reaction में Cn minus ही पहले आकर will attack on carbon. But why is that so? It's because oxygen here has lone pairs, right? So it will have a complete octet, correct? And if we talk about the carbon, then carbon here has partial positive charge, it has incomplete octet, right? Yeah, keep answering, keep marking your answers in the comment section. It will have incomplete octet, correct? So अब इस केस में हमें देखना है कि which species will have a more tendency to accept or to donate its electrons. जिस species का octet complete नहीं है, that will react faster, obviously. So Cn minus attacks first and completes the octet of carbon which has a partial positive charge. Cn minus पहले attack करेगा because carbon के पास incomplete octet है, okay? So nucleophile will attack first and then H plus will be attached to oxygen which has, yeah, option 2, oxygen which will have a partial negative charge, okay? So carbon, O minus and Cn minus. What type of a molecule is this? I'm sure you all have studied it in your classes. This is a cyanohydrin, right? और अगर हम बात करें तो इस केस में जब हमारे पास न्यूक्लियोफाइल का अटैक नहीं हुआ था तो उस केस में व्हाट वाज द हाइब्रिडाइजेशन, sp2 of carbon, whereas इस केस में when the nucleophile has attacked, so the hybridization has changed to sp3. And one more case comes, अगर हाइड्रोजन की जगह the carbons which are attached, the hydrogens which are attached to this carbon, अगर यहाँ हाइड्रोजन की जगह suppose it would have been an aldehyde only but CH3 as in the first option, तो न्यूक्लियोफिलिक अटैक के बाद जब हमारा प्रोडक्ट बनता C, फर्स्ट ऑप्शन में जब हमारा प्रोडक्ट बनेगा, सो ये क्या हो जाएगा? What type of a molecule is this? This is a chiral molecule, right? So chirality has also been introduced, okay? Earlier the molecule was not chiral, but now upon the addition of nucleophile, after nucleophilic addition reaction, the molecule that we've got is a chiral molecule. I hope you understood all of this, because HCN का reactivity देखना is not that difficult, but to actually know the concept behind that why it is a weak acid and how nucleophilicity of this HCN is increased, and the chirality and the hybridization, all these concepts are very important to be remembered, okay? So if we see the option C, option 2, in the case of formaldehyde, it is relatively easier for the nucleophile to attack, right? And if we see the option C, which is benzaldehyde, so benzaldehyde, in the case of benzaldehyde, we see there is polarity, right? So due to delocalization of electrons, the electron density on this carbonyl group has been increased, right? Electron density on this carbon has been increased due to delocalization, and that's why nucleophilic addition reaction ka rate has been decreased, okay? And if we see option number 4, then CH3CO CH3. This is an example of ketone. Rest of the 3 options were the example of aldehyde, okay? So this carbonyl group has plus I and plus I, that is electron donating group on both of the sides. अब दोनों साइड से अगर इलेक्ट्रॉन डेंसिटी इंक्रीज हो रही है, कार्बोनिल ग्रुप पे अगर इलेक्ट्रॉन डेंसिटी इंक्रीज हो गई, व्हाट डज दैट मीन? दैट मीन्स दैट it will be more difficult for the nucleophile to get attached, and it will be the rate of nucleophilic addition reaction will get reduced, okay? So Cn minus, it will not be that easy for Cn minus to attack here. So the option 2 should be the correct answer, because nucleophilic addition reaction is way more easy in option number 2 rather than CH3CHO or benzaldehyde or acetone, okay? And most of you have marked option number 2 as the correct answer. प्लस I2 प्लस चार्ज को स्टेबल करेगा, फिर मैम फर्स्ट क्यों नहीं हो सकता? प्लस I प्लस चार्ज को स्टेबल करेगा, नो डाउट. प्लस I is decreasing the partial positive charge of this carbon. But जो अटैकिंग स्पीशीज है हमारे पास वो क्या है, न्यूक्लियोफाइल है. अब न्यूक्लियोफाइल को क्या चाहिए, न्यूक्लियोफाइल किस एंटिटी पर जाकर अटैक करेगा, जहाँ पर इलेक्ट्रोफिलिसिटी ज़्यादा है, राइट. अब आपने अगर इलेक्ट्रॉन डोनेटिंग ग्रुप लगा दिए कार्बोनिल कार्बन के ऊपर, तो अब वो इलेक्ट्रोफिलिसिटी को इंक्रीज कर रहा है या रिड्यूस कर रहा है, इलेक्ट्रोफिलिसिटी को तो रिड्यूस कर रहा है. अब नाउ सिंस इलेक्ट्रोफिलिसिटी हैज बीन रिड्यूस्ड, therefore it will be more difficult for nucleophile to attack there. Why? Because nucleophile is electron dense entity, and on the carbon which has plus I group attached to it, उस कार्बन पर भी आपने क्या किया, इलेक्ट्रॉन डेंसिटी इंक्रीज कर दी. Then why will that nucleophile go and attach there, get attached there, right? So that's why CH3CHO लगाने के बाद, इलेक्ट्रॉन डोनेटिंग ग्रुप लगाने के बाद जो इलेक्ट्रॉन डेंसिटी है ऑन द कार्बन ऑफ कार्बोनिल ग्रुप वो डिक्रीज हो गई, सॉरी इंक्रीज हो गई. तो इट became more difficult for the nucleophile to get and attached there. Okay, I hope your doubt is clear now, right? Because nucleophile उसी जगह पर तो जाकर react करेगा ना, which will be more electrophilic in nature. And अगर आप electron dense groups are, and if electron donating rather groups are being attached to the carbonyl carbon, then they are what? Increasing or decreasing the electron density? They are increasing the electron density, so electronic repulsion will occur and nucleophile will not be able to attack there. Okay, so option 2 is the correct answer. Now let's just move on to the next question. Okay, the next question is question number 82. So this is also a question from Biomolecule, and I'm assuming most of you are attempting questions from Biomolecule as incorrect. So please go and read NCERT thoroughly, because this is a very scoring topic. The chapter is in itself is a very short topic, short chapter, but if you keep on revising it, then it will take lesser time to actually remember the things. Okay, so if we talk about glucose, see, biomolecules say basically the monosaccharides, the disaccharides, nucleic acids, classification of proteins, classification of amino acids, essential, non-essential amino acids, vitamins, their descriptions and deficiencies are asked. These are the set patterns of NEET, and these are the set concepts of biomolecules. So it is very easy to get marks from this chapter. So do not take it lightly and read the NCERT thoroughly. Okay. Okay, so question number 82 is about glucose and its chemical properties. Okay, so if we take glucose, then there are two oxidizing agents, as we can see. First of all, yeah, keep on marking your answers in the comment section. Remain active in the comment section. Okay, so bromine water, what type of an oxidizing agent it is? Mild oxidizing agent or a strong oxidizing agent? Bromine water, if I may say, is a mild oxidizing agent. Okay, and if we talk about HNO3, then HNO3 is a strong oxidizing agent. Strong oxidizing agent. Okay, so glucose will react and act differently both in the case of mild oxidizing agent and in the case of strong oxidizing agent. Okay, so if we talk about glucose, then glucose with bromine and water, that is a mild oxidizing agent. First of all, you must know the structure of glucose. Okay, what is the structure of glucose? On first position we have an aldehydic group, then we have 4 carbons in the middle, and the last carbon is basically a CH2OH. Okay, so C and then CH2OH. This is the basic this is going to be the basic structure of glucose. Let me first complete it. And the interesting thing how to know the structure of glucose is, all the 4 middle carbon have one hydrogen and one OH attached to them. But in first, third and fourth carbon, that is here OH and OH is present on the right hand side, and hydrogens are then obviously on the left hand side. And if we talk about the third carbon, this is the first, second, third, fourth, fifth. We all know that there are 6 carbons in, yeah, very good Radhesham. Bromine in water is mild oxidizing agent, yeah. So third carbon has OH on left hand side and hydrogen on right hand side, okay. So when glucose reacts with bromine water, which is a mild oxidizing agent, so it will not be able to oxidize both aldehydic group or alcoholic group. So it will oxidize that functional group, that substituent group, which will be more electrophilic, which will be more susceptible to get oxidized, okay. So if we talk about aldehydic group and alcoholic group, then aldehydic group will get oxidized because it is more susceptible to get oxidized, okay. So this will become COOH, then CHOH whole 4, then CH2OH. And what is this molecule now? What is this molecule? Name this molecule that we have just formed in the question and mark your answers in the comment section, okay. So this molecule is basically gluconic acid, where gluconic acid is very much similar to glucose, but the aldehydic group has been oxidized to carboxylic group, okay. So this is gluconic acid, and this reaction is basically the test for the presence of aldehydic group in glucose, okay. So it tells us that presence of aldehydic group in glucose. I hope this is clear to all of you. So A molecule is gluconic acid, and if we see in the question, A and B respectively are. So in first option we have gluconic acid, so this can be the correct answer. And if we see option 2, it says A is saccharic acid. No, A is not saccharic acid. And if we see in option 3, it again says that A is saccharic acid, so A is not saccharic acid. And in option 4, it says that A is gluconic acid, so this option can also be correct. Now let's just see for the molecule in B, okay. Yeah, Radhesham, yeah, it is A is gluconic acid, very right. And if we see glucose with a stronger oxidizing agent like HNO3, so how will it react? CHO, CHOH whole 4 and CH2OH. This is glucose. When it will react with a stronger oxidizing agent like HNO3, both the aldehyde and the alcoholic group will get oxidized. CHO and CH2OH will get oxidized, okay. So this will become COOH, CHOH whole 4, and alcoholic group will also get oxidized to COOH, okay. So now the difference between saccharic acid and so this is saccharic acid, yeah, B is saccharic acid, okay. And the difference between saccharic acid and glucose is that both the aldehyde and the alcoholic group present in first and sixth position respectively have been oxidized to carboxylic group, whereas if we talked about this in molecule A, only the aldehydic group got oxidized. So what I am telling is you do not have to cram basically the reactions. If you understand the concept, then it will be very easy for you to remember it for a longer period of time, and let alone in your exam, okay. So A was gluconic acid and B is saccharic acid. So according to that, if we saw option 1 and option 4, then option 1 says A and B both are gluconic acid, so this is a wrong option, right? And if we see option number 4, it says that A is a gluconic acid, correct, and B is a saccharic acid respectively. So option 4 is the correct answer, right? And one more very interesting thing and peculiar thing about gluconic acid is that, suppose we have gluconic acid here, okay, and glucose. Now we know the difference between the structures of gluconic acid and glucose. This is COOH, CHOH whole 4 and CH2OH, okay, and glucose is what? CHO, CHOH whole 4 and CH2OH. Now if we treat both of them with a stronger oxidizing agent like HNO3, strong oxidation, here also strong oxidation, then both of them will give the same molecule, okay, like they will form saccharic acid, that is both aldehydic and the alcoholic group present on the 6th position of carbon will get oxidized to carboxylic group, okay. So it will form COOH, CHOH whole 4 and COOH. This is a saccharic acid, okay. I hope this is clear to all of you now. And you could have marked your answers in the comment section, okay. So if we see that option 4 is the correct answer, and we also saw one more interesting thing regarding gluconic and glucose and saccharic acid, okay. So I hope this is clear to all of you. Clear? Should we move on to the next question? Okay. So next question, question number 70. Consider the following statements. A. Pure phosphine is a non-inflammable gas. B. Solution of phosphine in water decomposes in presence of light, giving red phosphorus and H2 gas. C. Phosphine is a highly poisonous gas. Okay. So this is a statement based question, and this is I'm assuming that you must have all read it in class 12th in P block, right, in group 15, and I will advise all of you to be thorough with all the groups of P block, right. So pure phosphine, if we talk about phosphine, then pure phosphine is a non-inflammable gas, okay, that is right. But when it gets with the impurities of P4 vapors, then it becomes P4 vapors becomes flammable, okay. And there is one more interesting thing when it comes to phosphine, is that phosphine with instantaneous combustion gives Holmes signal. As you must have been knowing, a very interesting fact regarding sailors is that what they do is they take cans of calcium phosphide and fill gases of calcium phosphide in those cans and make a hole in those cans and throw them into the sea, sailors. And yeah, when the gases evolve out of that cans, then they act as a signal because they ignite themselves and they act as a signal, and the signal is known as Holmes signal because of the smoke screen that is produced by the cans of calcium phosphide, okay. So Holmes signal is also a very interesting fact of pH3, okay. So first statement is correct statement. Pure phosphine is a non-inflammable gas, but when it comes in contact of P4 vapors or P2H4, then it becomes flammable. And a very interesting fact was a smoke screen produced by pH3 or Holmes signal. And if we see the option number 2, statement 2, mark your answers in the comment section. Solution of pH3 in water decomposes in presence of light, giving red phosphorus and H2 gas. So solution of phosphine in water, yes, it decomposes in the presence of light and forms red phosphorus. So red phosphorus is formed by PH3 when it decomposes in water, and also red phosphorus is formed by, we know another method of formation of red phosphorus, by white phosphorus. So white phosphorus when heated in an inert atmosphere for several days it forms red phosphorus. So this is also one of the preparation of red phosphorus which you must have studied in allotropes of phosphorus, right? So according to this, option B, statement B is also correct. And if we see the statement C, then statement C is phosphine is a highly poisonous gas. Okay. If we talk about phosphine as a poisonous gas, then if we talk about the properties of phosphine, then phosphine is a colorless gas. It has a smell of a rotten fish-like smell, and it is poisonous in nature. How do we use it? The application of its nature of being poisonous is, it is used in rat kills. How do we use it in rat kills? So we take zinc phosphides when consumed by rats, okay, then HCl present in the stomach of rats basically releases phosphine in the body of rats, and since phosphine is a poisonous gas, then it leads to the death of the rats. So it is used in rat kills. Why? Because it has a poisonous nature. So statement C is also correct, and the correct statements are, mark your answers in the comment section. Ma'am, this question from deleted syllabus, no, it has not been deleted from NEET, because group 15, 16, 17 and 18 are still a part of NEET syllabus. So I would advise all of you to again be very thorough with NCERT, because this is exactly the NCERT lines. Okay. So A, B and C, all the three statements are correct, right? Okay. So according to that, which of the options will match with our explanation? A and B only? No. C statement is also right. A, B and C, yes. All of the above statements are right. B and C, no. A statement is also right, that pure phosphine is a non-inflammable gas. And A and C, no. B statement is also right, that from pure phosphine, when it is decomposed with water, it forms red phosphorus and hydrogen gas. Okay, so option 2 is the correct answer. And let's just move on to the next question. Okay, I hope it is clear to you. Okay, so how many electrons are there in the following species? We have a species and it is a very important molecule. I am assuming you are thorough with your general organic chemistry and aromaticity, right? So what is the name of this molecule? Comment down in the comment section, what is the name of this molecule? Be active in the comment section. Come on. Yes. So the name of this molecule given in the question is cyclopentadienyl aniline. Okay. So this is cyclopentadienyl aniline. Okay. And if we talk about the pi electrons in this system, then it will be 2 electrons, 2 pi electrons, 2 pi electrons, and since it has a negative charge, then will it be counted in the pi conjugated system? Obviously. Why? Because this is a conjugated system. These pi electrons have been shared by the orbitals of these pi bonds, right? So due to delocalization, these pi electrons are also a part of this pi conjugated system. So total pi electrons will come out to be as 2 plus 2 plus 2, that is equals to 6 pi electrons. Yeah, right, 6 pi electrons. Okay. And there is one more thing. Suppose you have CH3, CH2, CH2 minus. Okay. and on the other hand you have a conjugated system, that is CH2 CH2 minus. Now what is the difference between these two molecules? Okay, so in this the carbanion is not a part of any conjugated system. Okay, so the hybridization of this carbon, the electrons present on this carbon will take part in hybridization, and the hybridization will become sp3, right? And if we see this carbanion, we can assume that hybridization of this carbanion is also sp3, but no, since it is a part of the conjugated system, so yeah, exactly, so due to conjugation, I am assuming the students who have marked option 2 as the correct answer in the exam, they must not have counted the 2 electrons of this anion, rather they counted only the pi electrons present in the pi bonds. But you have to see very carefully the conjugated system and the non-conjugated system and know the difference between both of these. Okay, I am sure it is clear now. And the hybridization of this carbon will become sp2 due to conjugation, and you have to tell me whether these pi electrons, what will be the hybridization of these pi electrons, sorry, what will be the hybridization of this carbon atom which has a negative charge, will the pi electrons will take part in hybridization or not? ये इस कार्बन के ऊपर जो 2 पाई इलेक्ट्रॉन्स हैं वो हाइब्रिडाइजेशन में पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे या नहीं? They will definitely not participate in hybridization. Why? Because they are a part of the conjugated system. I hope it's clear now. And option C, due to 6 pi electrons, option C is the correct answer, option 3 is the correct answer. And also, since this is a pi conjugated system, so concept of aromaticity also comes here, and I would also want to give a gist of that aromaticity concept since we have got 6 pi electrons. Okay, so according to Huckel's rule, which is 4n plus 2, if a system follows the rule of 4n plus 2 pi electrons, then that system is aromatic, but provided value of n should be 1, 2 and 3 and not 0, right? So, is this system an aromatic system or an anti-aromatic system or a non-aromatic system? Tell me. So, this is definitely an aromatic system. Why? Because 4n plus 2 is coming out to be 6, 4n is equals to 4, n is equals to 1, and if n is equals to 1 by the formula of 4n plus 2, which follows Huckel's rule, then the system is aromatic. Okay? Yeah, very nice. Radhesham, yeah, it will not take part in hybridization. Asim, aromatic, yeah, Rohit, aromatic, Radhesham, system planar भी तो होना चाहिए. Exactly, we're not actually mentioning the rules of aromaticity. Yeah, it should be planar, but since we were talking about electrons, so I mentioned the rule regarding the electrons only. Yeah, but this system is also planar and this is aromatic. Okay, yeah, Alex, it is aromatic. Okay, so I hope it's clear to you, and let's just move on to the next question. Option number 3 is the correct answer, 6 pi electrons. Next question. Molarity of copper sulfate after passing 1 Faraday charge through 500 ml and 1.25 molar copper sulfate aqueous solution will be. So, you have to find out the molarity of copper sulfate aqueous, right? So, we have a cell of copper sulfate, that is a cell of copper. Okay. Now, you have to tell me, first you have to mark your answers in the comment section and then we will move forward with the question. Keep it quick. Okay. So, we have to find the molarity of copper sulfate, and what is molarity? Molarity is moles of solute by volume of solution in liter. So, for molarity we should know the moles of copper sulfate, right? Okay. So molarity of copper sulfate. See, suppose in any cell, if the electrodes are not mentioned in the question, then it is pretty obvious that the electrodes taken in the cell are inert electrodes. Inert electrodes are like platinum, like gold. Okay, so these are inert electrodes. And if the electrodes are mentioned in the question, then those electrodes are taken, okay, considered. So if we talk about this cell, we have an anode electrode and a cathode electrode. Okay, so on anode we have impure copper. So this cell of copper is basically used to transform or to convert, to get rather pure copper from impure copper. So impure copper is present on anode. Okay, and this is connected by a battery. Okay, and this is copper sulfate acting as an electrolyte, and on this is a cathode. Okay, so in this copper cell, what we do is, at cathode reduction will take place. At cathode reduction will take place, right? So copper 2 plus ion in aqueous solution will take up 2 electrons and form copper solid. This is pure copper decomposed on cathode electrode. Okay, and if we talk about at the anode, oxidation will take place. So the impure copper present in solid state, copper 2 plus aqueous, in solution and will lose 2 electrons. So what is the number of electrons that are exchanged? What is the moles of electrons that are being exchanged? 2 moles of electrons are being exchanged, right? So if we see the cathode reaction, then copper 2 plus aqueous plus 2 electrons will deposit copper. Okay, so we know since 2 moles of electrons are being involved in this reaction, and we know 1 Faraday is equals to 1 mole electrons, so 2 Faraday is going to be equal to 2 moles of electrons. How much electricity is being passed in this reaction of cathode? 2 Faraday, right? So by passing the charge of 2 Faraday, that is 2 into 96500 coulombs, we get 1 mole of copper. And in question, what do we have? Mark your answers in the comment section. Yeah, I'm getting some answers. We have 1 Faraday of electricity is being passed. Okay, so this is talking about Faraday's first law. And what does that mean? The amount of substance deposited on a particular electrode is directly proportional to the amount of electricity passed through the cell. Okay, so since 2 Faraday will give rise to 1 mole of copper, so 1 Faraday of electricity if passed will form 0.5 moles of copper, right? So this much of moles of copper have been decomposed on cathode. Now, what were the initial moles that we had in the solution? They can be derived from this. We had molarity and we had volume. Molarity is moles by volume of solution in liter. So moles can be derived from this by molarity into volume of solution in liters. So initial moles were molarity into volume in liter, that is 1.25 molar into 0.5 liters, right? So this will come out to be 0.625 moles, right? Initial moles were 0.625 moles, 0.5 moles have been decomposed. Now what are the total number of moles that we have? So total moles that we have is 0.625 minus 0.5. So this will come out to be how much? 0.125 moles, right? So now these are the moles that we have, total moles that are present in the solution. Since we have to calculate the molarity, so molarity will come out to be, molarity of these moles will come out to be 0.125 moles by, what is the volume of the solution? Since we are not diluting the solution or making it concentrated, so the volume earlier was 500 ml and even now it is 500 ml. Okay, is it clear? So it will become 0.5 in liters. So molarity will become, this will become 0.25 moles per liter, that is 0.25 molar. So molarity of the solution now is 0.25 molar. Okay, and I can see most of you have marked, some of you have marked 0.75 molar, but the molarity will be 0.25. Why? Because first you will calculate the moles that are already present in the solution. Okay, now after some copper will be in pure form, will get decomposed on cathode, so some moles will decompose there. Now the total moles present in the solution will be initial moles minus the moles present at cathode or decomposed at cathode. Okay, that will be the total moles, and the molarity of those total moles will give you the molarity of the solution. Okay, yeah, 0.25. Vaishnavi has marked the answer right, and Asim has also given the correct answer. Yeah, yes, 500 ml will be the volume. So 0.25 will be the molarity of the solution. I hope it's clear. Okay, I hope it's clear. Okay, so 0.25 molar is the answer. Now let's just move on to the next question. Next question. So question number 52. Given below are two statements, one is labeled as assertion A and the other is labeled as reason R. So we have been given two statements in the question, okay, and since this is an assertion reason type of question, so you have to be thorough with the pattern of the question and also with the concept that is written in the pattern of the question. Okay, so for assertion it is equal number of moles of different gases always contain same number of atoms. Okay, so just mark your answers in the comment section and then we will move forward with the question. Equal number of moles of different gases always contain same number of atoms. Is it a correct statement or is it a wrong statement? So from the statement we can see that suppose you have two gases, okay, one is P4 and the other is S8. I'm sure you read it in, yes, keep on answering. Someone has answered 4, okay. So suppose you have, let's just see, you have P4 and S8, okay. So P4 is phosphorus, one molecule, S8 is also one molecule, okay. So if we take equal moles of these two, suppose 1 mole and 1 mole of S8, okay. If we have equal moles of these, then equal number of moles of different gases, yeah, we have taken the example of different gases, will contain same number of atoms. If we calculate the atoms of these gases, then for P4 it will come out to be 1 into Na into 4, that is 4Na, right? And if we calculate number of atoms for S8 gas, then it will come out to be moles into Avogadro number into atomicity, that is 8, that is 8Na. So are the number of atoms same in both the cases? Yeah. So since the number of atoms are not same in both the cases, we could have said the number of molecules are going to be same. But if we talk about the number of atoms, then number of atoms depend on one of the very important concept, that is atomicity of the gas. Okay. For the number of atoms to be same, the atomicity of the gases should also be same. Okay. So assertion is a wrong statement. And if we see reason R, then reason R says under same conditions of temperature and pressure, equal volumes of different gases contain equal number of molecules. Now, you all will tell me which law states the reason R, because this is exactly the statement of one of the laws studied in very first chapter of class 11th, some basic concepts of chemistry. So, this is basically Avogadro's law, okay? This is basically Avogadro's law. And what does Avogadro's law suggest? That gases with equal volume at same temperature and pressure contain same number of molecules. How can we explain it? Suppose we take an example of water, H2 plus O2 forming 2H2O, 2H2 plus O2 forming 2H2O, okay? Yeah, very good. It is Avogadro. Most of you have answered option 4, so let's just see. So, Avogadro law suggests that 2 volumes of hydrogen, 1 volume of oxygen will give 2 volumes of water, okay? So, under same conditions of temperature and pressure, equal volumes of different gases contain equal number of molecules. So, that is a correct statement, very right. So, this says that assertion is false but reason is true. So, option 4, yes, you all are right. Option 4 is the correct answer. I am glad that most of you have marked this answer right. Okay, so you are thorough with your mole concepts. So, let's just mark option 4 as the correct option, and I hope it's clear to all of you and your concepts got revised. So, now let's just move on to the next question. Which of the following compound may undergo disproportionation? Okay, so you have to see disproportionation, and for disproportionation, what do we understand by disproportionation? So, disproportionation is referring to, suppose we have an element and it undergoes a reaction. So, in that reaction, if the same element both oxidizes and reduces, the element has to be same. The same element oxidizes and reduces itself, then that will undergo, it is said to be that the element will undergo disproportionation reaction, okay? So, we are clear with the term disproportionation, and if we see in options, we have P block elements like HNO3, H3PO3, H2SO4 and HClO4. Okay. So, if we talk about their range of oxidation states, then we will be able to understand whether they will have the ability to both reduce and oxidize. Okay. So, if we talk about nitrogen, phosphorus, sulfur and chlorine, it will form the minimum oxidation state and will exist also in their maximum oxidation state, right? So, minimum oxidation state for group 15 is -3, right? -3 because they are 3 electrons short to complete their octet, right? And since they have 5 valence electrons, so their maximum oxidation state is going to be +5. That is, maximum oxidation state is basically that oxidation state जहाँ पर आप अपने सारे वैलेंस शेल के इलेक्ट्रॉन्स को डोनेट कर देते हैं, ओके? So, maximum oxidation state is going to be +5, and also in the case of phosphorus, why? Because it also belongs to group 15. Yeah, -3 and +5, very good Asim. And if we talk about H2SO4, H2SO4 के केस में they are 2 electrons short to complete their octet, right? So, -2 will be the minimum oxidation state, and maximum oxidation state is going to be +6 because they have 6 electrons in their valence shell, that is 2s2 2p4 electronic configuration. So, if they donate all the 6 electrons from their valence shell, then the maximum oxidation state will come out to be +6. And if we talk about HClO4, then chlorine is 1 electron short, right? Because the electronic configuration is 2s2 2p7, so sorry 2s2 2p5. So, it is 1 electron short, And if we talk about the maximum oxidation state for chlorine, maximum oxidation state for chlorine, it will become plus 7, right? Now plus 7 will be the maximum oxidation state. Why? Because group 17 have NH2NP5 type of electronic configuration, and if they lose all their 7 electrons from valence shell, then the maximum oxidation state will come out to be plus 7. Okay. So now if we talk about HNO3 and these molecules one by one, so the oxidation state of HNO3 will come out to be, this will be, nitrogen here is in plus 5 oxidation state, right? And if we talk about plus 5 oxidation state for nitrogen, then that is maximum oxidation state, right? So this can only get reduced into other oxidation states, but it cannot further get oxidized. So if it cannot get oxidized, then can it show disproportionation? It cannot show disproportionation, right? And if we talk about H3PO3, then what will be the oxidation state of phosphorus in H3PO3? It is plus 3 oxidation state, right? So plus 3 oxidation states, does it lie somewhere in the middle of minimum oxidation state and maximum oxidation state? Yes. Plus 3 oxidation state for phosphorus is neither the minimum oxidation state nor the maximum oxidation state, correct? So this can show disproportionation, as it can get reduced to lesser oxidation states and it can get oxidized to higher oxidation states. Okay. So phosphorus will show disproportionation reaction, right? So option 2 should be the correct answer. Now let's just see for the other options as well. If we talk about H2SO4, so here sulfur is in plus 6 oxidation state. Okay, so in plus 6 oxidation state, since it has maximum oxidation state, so it will also not undergo disproportionation. Why? Because H2SO4 is having maximum oxidation state, so it cannot oxidize itself further. So it also cannot undergo disproportionation. And if we talk about HClO4, okay, so for HClO4 maximum oxidation state will be plus 7, and in HClO4 chlorine is existing in plus 7 oxidation state, which is the maximum oxidation state for chlorine. So it can also not oxidize itself into further higher oxidation state. So that's why HClO4 will also not undergo disproportionation, and the higher oxidation state will be, disproportionation will be shown by H3PO3. Ma'am, what will be minimum and maximum oxidation state of carbon? Okay, so carbon basically exists in plus 4 oxidation state generally. Okay, so if we talk about carbon, then carbon for maximum oxidation state, since the electronic configuration will be NS2NP2 type, so the maximum oxidation state will be plus 4. And if we talk about carbon in minimum oxidation state, then it can be minus 4, but it is highly unlikely for carbon to lose its 4 of its electron, because the ionization potential, first 4 ionization potential, the sum of first 4 ionization potentials is really high. So it does not usually undergo to that oxidation state, to that of minus 4 oxidation state, and exists and forms covalent, therefore covalent molecules, rather than donating all 4 of its electrons and forming an ionic bond. So it prefers forming a covalent molecule because sum of first 4 ionization potentials for carbon is very high, whereas maximum oxidation state is plus 4. I hope it's clear to you, and option 2 is the correct answer. Okay, so now let's just move on to the next question. The next question is, standard Gibbs free energy delta G naught for the given cell reaction at 298 Kelvin is nearly. So we have been given nickel, reaction of nickel plus 2 Ag plus giving nickel 2 plus 2 Ag. Okay, so we have been given a cell and we have been given an E naught cell. E naught cell is equals to 1.05 volts. What do we understand by E naught cell and its positive value? For a reaction to be spontaneous, we know that E naught cell must be positive, and same has been given in the question. It is a positive value, that means this reaction is a spontaneous reaction, right? Now first mark your answers in the comment section and then we will move forward with the question. Okay, so the reversible work done is basically determined by decrease in Gibbs free energy, okay, for a galvanic cell. Yeah, spontaneous. So if we talk about electrical work done is basically total charge into potential difference or cell potential, okay. And since for a galvanic cell, the reversible work done is determined by decrease in Gibbs free energy, so work done will come out to be delta R G naught is equals to total charge is minus NF. This is the total charge. N is basically the number of electrons exchanged and Faraday is charge in coulombs, right? And E naught cell, okay. This is the standard electrode potentials. Electrode potential, okay. And if we talk about, this is the case when the reactant species are taken as, concentration of reactant species are taken as unity, okay. And if we talk about the cell potential, then the formula comes out to be delta R G naught is equals to minus NF E cell, okay. So this is the formula, but if we take the concentration of reactant species to be unity, then it becomes delta R G naught is equals to minus NF E naught cell, okay. So as given in the question, yes, I can see you are mentioning your answers. So let's just see the question. What are the number of electrons exchanged in the reaction which is given in the question? It is very evident that it is 2 electrons are being exchanged, right? So in our formula, if we write for delta G naught, that is equals to minus 2, okay, into Faraday, that is 96500 coulombs, and for E naught cell, what is the E naught cell that has been given to us? That is 1.05 volts. So coulomb into volts, what will that become? Joule, okay, energy. So now it will become 2 into 96500 into 1.05 joules per mole, okay. And if you solve this, then this will come out to be minus 203. Yes, this is N factor for the reaction as well, okay. So this will come out to be minus 203 kilojoules per mole, okay. So your answer from this explanation comes out to be option 2, and all of you Vaishnavi and yes, Vaishnavi, your answer is right. So kudos to Vaishnavi, and Asim has answered NFE. Yes, this is the correct formula for ma'am, I find difficulty in calculating value of N. You should understand the concept of N factor, so you can practice it from mole concept also or electrochemistry, but you have to be very regular with the practice of that, okay. So N factor in this case will basically be the number of electrons exchanged, okay. So that will be the number of electrons exchanged are 2. So delta R G naught is equals to minus 2 into F into E naught cell that has been given to us, okay. Okay, so let's just I hope this is clear and option 2 is the correct answer. Now let's just move on to the next question. Yeah, so the next question is question number 75. Match column 1 with column 2. This is a matrix based question from DNF block, and I hope to solve this question you have to be clear in your multiple concepts of DNF block and in 3D series, okay. So let's just see that. mark your answers in the comment section, because you have to solve it for all of the molecules, for all of the complexes rather. Okay, and then match it with the column 2, and let's just see who else has marked the answer correctly, and let's just move forward with the explanation. Okay, so in column 1 we have FeCN6 3 minus. Okay, so iron, for iron we have FeCN6 3 minus. So what will be the ground state electronic configuration of iron? It is argon 3d6 4s2, right? It is argon 3d6 4s2. And if we talk about the oxidation state of iron in this complex, then that is Fe. It is present in +3 oxidation state. For iron in +3 oxidation state, the electronic configuration will be argon 3d5. Okay, and there is a very interesting thing regarding the field strength of the ligands, that is the field strength of ligands, that is the carbon donor ligands are very strong field ligands, then comes nitrogen, then oxygen, and last comes halogens. Okay, so this is the order that we usually follow, and a very elaborate ligand to ligand order has been given in NCERT in coordination compounds. You can also refer to that, but for now we can say that CN, being a carbon donor ligand, is a strong field ligand. So strong field ligand है तो क्या करवाएगा? Pairing करवा देगा, right? So 3d5 electrons, how will they be filled in d orbital? So since it is a strong ligand, so pairing will occur, and what will be the number of unpaired electrons? We have got this one unpaired electron, right? And the hybridization will come out to be D2sp3. D2sp3 will be the hybridization. This will be, what are the things that have been asked in the question? So they are, we have to find the magnetic property, the magnetic moment, and we have to find out whether it is a low spin complex or a high spin complex. Okay, so since this complex, in this complex inner d 2d orbitals are vacant, so this will become inner orbital complex. Okay, so that will be low spin complex. Okay, hybridization is D2sp3, it is a low spin complex and it has one unpaired electron. So therefore, due to one unpaired electron, it will become paramagnetic. Mark your answers in the comment section. Yes, and further if we calculate the magnetic moment, then it will come out to be n plus 1. So this will come out to be, how many number of unpaired electrons do we have? 1. So this will come out to be 1 plus 2. So this will come out to be 3 Bohr magneton. Okay, so let's just match it, try to match it with the options. FeCN6 was paramagnetic, so option number 1 is eliminated. Paramagnetic with magnetic moment, that came out to be √3 Bohr magneton, and it was a low spin complex. Okay, so A matches with 3, right? And if we talk about the next complex, that is COF6 3 minus. So if we talk about COF6 3 minus, then what is the electronic configuration of cobalt in ground state? It is argon 3d7 4s2, right? So here in this complex, oxidation state of cobalt is +3, and we know halogens are relatively weaker field ligands, right? So no pairing will occur. In +3 oxidation state, electronic configuration will become 3d6. Since no pairing is occurring, so we will get one paired set of electrons in one of the orbitals of d subshell and have 4 unpaired electrons, right? Ammonia is a strong field ligand. Yes, ammonia is a strong field ligand. So 4 unpaired electrons, and it will be sp3d2 hybridized, outer orbital complex or high spin complex, right? It is a high spin complex and hybridization sp3d2, and what will be the magnetic moment? That will come out to be 4 plus 2, that will be 4 6, that is equals to root 24 Bohr magnetron. Okay. So if we see for COF6 3 minus, then it will become paramagnetic. Yes, it is a paramagnetic since it contains 4 unpaired electrons, and then 24 root 24 will be the Bohr magnetron will be the magnetic moment, and it is a high spin complex. So B matches with 4. And if we talk about option C, then option C is CONH36 3 plus. CONH36 3 plus, again cobaltin plus 3 oxidation state with ammonia. Now this is a strong field ligand. Ammonia will behave as a strong field ligand rather than also nitrogen and oxygen donors with cobaltin plus 3 oxidation state behave as strong field ligand. Okay. So the electronic configuration will again become argon 3d6 in plus 3 oxidation state for cobalt in plus 3 oxidation state, and the arrangement of these electrons in 3d orbital will be so pairing will occur because it is a strong field ligand, right? Now how many unpaired electrons do we have? Since pairing of 6 electrons has taken place, so we do not have any unpaired electrons, right? So Bohr magnetron magnetic moment will come out to be 0 because we do not have any unpaired electrons, right? And since we have 2 empty vacant d orbitals, 3d orbitals, so the hybridization will come out to be d2sp3 and it will be an inner orbital complex. Okay? Yeah. So let's just match it with column 2. CONH36, magnetic moment 0, low spin complex, and it is a diamagnetic complex. Yeah, do not have any unpaired electrons, so this is a diamagnetic complex. Okay. Now we have this matches with 4, and if we have the last complex, that is manganese is present in plus 2 oxidation state. So manganese, what is the electronic configuration of manganese in ground state? Argon 3d54s2, right? And in plus 2 oxidation state it will become argon 3d5, and with H2O we know oxygen donors are not that strong field ligands, so this will not act as a strong field ligand, therefore no pairing will occur. Okay. So how do we fill these electrons in 3d subshell? Since no pairing will occur, so all the 5 electrons are put singly in all the 5 orbitals of d subshell. So hybridization will further come out to be sp3d2. Okay, hybridization came out to be sp3d2, and this is an outer orbital complex or a high spin complex. Mark your answers in the comment section. High spin complex, sp3d2 hybridization, and what is the magnetic moment? Magnetic moment will come out to be, since we have 5 unpaired electrons, so magnetic moment will come out to be, that is root 35 Bohr magnetron. Okay. So let's just match it with column 2, and this will come out to be, this is first, and for option D this will come out to be paramagnetic, root 35 Bohr magnetron is the magnetic moment, and high spin complex. So option 2. So now let's just verify it and see the options. A3B4C1D2. A3B4C1D2. So option 1 is the correct answer. Yes, option 1 is the correct answer, and I hope you all have understood this. And now I welcome our very experienced chemistry faculty, Mukesh sir, and he will take the rest of the questions for chemistry. All the best, keep studying and keep engaging in the session. Okay, thank you sir.
Thanks ma'am. So it was a very nice discussion. I hope you all have enjoyed it. Okay, so shall we begin with the next question? So next question here is, given below are two statements. Statement 1 says the endothermic reactions are favored at low temperature and the exothermic reactions are favored at high temperature. And statement 2 says when a system in equilibrium is disturbed by changing the temperature, it will tend to adjust itself so as to overcome the effect of the change. Now we have to give our answer in the light of these two statements. Now let us have a look at these statements. So here in this statement 1 we can see that it is saying the endothermic reactions are favored at low temperature. This concept is related to Le Chatelier's principle. Now Le Chatelier principle is like inertia of chemistry. You all must have studied inertia, okay, in physics, that it tends to change any motion. Similarly, according to Le Chatelier principle also, if a system is in equilibrium, then it actually tends to avoid any change of concentration or reactant and pressure. So we have to consider according to that only here. So let's have a look at the endothermic reaction. Suppose a reactant converts to product is an endothermic reaction, means it requires energy. So reactant plus heat will be there. Okay. So this is an endothermic reaction. Similarly, we have another reactant. Suppose reactant plus product, and this reaction is giving heat, and this is exothermic reaction. Okay. Now try to understand this fact, that in the endothermic reaction, okay, heat is actually required. Ajay Kumar Verma is saying option 4th is correct. Let's have a look here. So heat is a form of energy, okay, and the endothermic reaction actually requires energy. So if we increase the temperature, definitely more amount of energy will be provided to the reaction and the reaction will be favored. Okay. So the endothermic reactions are favored at low temperature. This statement will become wrong. Okay. So, and exothermic reactions are favored at high temperature. So exothermic reaction basically produces energy, produces heat. So by supplying more amount of heat, we are not doing any good for the reactant. Okay. So exothermic reactions are basically favored at low temperature. Okay. And endothermic reactions are favored at high temperature. And let's talk about statement 2. So when a system is in equilibrium, when a system in equilibrium is disturbed by changing the temperature, it will tend to adjust itself so as to overcome the effect of change. This statement is absolutely correct. It is actually the Le Chatelier's principle. So our correct answer becomes statement 1 is incorrect while statement 2 is correct. So option 4th is the correct answers. Yes, Vaishnavi. Yes, Asim. Okay, you all are correct. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, hyperconjugation is absent in. Now this is a very important concept here, that hyperconjugation basically deals with the systems that contains carbocations or certain unsaturated electrons are present. So you have to remember one thing, that if the carbon, which is, good afternoon Himanshi, so you have to remember one thing here, that if hydrogen is present adjacent to the carbocation or double bond, then those compounds, those species will be showing hyperconjugation. So let's have a look here. In the first option, CH2 plus is there, then we have this CH3. So adjacent to the carbocation positive charge, we can see that there are hydrogen present. So this will definitely show hyperconjugation. Okay. Now in case of this toluene, we have double bond system here, and again hydrogen is present adjacent to it. So this will also show hyperconjugation. Same we can see in option 3, CH2 plus is there, then we have CH, okay, and then CH3 whole twice is there. So here also hydrogen is present adjacent to CH2 plus. So this will also show hyperconjugation. Okay. So let's look at the option 4th. So if we draw this, then it comes out to be CH3, CH3. Till then you can write in comment box whether this hyperconjugation is temporary effect or permanent effect. Okay, yes, Rajiv Upadhyay is asking hyperconjugation is permanent effect or temporary effect. Please explain. So, okay, so let me explain it to you. And Asim has written permanent. Exactly, yes, this is absolutely correct. So here no hydrogen is there, so bond cleavage will not be possible. So therefore, option 4th is there. Option 4th, hyperconjugation is absent here. So let us talk about that what actually happens during the hyperconjugation. Yes, Martin. Suppose actually in hyperconjugation, let us suppose we have a positively charged carbon here and CHR there. Okay. So actually during hyperconjugation, what happens is that these sigma electrons, these are sigma electrons of CH bond, they are actually moving here. Okay. And a system is created like C double bond C H and H plus. Okay. So this H plus lives in the proximity of this system only. You can't say that okay H plus is will move away from this system, because there is attraction between positive and those pi electrons, pi orbital clouds. Okay. So this type of change is called hyperconjugation, and it is actually a stabilizing effect, and it also is a permanent effect only. I hope this is clear. So now let's move on to the next question. The major product formed in the given reaction is, here you can see CH4 plus O2, MO2, O3, heat is there. So these are the reactions which are mentioned in hydrocarbons of class 11th NCERT. You can find these reactions, and it is basically a type of controlled oxidation, okay, where the oxidation takes place in such a manner that catalysts decide that what are the products that will be obtained. So here we can see that CH4 plus O2, MO2, O3 is there, and upon heating this will form MO2O3, this will form HCHO. Okay. So aldehyde will be formed here. So option 4th, this you have to memorize. There is one more reaction like this in your NCERT, CH4 plus O2. If copper is there at high temperature, somewhere around 573 Kelvin. Okay. So high temperature is there, then high pressure is also there, that is around 800 to 100 atm to 200 atm. So in that case it will form CH3OH. Okay. So these two reactions are you have to memorize. So here the correct answer will be option 4th. Now let's go to the next question. Now question number 51, again it's a statement based question, and it says that consider the following statements. Statement 1, mole fraction is temperature independent and unitless quantity. And statement 2 says that number of moles of solute and molality of a solution are temperature independent. Okay. Now let's have a look. You can write your answer in comment box and we will try to understand this. Now let us look at the statement 1. Here we are talking about mole fraction. Okay. Suppose there is a solution where A plus B, they are forming a solution. Okay. Now if I talk about mole fraction, then mole fraction of A will be equal to number of moles of A by number of moles of A plus number of moles of B, means total number of moles in the solution we have to take. Okay. So here we can see that mole fraction, basically if you look at the unit, then number of moles and number of moles, they both will be cancelled and it will come out to be unitless quantity. Okay. So mole fraction is unitless quantity, this part is correct. But if we talk about whether it is temperature dependent or independent, well, in that case you have to think that if the temperature changes, number of moles basically depends upon the mass of solute or solvent. Okay. So temperature does not changes the mass. Suppose a substance weighs 10 gram at 50 degrees Celsius, it will still remain 10 gram at 60 degrees Celsius, 70 degrees Celsius, 100 degrees Celsius. So whatever be the temperature. So basically mass is temperature dependent, independent. Therefore, number of moles is also temperature independent, and finally your mole fraction, it will also become temperature independent. So this statement is obviously correct. Now, number of moles of solute and molality of solution are temperature independent. Again, they are talking about temperature independency. So we have discussed number of moles right now. Okay. But if we talk about molality, so molality is written as number of moles of solute divided by mass of solvent in kg. Okay. So here also we can see in case of molality, numerator is number of moles, which is again temperature independent, and in the denominator there is mass of solvent. Okay. So basically mass of solvent is also temperature independent. So this term is also temperature independent. Molality also does not depends upon temperature. So statement 2 is also correct. So what will be the correct answer here? Both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct. Option number 1. Yes, I can see in the comment section that many of you have written the correct answer. Very good. But I will ask a simple question here. What is molarity? Whether it is temperature independent or temperature dependent? Molarity. Molarity. Yes, write in the comment section. Whether molarity is temperature independent or it depends upon temperature. So molarity basically deals with number of moles of solute. Asim is saying that it depends. Exactly, Asim. Very good. That molarity depends, it includes number of moles by volume of solution. So very good, Asim. Yes, because volume is there. Volume basically changes with temperature. If you increase the temperature, exactly, the volume of the solution will increase because substance tends to expand when the temperature is increased. Therefore, molarity is a temperature dependent. Yes, Vaishnavi. And therefore, in sometimes question also you might be observing that along with molarity, they also write the temperature at which the molarity has been measured. Yes. Can any one of you tell any other quantity which is temperature independent? Any other quantity which is used to measure concentration but it is still temperature independent. Okay, you don't have to take mole fraction and molality. Yes. Write in the comment section, think about some more concentration terms which is temperature independent. What about weight by weight percent? Okay, I am giving you a hint. If I am expressing a solution in weight by weight percent, whether it is temperature dependent or independent. Yes, Asim, weight by weight percent. Again, it includes weight, so it will be temperature independent. But if we include weight by volume percent, then that will become temperature dependent. That's very good. Now, let's move on to the next question. Yes, yes, Martin, very good. Which of the following is the most acidic oxide? So here we have been given 4 oxides, NO, NO2, N2O3 and N2O5. Okay. So one thing you have to remember here that higher the oxidation state, higher will be the acidic strength. Okay, higher the oxidation state of oxides, basically I am talking in terms of nitrogen or group 15 elements here. So you can see here in NO the oxidation state of nitrogen is +2, here it is +4, okay, here it is +3, here it is +5. So maximum oxidation state is there in, yes, fourth option. So definitely this is correct. Sometime in examination they will also ask you that what are the which oxide is anhydrous of which acid. So in that case you have to remember that during hydrolysis, okay, that oxidation state does not changes. So this is an extra information which you may note down, okay, but the correct answer here will be N2O5 is the most acidic oxide. Yes, Asim. In fact, NO is neutral. Okay. So if I ask you a simple question, out of carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide, which is more acidic? Tell me. Out of carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide, which one is more acidic? Apply the same concept which I have discussed right now. So here we can see that in carbon monoxide again the oxidation state is +2 and here it is +4. So definitely yes, Anjali Gupta, Rohit and Asim, CO2 will be more acidic, and in fact you must have memorized also. Yes, CO is neutral while Cl2 is acidic. That's very good. Now let's move on to the next question. Choose the correct statement with respect to photoelectric effect. Yes, Pankaj Sharma. So, statement 1, more the time lag between striking light and ejection of electrons, more would be the kinetic energy of photoelectrons. Statement 2, the number of photoelectrons ejected depends on the frequency of light. Third statement is kinetic energy of photoelectrons depends on the intensity of light. And fourth statement is, if the work function of a metal is 2 electron volt and the energy of incident light is 4 electron volt, then the maximum kinetic energy of the photoelectrons emitted will be 3.2 into 10 raised to power minus 19 joule. So let's discuss photoelectric first. In very short I am going to discuss that. Okay, we have a metallic plate here. Now try to understand this. Okay, and the metals have property that electrons, free electrons are actually present at their surface. So electrons are there and this will be connected to a circuit. Okay, and here will be a detector. Now try to understand that if a light rays certain light rays we are applying, okay, kinetic energy independent of intensity but depends on frequency. Okay, let's have a look, we will discuss it. So suppose this incident rays has a frequency nu, so its energy will be h nu. But one thing you have to understand here, that the electrons are actually bounded with metal. Even though they are free to move, free electrons are present, but those electrons are still bounded to the metal with certain energy, and that minimum energy, okay, it actually differs from metal to metal, and that energy is basically called, we can say, E naught, okay, or work function of metal. Okay, so when the radiation strikes this metal surface, okay, when the Anjali Gupta, just listen to me, your doubt will be cleared, don't worry. Okay. So here you can see that if the when the radiation falls and it strikes the metal, okay, these energy are directly transferred to the electrons. Now there are three situations which will arise. This E is smaller than E naught. Okay. In that case, electrons will not have sufficient energy to get out of the metal. Okay. Then there is one more concept here, that this electron, this energy will be, the supplied energy will be greater than E naught. Okay. Now during this case, what will happen, that electrons will have sufficient energy that they can come out of the binding energy of the metal. Okay. So the extra amount of energy which will be there, so in this case the extra amount of energy will be E minus E naught. Okay. This will be the energy that our electrons will be carrying, and these energy will be carried in terms of kinetic energy. So kinetic energy, you can say it is E minus E naught. Okay. And for this we also know that actually what happens, that there is a minimum frequency, that is called threshold frequency, which is required to supply this E naught energy. Okay. So in that case what will happen, we can modify this formula in terms of kinetic energy, that is E is h nu, that is actually what we are supplying, minus h nu naught. So it is the minimum frequency that is required to supply energy for the ejection of electrons, and this will be 1 by 2 mve square h nu minus h nu naught. So this formula might be applied, may be applied to find out the kinetic energy. Okay. Now one thing here you have to understand. Now let's come back to our question. More the time lag between the striking light and ejection of electron, more would be the kinetic energy of photoelectrons. So actually during photoelectric effect, it has been observed that there is no time lag. Okay. So no time lag is there. So that's why this statement becomes wrong. The number of photoelectrons ejected depends on frequency of light. So from this formula we can see that actually photoelectrons that are getting released, okay, so they are related to frequency in the terms of kinetic energy. If you supply more frequency, if the light will be supplied with more frequency, in that case what we can find out, that kinetic energy will be more, okay, not the number of electrons. So this statement is also false. Kinetic energy of photoelectron depends upon intensity of light. So here we can see that there is no mention of intensity of light here. So kinetic energy is independent of intensity of light. It actually depends upon the frequency of light. Okay. Now try to understand. Some student might get confused that what is actually intensity of light. Now let me tell you one thing. Suppose there are two types of radiations. And we know that in a particular kind of radiation there are various wavelength, various light radiations are there. So if the light radiations are very close to each other, then they are called more intense. Okay. It's like density, the density of the radiations that is there. But if this distance or if the density is less, okay, if the distance between two radiations is more, okay, or gap between two radiation is more, then we can say that it is less intense. Okay. So if more intensity of light radiation is there, it means closer the more number of radiations will be transferred to electrons, and during that case more number of electrons will be released. Okay. I hope this thing is clear, that why more intense light will produce more intense number of photoelectrons or more number of photoelectrons. But if see the gap is more, in that case what will happen? The number of electrons will be less number of electrons will be ejected, because in a particular area less number of light rays would fall. I hope this is clear, Anjali, now. So this statement is also wrong. Now Okay. Let's come back to the fourth option. If the work function of a metal is 2 electron volt and the energy of incident is 4 electron volt, then the maximum kinetic energy of photoelectron emitted will be 3.2 into 10 to the power minus 19 joule. Now, let's have a look here. We have to use this formula. We have to find out the kinetic energy. Okay. So, depending upon the values given to us, we will use this formula here. So, let's come back to the question. Work function of metal is 2 electron volt and energy of incident light is 4 electron volt. So, kinetic energy. Now, energy of incident light is 4 electron volt and incident one is work function is 2 electron volt. So, finally, the kinetic energy will be 2 electron volt. Can any one of you write that what is the value of electron volt in terms of joule? Yes. Try to understand this. 1 electron volt is basically the energy supplied by the 1 unit electron. So, electron has value of, means it is energy that will be there, potential difference that will be there when 1 electron is charged, separation is there, and 1 volt voltage difference will be there. So, 1.6 into 10 to power minus 19, okay, and electron into volt, this is actually joule. So, this will come out to be 3.2 into 10 to the power minus 19 joule. I hope this thing is clear. Yes, Rohit, absolutely correct. 1 electron volt is 1.6 into 10 to the power minus 19. So, let's have a look. Yes, they are saying that it is 3.2 into 10 to the power minus 19 joule of energy is produced. So, fourth option is basically correct one. Is this clear to all of you? Now, we are moving towards the next question. Now, question number 74. How many moles of ions are produced from 1 mole of complex? Okay. And the complex is PtCN En whole twice NO3 whole twice in solution. Okay, Asim. So, you can see here. So, now this is a complex compound Pt Cl2 En whole twice. Okay. Then we have NO3 whole twice will be there. Okay. Now these salts, okay, these are two parts are there. There is a complex part. This is complex entity, and this one is counter ion. Okay. Now try to understand here that the complex entity, the bonds are basically bonds between metal and the ligands. They are basically coordinate bonds, covalent bonds. So, they are non-ionizable. So, in complex entity we have non-ionizable bonds. Okay. But these counter ions, basically they are held with ionic interactions. So, they are ionizable. Is this clear? So, once this complex compound is actually added to the water, then what will happen? It will dissociate to produce. So, we can say Pt Cl2 En whole twice NO3 whole twice. This will dissociate to produce Pt Cl2 En whole twice 2 plus 2 NO3 minus. Okay. Yes. So, we can say 1 mole of this complex entity and 2 mole of this nitrate ions is being produced. So, basically what will happen? We will have total 3 moles of ions. So, option 3 is correct. Okay. Can we call this compound as double salt? Yes, write in the comment section. So what is the difference between double salt and this compound if it is not a double salt? So let me tell you one thing, that during double salt is basically a mixture of salt, like more salt is there. So double salt only contains ionic bond, and these ionic bonds are completely dissociable. So whatever the ions that are there, they actually dissociate in them. But such type of compounds, they are called complex compounds. Okay? Yes, Asim. So we can't call this as double salt because there are coordinate bonds available and all the ions will not be ionized. You can see here Cl is still there in the complex entity as Cl minus, but it is not ionizing. That's why we can say that it is basically not a double salt, it is a complex compound. So here it is 3 will be the correct answer. Now let's move on to the next question. Major product of the given reaction is, so hexane, cyclohexanine is allowed to react with KMNO4, H2SO4 and it is heated. So this is basically actually undergoing oxidative cleavage. Yes, Asim. Now one thing here you have to understand, that KMNO4 in presence of H2SO4 is a very good oxidizing agent, and it actually cleaves the double bond that is present. Okay, the reaction will be similar, the product formed here will be similar to the oxidative ozonolysis. Yes, Asim 3, Sarsij Kumar Upadhyay option 3. Yes, you can write in comment section. Now try to understand this, that here what happens, I will start with certain smaller examples. If CH2 double bond CH2 is there, okay, let's make it a little bit. Okay, let's take this, and then we can also have one more compound here, that is CH. Okay. Now we are treating this with KMNO4, H2SO4, and even we are heating this. During this what happens, that the double bond is getting cleaved here. Okay, and after the cleavage, now try to understand, if one hydrogen is present, okay, or whatever number of hydrogens are present here, if one hydrogen is there, then okay, it will definitely form CH3 COH. Okay, 2 moles of CH3COH will be produced. But here, if one hydrogen is missing, then what will happen? Same reactant we are taking, KMNO4, H2SO4, heating this, we get CH3 COH plus CH3 C double bond O CH3. Okay, so if we come back to our question, we can see here that in the question we have one hydrogen present here. Okay, so once they are cleaved, what they will form? COOH, COOH. Okay, so yes, Rohit, but in this case, in the question, the double bond is present like this. So it will actually produce adipic acid. Okay, so our correct answer will be option 3. Any doubt? So option 3 is the correct answer here. Now let's come back to question number 58. Question number 58 says that given below are 2 statements. One is labeled as assertion and other is labeled as reason. Assertion says water is amphoteric in nature, and reason says water can accept a proton to form H3O plus ion and can donate a proton to form OH minus ion. So if we talk about amphoteric substance, so amphoteric substance are basically those substances which can behave as base as well as acid. So first of all, I will write certain examples here. Suppose water is present with HCl, then the product here formed here will be, see, H plus will be transferred here and this will form H3O plus plus Cl minus. Now in this reaction you can see that HCl is acting as an acid, okay, while the H2O is accepting one H plus. So here H2O has accepted H plus, okay. So those substances which have tendency to accept H plus are called base. Can any one of you tell that what kind of base they are? Arrhenius, Bronsted-Lowry or Lewis? So water will be acting here as Bronsted-Lowry base, okay. Now let us have a look at other example here. Suppose the same water is reacting with ammonia. Yes, conjugate acid base pairs are there in Bronsted-Lowry acid and base. So H2O reacts with NH3 and again now what it will do? It will release its H plus and become OH minus, and another substance that will be formed here will be NH4 plus, okay. So in this case water has released H plus, okay. So after releasing H plus it is actually behaving like an acid. So from these two equations we can even see that water, it has tendency to act as a base as well as acid. Yes. So we can say water is amphoteric in nature. Now reason says water can accept a proton to form H3O plus ion and can donate a proton to form OH minus ion. Yes, here in the first example what we can see, it is H2O is actually accepting one H plus, okay, and in the option in second example we can see here that water is basically releasing one H plus to form OH minus ion, and this is the main reason why water is amphoteric in nature. So obviously option 1 will be the correct answer, that both assertion and reason are correct, are true, and reason is the correct explanation of assertion. Anyone having any doubt till now? Or shall I move to the next question? So the next question says that which of the following alcohols on reaction with copper at 573 Kelvin gives an alkene? Okay. Now this is very important. Okay, it is actually this type of questions are there in the alcohol chapter where oxidation of alcohol is being discussed. So one thing you have to understand, if primary alcohol is there, okay, so if primary alcohol when it is passed to copper at 573 Kelvin, okay, what will be the product formed here? Product formed will be RCHO, okay, aldehyde will be formed here. If secondary alcohol is there, if this is passed copper at 573 Kelvin, then the product formed will be RC double bond O R, that is a ketone. But if tertiary alcohol is there, okay, so we all know that tertiary alcohol basically they are hard to get oxidized. So therefore what actually happens here, I will take the example. If this is passed copper at 573 Kelvin, yes. So in this case, what will happen? OH from here and one hydrogen will be released and it will form CH2 double bond C CS3. Okay, so definitely an alkene has been formed. Now let's come back to our question. In option 1, this alcohol 1, 2, 3, 4 butanol is there. This is basically 1 degree alcohol. Okay, so it will form aldehyde. Okay, now in option 2nd, we have secondary alcohol. Secondary alcohol will form ketone. In option 3rd, again we can see that it is a primary alcohol only, because the carbon which is containing OH group is actually bonded with one more carbon only. Direct bonding is there, with one more carbon is there. So therefore it is a primary alcohol. But here it is 3 degree alcohol. So this tertiary alcohol will give us an alkene. So option 4 will be the correct answer. I hope this thing is clear to all of you. So now let's move on to the next question. Now question 62, which among the following does not act as a nucleophile? Okay. So first of all, we have to understand that attacking reagents are basically of two types. They can be nucleophile, okay, or electrophile. In fact, free radicals are also there, but here we will be discussing about nucleophile. So if nucleophiles are there, so they are basically nucleus loving. Okay, and generally nucleus has positively charged. So they basically love the positively charged center in the organic compound. Okay, yes. So basically they love positively charged center. So on them, they should have, in order to go attack positively charged center, either they should have negative charge or electron among themselves. So electrons are also there. Okay. Negative charge is present. What we can say, negative charge is present, or lone pair is present. So they will behave as nucleophile. Okay. But if we talk about electrophile, yes, we can say electronically rich they should be. Yes. If we talk about nucleophile, not acting as a nucleophile, means we have to talk about electrophile. So electrophiles are electron loving. Okay, and if they are electron loving, means on themselves they should have positive charge or certain electron deficiency. Okay, so for being an electrophile, there should be electron deficiency. Now let's check our options. So first one is alcohol, methanol. Now methanol has lone pair on it. Okay, so definitely it can act as a nucleophile. Then again we have water. Water also has lone pair on it. Oxygen contains lone pair, so it can also act as nucleophile. Then we have NH2 minus, we can see negative charge is there. Okay, but AlCl3, in AlCl3, aluminium has formed 6 electrons only, because it has formed 3 bond with chlorine. So there are still incomplete octet is there. So definitely this AlCl3 will act as a electrophile. So option 4th will be the correct answer. Now let's go back to the next question, question number 90. Now consider the following statement. It is a statement based question. Statement 1, it says that the splitting of a spectral line in presence of magnetic field is called Stark effect. And statement 2, the splitting of a spectral line in presence of electric field is called Zeeman effect. Now in NCERT you have to remember, you have to memorize what? Limitations of Bohr's atomic model. Now there are two things. One is limitation and another is drawback. So let me explain the difference between limitation and drawback first to you. That so if there is a theory and we are talking about its limitation, means there are certain points which cannot be explained by that theory, but these points are still not enough to prove that theory wrong. But if we talk about drawback, well, in that case we include those points which can strictly say that okay, the particular theory is basically wrong and completely nullified. So there were certain limitations. Okay, first one was that Bohr theory is basically applicable to hydrogen or hydrogen-like species. This was one of the limitation. It was not applicable to multi-electronic system. Then, so Bohr theory was basically based on the spectrum, the atomic spectrum. But actually when these atomic spectrum were aligned in magnetic field or electric field, there was a splitting of light, was observed, and that is splitting cannot be explained by the Bohr theory. So that's why they were the drawback of it. So splitting of light, statement 1, the splitting of a spectral line in presence of magnetic field is called Stark effect. It is basically wrong. This effect was actually called Zeeman effect. Okay, so this effect is basically Zeeman effect. Now statement 2, the splitting of a spectral line in presence of electric field is called Zeeman effect. This statement was also wrong. Is also wrong. It is actually Stark effect. So we have reversed the nomenclature. Yes, unique DNA. Bohr theory was applicable to one electronic system. So therefore it was another drawback. And Zeeman effect and Stark effect, they were also the limitations. Okay, and one more limitation was there, that Bohr theory is not able to explain that how the bonds are being formed. Okay, how chemical reactions, chemical bonds are being formed. So these were the certain limitations, and after the limitations there were certain drawbacks which came up in terms of de Broglie wavelength and Heisenberg uncertainty principle, so that you might be learning in your theory classes. But here we have to find out that which one is correct option. So basically the correct option is, both these statements are wrong. So option number 2. Both statement 1 and statement 2 are incorrect. So option 2 is the correct one. Okay. Now let's move on to the next question. Now question number 92. It says that choose the correct option regarding this statement. Statement 1 says that in an adiabatic free expansion of gas, the work done by or on the system is 0. Okay. Now try to understand this fact. While statement 2 says that if there is no external pressure for a gas to expand against, work done will be 0. It's a very interesting part, thermodynamics, and let me tell you one thing, students. Thermodynamically basically is a very scoring part. If your concepts are clear, then they actually helps you to boost your rank. Now this statement, we know that general statement delta U equal to Q plus W, okay, or we can say WAD. Yes, this is because this is the general case which is based on the first law of thermodynamics. Now here they are saying adiabatic free expansion. So as it is adiabatic, Q will be 0. Yes, so we can say delta U will be equal to WAD. Yes, I can see correct answer coming up, but let me explain it to you. Delta U equal to WAD is there. So change in internal energy is actually work done adiabatically here. But one more important thing they are mentioning, free expansion. This term is very important. Work done adiabatically. This is basically minus P delta V, and this P is P external. Yes. So as you can see, if we have to talk about work done, then we can see external pressure during free expansion. We all know during free expansion P external equal to 0. पूरी तरह से 0 हो जाएगा P external. Okay. So if P external is 0, work done adiabatically becomes 0 into delta V, that is equal to 0. अच्छा, फिजिक्स में ये फॉर्मूला उल्टा होता है, ये बात आपको ध्यान रखना है. ठीक है. सो यहां पर हमारी सारी चीजें 0 हो जाएंगी. सो W is 0. So work done on the system or by or on the system is 0. So this statement is absolutely correct. And statement 2 says that if there is no external pressure for a gas to expand against, work done will be 0. Definitely work done will also be 0. So here the correct answer will be, yes, Manish Kumar Patra, very good. So both these statements are correct. Anyone having any doubt here? Now let's move on to the next question, question number 56, and it says that in which of the following case the change in entropy is negative. So we have to find out when the change in entropy will be negative. Now entropy, as you all know, it is the measurement of degree of randomness. ठीक है. तो जितनी ज़्यादा रैंडमनेस होगी उतनी ही ज़्यादा इसमें हमारे पास एंट्रोपी इंक्रीज होगी. तो एक बात सिंपल मुझे बताओ कि सॉलिड लिक्विड गैस में, ओके, सपोज सेम सब्सटेंस है, सॉलिड लिक्विड गैस वाले स्टेट में प्रेजेंट है, उस केस में सबसे ज़्यादा रैंडमनेस, डिसऑर्डरनेस कहाँ पर होगा? डेफिनेटली गैस में. तो हमें एक चीज़ ध्यान रखनी है कि सॉलिड लिक्विड और गैस में इस फेज में एंट्रोपी, एक्सेप्शंस हर जगह पर हैं, बट एंट्रोपी जनरली इंक्रीजेस. ये चीज आपको ध्यान रखनी है. ठीक है. तो ये चीज आपको ध्यान रखनी है कि गैस जहां पर ज्यादा होगा, गैस जब भी बहुत ज्यादा होगी तो आपको समझना है कि गैस के पार्टिकल्स हमेशा मोशन में रहते हैं. एंड यू ऑल हैव स्टडीड दैट गैसेस दे एक्चुअली ऑक्यूपाई ऑल द स्पेस दैट इज अवेलेबल टू देम. ओके, जितनी ज्यादा आप उनको स्पेस देंगे वो सारा का सारा ऑक्यूपाई कर लेते हैं, और इसी ऑक्यूपेंसी की वजह से एंट्रोपी, डिसऑर्डरनेस गैसेस के पार्टिकल्स में ज्यादा होती है. ठीक है. और बाकी सॉलिड से ज़्यादा मूवमेंट लिक्विड में है. सो दैट्स वाई इन जनरल केस अगर इस डायरेक्शन में हम जाएंगे तो एंट्रोपी फॉर अ पर्टिकुलर सब्सटेंस इंक्रीज करेगी. ठीक है. तो इस क्वेश्चन को सॉल्व करने के लिए हमें ये चीज़ फाइंड आउट करनी है कि किस साइड, जहाँ पर अगर कोई चीज़ गैस में अगर प्रोसेस कंप्लीट होने के बाद गैस के पार्टिकल्स ज़्यादा हैं, इट सिंपली मीन्स वहाँ पर एंट्रोपी इंक्रीज हुई है. और अगर किसी जगह पर गैस के पार्टिकल्स डिक्रीज हो गए प्रोसेस कंप्लीट होने के बाद, किसी रिएक्शन के कंप्लीट होने के बाद, तो वहां पर हमारे पास एंट्रोपी हमारी नेगेटिव हो जाएगी. ठीक है. तो सब्लिमेशन ऑफ कैम्फर. नाउ सब्लिमेशन का मतलब क्या होता है? सब्लिमेशन सिंपली मीन्स सॉलिड टू गैस कन्वर्जन. यानी कि आफ्टर सब्लिमेशन अगर सॉलिड से किस में कन्वर्ट हो गया कोई चीज डायरेक्टली गैस में कन्वर्ट हो रही है तो इसको हम सब्लिमेशन कहते हैं। और कैम्फर एक सब्लाइमेबल सब्सटेंस भी है, और भी बहुत सारे सब्सटेंस हैं जैसे अमोनियम क्लोराइड है, आयोडीन है, ठीक है, ड्राई आइस है। ये सारी की सारी चीजें क्या होती हैं, सब्लाइम करती हैं। सब्लाइम मीन्स दे डायरेक्टली गेट कन्वर्टेड टू गैसियस स्टेट। ओके, तो अब मुझे बताओ ये देख करके कि सॉलिड, क्योंकि गैस का पोर्शन सब्लिमेशन कंप्लीट होने के बाद गैस का पोर्शन बढ़ेगा, और गैस का पोर्शन बढ़ेगा तो एंट्रोपी गैस में ज्यादा होगी, तो यहां पर एंट्रोपी जो हमारा डेल्टा एस है, चेंज इन एंट्रोपी डेल्टा एस विल बी पॉजिटिव। ओके, सेम हम यहां पर देखते हैं सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट में, H2O लिक्विड टू H2O गैस। ओके, इस केस में भी क्या हो रहा है कि लिक्विड से गैस में कन्वर्जन हो रहा है, लिक्विड से गैस में कन्वर्ट हो रहा है फिर से, तो यहां पर अगेन डेल्टा एस इज पॉजिटिव हेयर बिकॉज गैस के पार्टिकल्स दे आर इंक्रीजिंग। नाउ अगर हम थर्ड ऑप्शन में देखें Cl2 में, सो वी हैव 2 moles ऑफ गैस हेयर, सो 2, बट ये कंबाइन करके Cl2 गैस फॉर्म कर रहे हैं, दे आर फॉर्मिंग Cl2 गैस, सो फ्रॉम 2 moles टू 1 mole दे आर गेटिंग कन्वर्टेड। ओके, तो यहां पर गैस का नंबर क्या हो रहा है, पहले गैस के मोल्स ज्यादा थे, उसके बाद गैस के मोल्स कम हो गए, तो इस सिचुएशन में क्या होता है कि जो एंट्रोपी है, डिसऑर्डरनेस है, दैट विल डिक्रीज। तो डेल्टा एस यहां पर क्या होगा, नेगेटिव, बिकॉज आफ्टर द प्रोसेस इज ओवर द गैस पार्टिकल्स हैज डिक्रीज्ड। ओके, नाउ फोर्थ ऑप्शन में हम देखते हैं, लेट्स कम टू फोर्थ ऑप्शन, कैल्शियम कार्बोनेट सॉलिड, कैल्शियम ऑक्साइड सॉलिड एंड CO2 गैस। So here also gas के particles, again moles of gas in product they have increased, and once the moles of product have increased, definitely delta S here is positive. तो जल्दी बताइए क्या ऑप्शन होगा यहाँ पर, द करेक्ट आंसर, एंट्रोपी हमें चेंज इन एंट्रोपी नेगेटिव बतानी है, सो इन द ऑप्शन 3 वी कैन सी एंट्रोपी चेंज इज बेसिकली नेगेटिव। आई होप दिस थिंग इज क्लियर। ओके, अब एक सिंपल क्वेश्चन मैं आपसे पूछता हूं, इस क्वेश्चन में मुझे बताओ कि बॉइलिंग ऑफ एग, जब हम एग को बॉईल करते हैं, इस केस में एंट्रोपी इंक्रीज करेगी या डिक्रीज करेगी? बॉईल करते हैं एग को तो एग सॉलिडिफाइज। यस, राइट इन द कमेंट सेक्शन, ड्यूरिंग बॉइलिंग ऑफ एग the entropy increases or decreases? Okay, let me tell you one thing here. Ajay Kumar Verma is saying increases, Rohit increases. तो यहां तो ऑपोजिट हो गया भाई, सॉलिड की इस कॉन्सेप्ट का ऑपोजिट हो गया यहां पर। तो ऐसा क्या होता है बॉइलिंग ऑफ एग में कि इंक्रीज हो जाती है एंट्रोपी? Yes, you all are correct. Entropy increases. हाँ, असीम ने कहा एंट्रोपी डिक्रीज। तो बताओ असीम क्यों डिक्रीज होगी एंट्रोपी, जबकि अब बिफोर बॉइलिंग इट वाज इन लिक्विड फॉर्म। मतलब जब हम एग को बॉईल करते हैं तो पहले तो वो लिक्विड फॉर्म में रहता है, बाद में सॉलिडिफाई हो गया, तो एंट्रोपी तो डिक्रीज करनी चाहिए। लेकिन एक्चुअल में होता क्या है, एंट्रोपी इंक्रीज हो जाती है। क्योंकि आप लोगों ने बायोलॉजी में पढ़ा होगा, नीट स्टूडेंट्स हैं सभी, सबने बायोलॉजी में ये भी पढ़ा होगा कि जब भी हम किसी प्रोटीन को बॉईल करते हैं या हीट करते हैं तो वो डीनेचर होता है, और डीनेचरेशन में आप सोचिए कि जो बॉन्ड्स हैं वो भी ब्रेक होंगी। ओके, सो बॉन्ड्स ब्रेक होने के साथ साथ क्या होगा कि जो मूवमेंट है, इंटरमॉलिकुलर मूवमेंट है, वो फास्ट हो जाएगी, इंक्रीज होगी। यस और नो? And that's why during boiling of egg, actually entropy increases because denaturation of protein takes place. Exactly, Rohit. The protein molecules gets broken, so it has more disordered arrangement. Very good. अच्छा, एक और एग्जांपल मैं पूछता हूं आपसे, स्ट्रेचिंग ऑफ रबर में बताओ क्या होगा? अगर मैं रबर को स्ट्रेच करता हूं, यस आर्यन, करेक्ट, तो इस केस में एंट्रोपी इंक्रीज होगी या फिर डिक्रीज? सीधी सी बात है, अजय कुमार वर्मा डिक्रीज, रोहित अयप्पन डिक्रीजेस। तो अगर मैं किसी चीज़ को स्ट्रेच करता हूँ तो वहाँ पे तो पार्टिकल्स और दूर दूर चले जाते हैं। सपोज आपने एक रबर रखा है, अगर आप उसको स्ट्रेच कर देंगे तो पार्टिकल्स तो और दूर दूर चले गए, अब वो ज़्यादा एरिया ऑक्यूपाई कर रहे हैं। फिर क्यों, अगर मॉलिक्यूल दूर जा रहे हैं तो एंट्रोपी तो डिक्रीज होनी चाहिए, सॉरी एंट्रोपी इंक्रीज होनी चाहिए, लेकिन डिक्रीज क्यों हो रही है, कोई बताएगा? एक्चुअल में स्ट्रेचिंग ऑफ रबर बेसिकली ये एक एमॉर्फस सब्सटेंस है। एंड ऑन स्ट्रेचिंग it converts to more crystalline form. ठीक है, और क्योंकि मोर क्रिस्टलाइन, तो क्रिस्टलाइन में अरेंजमेंट इज मोर ऑर्डर्ड, सो देयरफॉर एंट्रोपी यहां पर क्या हो जाएगी, एंट्रोपी विल डिक्रीज। एग्जैक्टली, दे आर इन मोर ऑर्डर्ड वे। एग्जैक्टली, ठीक है। नहीं, टेम्परेचर इंक्रीज नहीं करती, ये सिस्टम है हमारा, रबर है, तुम आर्यन इसको स्ट्रेच करोगे तो टेम्परेचर कैसे इंक्रीज हो जाएगा, टेम्परेचर तो वही रहेगा। इनफैक्ट अरेंजमेंट ऑफ पार्टिकल विल बिकम मोर यूनिफॉर्म, जबकि हम लोग क्या बात करते हैं, एंट्रोपी की रैंडमनेस, डिसऑर्डरनेस अगर इंक्रीज हो, यस यस असीम, क्रिस्टलाइज पार्ट इंक्रीज हो रहा है, सो दैट्स वाई एंट्रोपी एक्चुअली यहां पर डिक्रीज हो जाती है। चलिए, नाउ लेट्स मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। काफी सारे एग्जाम्पल हम लोगों ने कर लिए। Salt react with warm dilute H2SO4 gives rotten egg-like smell, indicates the presence of Cl minus, CO3 2 S2 NO3 Yes. चलिए बताइए क्या होगा आंसर यहां पे। तो सबसे पहले हमें यह पता करना होगा इसमें कि जो रॉटन एग लाइक स्मेल है वो किस गैस की सब प्रेजेंस में होती है। तो एक्चुअल में रॉटन एग लाइक स्मेल सबने याद कर रखा, रॉटन एग, रॉटन फिश, ये हमेशा H2S की होती है। यस, इज दिस क्लियर टू ऑल ऑफ यू? सो अगर सल्फाइड आयन है, सपोज हम एक सॉल्ट लेते हैं विच कंटेन्स H2-, व्हेन इट रिएक्ट विद H2SO4, व्हाट इट विल प्रोड्यूस, H2S plus SO4 2-. So this H2S gas will have rotten egg like smell. Okay, so correct answer is option 3. ये प्रैक्टिकल केमिस्ट्री के क्वेश्चंस हैं, आप लोगों ने इनको अपने थ्योरी क्लासेस में प्रैक्टिकल में किया होगा। वेरी गुड असीम। So let's move on to the next question. Now next question is very important. Given below are two statements. Statement 1, distillation under reduced pressure is used to purify liquids having very high boiling points and those which decompose at or below their boiling point, while statement 2 says fractional distillation is used to separate different fraction of crude oil in petroleum industry. So in the light of above statements, select the correct option. So let me discuss distillation first. Distillation actual में क्या होता है, आप अगर सिंपल बात करें, if we talk about distillation के केस में क्या होगा कि सपोज दो सब्सटेंस हैं A and B and they differ in their boiling point. ठीक है, तो जब भी डिफरेंस होता है बॉइलिंग पॉइंट में, व्हेन दे डिफर इन देयर बॉइलिंग पॉइंट, व्हाट वी कैन डू, वी कैन बॉइल देम एंड द सब्सटेंस विच विल बॉइल फर्स्ट will come in vapor form and that vapor can be collected and after collection we can separate it down. So this is the basic principle for distillation. लेकिन बहुत से ऐसे compounds भी हैं हमारे पास, ओके असीम, ऐसे भी हमारे पास बहुत सारे कंपाउंड्स हैं, सब्सटेंस हैं जिनमें बॉइलिंग पॉइंट का डिफरेंस बहुत ही कम होता है। very less boiling point difference will be there. So in order to separate those substances from each other, we use fractional distillation. So in fractional distillation, what we do, one fractionating column is added. ओके, फ्रैक्शनेटिंग कॉलम को जब हम ऐड करते हैं तो इट एक्चुअली इंक्रीजेज द सरफेस एरिया, मीन्स देयर आर वेरियस बीड्स विच आर देयर. तो जो स्टीम जो सीधा जाना चाहिए था वो सीधा नहीं जाती है, वो वेरियस सरफेस बहुत सारे बीड्स के थ्रू, सरफेस एरिया के थ्रू हीट को एक्सचेंज करते हुए वो चले जाते हैं. तो फ्रैक्शनल डिस्टिलेशन इट कैन बी यूज्ड व्हेन द बॉइलिंग पॉइंट डिफरेंस इज वेरी लेस अमॉन्ग द लिक्विड्स. तो उस टाइम पर हम इसको यूज करते हैं बिकॉज the fractionating column increases the surface area, increases the heat exchange, okay, and that's why helps in separation. Now there is one more type. अब ये कहाँ पर use होता है? This is used in petroleum industry. Okay, पेट्रोलियम को रिफाइन करने में we get various types of products, आप सबने पढ़ा होगा, तो वो सभी को हम लोग fractionating column से separate out करते हैं. Now then one more type of distillation is there, distillation under reduced pressure. Okay, now try to understand कि यहाँ पर क्या होता है कि whenever the different pressure is reduced, at that time boiling point of any liquid डिक्रीजेस. ठीक है, आप सब लोगों ने पढ़ा होगा वाटर के केस में, क्योंकि जब प्रेशर, एटमॉस्फेरिक प्रेशर कम होता है तो बॉइलिंग पॉइंट ऑफ वाटर बिकम्स ईजियर. वाटर स्टार्ट्स बॉइलिंग एट लोअर टेम्परेचर. सेम थिंग हैपेंस विद एवरी सब्सटेंस. ओके, बट अब मान लो कोई ऐसा सब्सटेंस है हमारे पास, वी हैव ए सब्सटेंस विच हैज हायर बॉइलिंग पॉइंट, बट बिफोर गोइंग रीचिंग द बॉइलिंग पॉइंट इट एक्चुअली डिकम्पोजेस. डिकम्पोज करके वो कुछ और प्रोडक्ट में कन्वर्ट हो जाता है. तो यहां पर हमारे पास हमको डिस्टिलेशन करना अप टू द बॉइलिंग पॉइंट, इट बिकम्स वेरी एक्सपेंसिव प्रोसेस भी है, क्योंकि हमें काफ़ी ज़्यादा एनर्जी सप्लाई करनी पड़ेगी. और दूसरी प्रॉब्लम ये, आवर कंपाउंड विल गेट decomposed also. So for such compounds distillation under reduced pressure is basically used. ये सोप इंडस्ट्री में हम काफ़ी यूज़ करते हैं. आपके एनसीईआरटी में एग्जाम्पल है ग्लिसरॉल is separated from spent lye. ओके, तो यहां पर डिस्टिलेशन अंडर रिड्यूस्ड प्रेशर होता है बिकॉज ग्लिसरॉल डिकम्पोजेस बिफोर बॉइलिंग. डिस्टिलेशन अगेन एनसीईआरटी एग्जाम्पल, क्लोरोफॉर्म एंड एनिलीन. They can be separated by this method. So now let's come back to our question again. So distillation under reduced pressure is used to purify liquids having very high boiling point and those which decompose at or below their boiling point. This statement is obviously correct. We have discussed it. Now fractional distillation is used to separate different fraction of crude oil in petroleum industry. ये भी हम लोगों ने पढ़ा है. So the correct answer, both these statements are true and our correct statement becomes, correct answer is option number 3. Okay, is this clear to all of you? Now let's move on to the next question. Consider the following statements. Statement 1, allylic and benzylic halides show high reactivity towards SN1 reaction. And statement 2, the allylic and benzylic carbocation get destabilized through the resonance. Choose the correct option. अब इसके लिए हमें मैकेनिज्म समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है. ओके, सो नाउ लेट अस फर्स्ट टॉक अबाउट SN1 मैकेनिज्म. हमें पता है इट इज बेसिकली अ 2-step प्रोसेस. फर्स्ट स्टेप में ओके असीम, carbocations is carbocation is produced. सपोज हमारे पास कोई भी एल्काइल हैलाइड है, so bond cleavage will take place and it will form कार्बोकटायन. तो कार्बोकटायन बन गया यहां पे एग्जैक्टली. एंड आफ्टर दिस द अटैक ऑफ न्यूक्लियोफिलिक फाइल टेक प्लेस. सेकेंड स्टेप में न्यूक्लियोफिलिक अटैक टेक्स प्लेस. Okay, so nucleophilic attack takes place in second step on this carbocation. Okay, and it will form again racemic mixture is produced. That is a different thing here. But now let's come back to our question. Allylic and benzylic halide show the high reactivity towards SN1 reaction. Now try to understand, the stability of carbocation basically decides whether the SN1 mechanism will be followed or not. So in order to find out whether the given compound will show reactivity towards SN1 mechanism, we have to find out whether the carbocation formed by it is stable or not. So let's have a look at the allylic and benzylic halide. Suppose we have this is an allylic halide. Okay, if the bond breaks, bond cleavage takes place, carbocation is produced, then this type of carbocation will be produced here. Now this carbocation is resonance stabilized, okay, you can see here resonance will be there. Okay, so tendency to form carbocation is more. So definitely allylic halides will try to undergo a reaction through SN1 mechanism, provided other conditions are also there. Okay, now let us talk about the next one was benzylic halide. Now sometimes students get confused about benzylic, they are directly attached the halogen with benzene ring, but that is not the case here. Benzylic actually it is this. So CH2Br is there. Okay, now it removes, once it is removed Br minus, it will form CH2 plus. Okay, so once this benzylic carbocation is produced, you know what will happen? Again, this has the ability to undergo a resonance. Okay, and 5 resonating structures will be there, so you can draw them. Okay, so this type of more number of resonating structures will be there. It means benzylic carbocation is also resonance stabilized and it is very stable. Therefore, tendency to form carbocation will be high here. So we can say that both will undergo SN1 mechanism. Okay, so statement 1 is absolutely correct. Now allylic and benzylic carbocation get stabilized through resonance. This statement is also true. So the correct answer is both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct. Anyone having any doubt? Okay, now let's move on to the next question. CaC2 plus, it's a very good question. CaC2 calcium carbide in water gives A. So the product formed is again passed through red hot iron tube, okay, to form B, and then again it is passed through concentrated HNO3 and a concentrated H2SO4 to form C. Now you have to find out the incorrect statement. Very good. So let's write the equation, these equations one by one. So first of all, CH2, calcium carbide is there. So this calcium carbide actually exists in the form of C22 minus. Okay. So once it is hydrolyzed, it will form, okay, HC triple bond CH. So this will be your major product. Now this acetylene, okay, when it is allowed to pass through red hot iron tube over 873 Kelvin, at that time what will happen? Okay. So three molecules of them will combine with each other in red hot iron tube, and it will form benzene. Okay, very good, Asim. So benzene will be formed here. Now once this, so this is our A, this is B, okay, and now once this benzene is allowed to react with concentrated H2SO4, concentrated HNO3, so it is a nitrating mixture and it will form nitrobenzene. Okay, so nitrobenzene will be formed here. This is our product C. So now they are saying that find the incorrect statement. A is acetylene. Yes, this one is absolutely correct. A is acetylene. C is nitrobenzene. This one is also correct. That C is nitrobenzene. Okay. B to C is electrophilic addition reaction. Option number 3. It is basically electrophilic addition is not there. What is actually happening? The hydrogen that was present here has been substituted. So it is basically electrophilic substitution reaction. Electrophilic substitution reaction. Okay, yes, it is ESR. So this statement becomes wrong. And A to B is trimerization of acetylation. Yes, we can see 3 moles of acetylene has been used to form 1 mole of benzene. So actually trimerization is taking place in A to B. So definitely this one is also correct. So the correct answer, we have to find the incorrect statement. Okay, so the correct answer will be option number 3. Certain more points which your student can note down is that suppose Mg2C3 is there, and if this is allowed to undergo hydrolysis, what will be the product formed here? Can any one of you tell? Yes, Pankaj Sharma. 3 is correct answer, but now you have to tell something else. If Mg2C3 instead of CaC2 is allowed to undergo hydrolysis, what will be the product formed? Methane. Asim is saying methane. What about others? It will basically form this propyne. Okay, methane is formed when Al4C3 undergoes hydrolysis. In this case, methane will be formed. I am writing only the major organic product, okay, so it is not balanced. Yes. See? So this thing is there. Okay. So it is not propane, it is propyne. Yes, Al4C3. It will form methane. Now you can see here. So tell me one thing. If this is passed under red hot iron tube, now what will be the product? Yes. Again, 3 molecules of it will and this time we will get which is mesitylene. Okay, exactly, it is mesitylene. So you have to memorize all these things. So here option number 3 was correct. Now question number 64. CH3C triple bond CH means propyne is allowed to react with HBr. Okay, it forms X. Then HBr is allowed to react with Y. So what will be the structure of Y here? Okay, so it is an addition reaction which is taking place here. Now Markovnikov addition will take place here, and once 1 mole of HBr is added, then the product will be, so first of all Br will be added here. Okay, then 1 mole more HBr will be added here. Now again same product, and this will form CH3C Br CH3. Okay, so the product formed here is option number 1. Okay, so it is a, yes Asim, very good, it is a dihalide, geminal or vicinal? Geminal dihalide was produced there. Now let us discuss about question number 87. CH3 CH2 C double bond O CH3 and CH3 CH2 CH2 C double bond O H are related as chain isomers, position isomers, functional isomers, tautomers. Okay, so one thing we have to understand that isomers are basically those substances, those compounds which have same formula but different properties. Okay, so properties are different but formula is same. So let's talk about chain isomers. So basically you have to memorize one thing, that if we write the name of 2 isomers, okay, and if they differ only in their word root, then those type of isomers are basically chain isomers. I will give you example. Suppose we have CH3 CH2 CH2 CH3. Okay, so this is butane and this thing is there. So this is 2-methyl propane. Now word root change has taken place. So basically they are chain isomers. Okay, but we will write the name of this. This is propane 2-one. Okay, and sorry, it is not propane, it is but. 4 carbons are there, and this is butanol. But we can see that but remains the same. So basically Lux Jora, option 3. Okay. So it is basically word root change is not taking place, so we can't call them as chain isomers. Now position isomers. Okay. During the position isomers, what happens is that you can see that position only changes. Okay. So position means the digits, the number which you are writing in the IUPAC nomenclature, only they will change. Suppose I will give you an example for position isomers. We have CH3, CH2, CH2, OH. Okay. And then again we have CH3, CH, OH, CH3. So this is propane 1-ol and this is propane 2-ol. We can see here that only the digits, the positions are changing. So as we can see here that positions have changed. So basically what will happen? They are actually position isomers. Now let us talk about functional isomers. So in case of functional isomers, what will happen? Functional group changes and we write functional group in the suffix only. So here you can see we have example of butane 2-on and butanol. The suffix has changed, on and al. So you can note it down that suffix has changed here, or we can say functional group has actually changed, so they are functional group isomers. Okay. Now tautomers, you must have studied that keto-enol type of tautomers, which is very common in NCERT also. So 1,3 migration of hydrogen ion takes place there. So that is tautomers. So here we have the correct answer for this is option 3. I hope this thing is clear to all of you. Anyone having any doubt? No doubt. So that's all for chemistry session today. Now let's invite Sukirti ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir.
So
Thank
welcome
you so
ma'am.
much. Thank you. So I hope you have enjoyed the chemistry session, everyone. Now it's time for botany discussion. So I welcome you again all for this discussion on the frequently committed mistakes by the students, and the paper that we have took is the AIATS PLUS mock test 4, right? And based on the performance of the students in this particular test series, we have analyzed it through the error analysis, and we have came to know that there are still certain gray areas on which improvement is required, and that's why we are here to solve all your doubts, right? So now, not going to take too much amount of time. Let's start with the very first question that has been mistaken by a lot many students, and that is question number 103. As you can see here, it's an assertion reason based questions, and what we often see is, and noticed in these series, that this particular type of question is basically a major problem for students. They are unable to identify that whether reason is going to form the correct explanation for the assertion or not. So this particular question, these type of question needs a lot of practice. So let's see that where exactly we have fall short for this particular question. So this question says that the given question consists of two statements, assertion and reason, and answer the question by selecting appropriate options given below. And over here the assertion says that nucleolus is the site of protein synthesis, right? So when we talk about this structure nucleus, right, so we will be having the nuclear membrane, right, which is going to have certain pore-like regions as well. So let's suppose this is the nuclear membrane that we talk about. It's a double membrane structure. Then we have these areas known as nuclear pores, and we have a dense region over here which is nucleolus. Now when we talk about this particular structure, it's not membrane bound, and this is the site for our RNA synthesis, right? what made you confused about this, that this could be a site of protein synthesis? Because nucleolus is abundant in those sites or those cells in which a massive amount of protein synthesis is occurring. And the reason for that is because it's involved in rRNA synthesis, a constituent of ribosome, right? A ribosome, when we talk about, so we know it from the very beginning that this is the protein synthesis machinery. And ribosomes are composed of protein and RNA, right, popularly known as rRNA, ribosomal RNA, and those rRNA are being synthesized in the nucleolus. So that is why they are abundant in those cells where a huge amount of protein synthesis is occurring. It is not the site of protein synthesis, but because assertion is emphasizing that this is the site of protein synthesis, that is the reason why this statement is incorrect. Now going to the reason part, which says that larger and more numerous nucleoli are present in cells actively carrying out protein synthesis. This is true. Reason being, one of the prime constituent of ribosome, the protein synthesis machinery, is being formed in the nucleolus, and that is why it is abundant in those cells which are actively involved in protein synthesis, right? So over here what we have inferred that assertion is an incorrect statement, but reason is the correct statement. So going back, because assertion is a false statement, we could simply rule out first, second and third option, as in all of them we are considering the fact that assertion is true. So we have only left with one option, which is truly describes that assertion is false but reason is true, right? So this is how you will be solving these sort of questions. I hope this is clear to everyone. Now with this, let's move ahead to the next question that we have. This is question number 101 and it talks about vessels, right? So when we talk about vessels, it's a very prime component of xylem, right? Xylem has 4 components if we talk about. So it has tracheids, it has vessels, it has xylem parenchyma, and it also has xylem fibers. When we talk about these 3 components, 1, 2 and 3, xylem fibers, vessels and tracheids, these are the dead components of xylem. The only living component the xylem possess is xylem parenchyma. But the question is entirely focused on the vessels, right? Now when we talk about the vessels, what is so unique about it, that first thing, this is the unique feature of angiosperms. This is a point that you should remember and pay attention to, that this is being found only in angiosperms. It's not being found in other vascular plants like gymnosperms and pteridophytes, right? While if you talk about tracheids, you may find it in other ones as well, like gymnosperms and pteridophytes. So when we talk about these vessels, the first important thing is that yes, it's a tube-like structure. It, along with the tracheids, actually are the water conducting system, water and mineral conducting system of the xylem, right? And when we talk about the vessel, of course it's a tubular structure, and because it's dead, so that means it's devoid of protoplasm and has lot much space with which it could transport the water without being, imbalancing the osmotic thing, because now it's dead. So there is no need, much more need for, having the osmotic balance. So vessel is not a single celled structure. It is composed of multiple cells known as the vessel members, right? So if we know this particular fact, we could straight away rule out the statement A, which says that it is single cell tube like structure, but on the contrary, it is multi-celled, tube-like structure made up of vessel members, right? Now the statement B is saying that it is devoid of protoplast. As I have mentioned here clearly that when we talk about tracheids, vessels or xylem fibers, these are the dead components of xylem. So yes, whenever there is a dead component or sclerenchymatous sort of a tissue, then it is devoid of protoplast. Protoplast is the living mass of the cell, right? So this is true with respect to vessel. Now when we talk about it is similar to a sieve tube as both have perforated end walls, right? So if you say ki it's not going to be similar to sieve tube because sieve tube is living but this is dead, but yes, that's a differentiating point. It could have been asked, but as a differentiating point you should remember it. Over here it is saying that they are being similar because both of them have perforated end walls. So that is true. When we talk about the vessel members, they are also connected with these perforations, and same goes for sieve tubes, right? So this is a similar feature with vessel having with sieve tubes, right? So this can also be asked as a question that what is the common feature between the two? While vessel is a component of xylem, but sieve tube is a component of phloem. Right? Now getting back to the question, when the question is talking about that for a vessel we have to choose the incorrect one, right? So you must have confused with the C statement that how it is similar to sieve tube when sieve tube is living but this is dead. So no, that's not true. You have to read the aspect also on which they both are being shared. They are sharing the common characteristic, right? So for this, the incorrect one is the only A statement that's been correctly depicted in option 3. So we could simply rule out all other options as they are stating otherwise, right? So this is how you will be solving this sort of question. Now moving ahead, we have another one, that is question number 108, which talks about a male grasshopper, right? So we know for a fact that when we talk about the sex determination, we can have multiple mechanisms with which it could be done. It could be done on the basis of chromosome number, right? The type of sex chromosome the organism is having. Also we could do it with the means of the environmental sex determination, but over here, because the question specifically talks about the grasshopper, which shows the sex determination on the basis of that what type of sex chromosome the organism is possessing. So this is the sex determination on which we have to focus, right? It doesn't mean that you will leave this part, the chromosome number part, which talks about the haplodiploid mechanism of the sex determination. But over here, because we talk about grasshopper, in them that's not valid. So that's why we are talking about the type of sex chromosome they possess. So when we talk about this sort of sex determination, we can have two again types. One type of organisms possess female heterogamety, while the other type has male heterogamety. Right? When we talk about female heterogamety, again we could have two modes. It could be either ZZ-ZW types, which we could see in case of birds, or it could be ZZ-ZO types, which we could see in butterflies or moth. When we talk about, on the contrary, from female heterogamety to male heterogamety, we again have two means with which we could do that. One is the XXXY type, right, which we could see in humans or Drosophila also, right, and another one is XXXO, which could be seen in grasshopper, right. So over here, because we talk about female heterogamety, so of course the heterogamitic ones are going to be the female and the other ones are going to be male, right. These are the females genotype of the sex chromosome. In contrast to that, when we talk about the male heterogamety, that means the males are heterogamic. So these are the males and the other counterpart is the female. Now as the question is specifically focused upon grasshopper, so we know here now that a female grasshopper is going to have the genotype somewhat like this. So when it is going to form the gametes for the process of sexual reproduction, there will be gametes like this, A plus X, A plus X, all similar type, right? But if we talk about the male grasshopper, then it will be having the genotype AA plus XO. Over here represents that the other X chromosome is not being present, right? So when it will be forming the gamete, half of the sperm will carry this X chromosome, but half of them will be devoid of it. There will be no sex chromosome present in them. So this sort of gametes they will be forming, right? So this is the overall idea about the sex determination that we found in grasshopper, and a general idea about the sex determination in other organisms as well. Now based on this information, we'll try to solve that what's been given in the question. So over here it says that a male grasshopper, and the option 1 says that has same number of chromosome as that in female grasshopper, right? But this particular thing is incorrect, because we have just seen कि जब हम male grasshopper की बात करते हैं तो we will be seeing this genotype AA plus XO, one of the X chromosome or the sex chromosome is missing here. But if we talk about the females, they have AA plus XX. So they'll be having this extra X chromosome with them. So that means the number of chromosome that we found in males is one less than what we found in females. And that is the reason why we have said that this particular statement 1 is incorrect. Now moving ahead to the second option, which talks about that it produces a single type of gamete, right? The male grasshopper. So that is not true. As we have seen here clearly that if we talk about the female grasshopper, तब ये statement ठीक होता कि एक ही तरह के gametes बना रहे हैं which is having a genotype of A plus X. But if we talk about the males, they'll be having two types of gametes, one with X chromosome and one that are devoid of it, right? So based on that, we could rule out this statement as well. Now option 3 says it produces two types of gamete which differ in chromosome number, and that is true because the ones that are devoid of X chromosome will be having one less than the ones having the X chromosome. So this is a correct statement. Then it talks about that it is homogametic, but we have seen here that in grasshoppers we see male heterogamety, right? So they are not homogametic, females are. So this could be asked in reference to female grasshopper, and then the options will be changed accordingly, right? So the correct answer over here is going to be option number 3. I hope this is clear to everyone. In case you'll be having any sort of confusion regarding this, please post it on the chat box. Okay. Now let's move ahead to the next question, which is question number 118. It talks about that loss of biodiversity in a region may lead to, right? So when we talk about biodiversity, really sorry. So when we talk about the biodiversity, so it is the diverse amount of organisms that we can find in a particular area. When we want to know that what is the prime importance of biodiversity, so we could understand it with one of the analogy that is being used by Paul Ehrlich, that's Rivet-Popper hypothesis, that let's suppose if there is a plane which is representing an ecosystem, and then there are multiple passengers sitting on it, the human population, right? And in that particular airplane, we'll be having so many rivets, which are basically depicting, like assume it as the species that we have in our ecosystem, other than humans, of course. So if someone starts popping those rivets out of the plane, then of course the plane is going to crash if the rivets from the pivotal parts of the plant is going to be popped out. Even if it is from the areas which are not that much important, then also the plane is going to get affected, right? Similar way, if the species is going to be eliminated, of course we'll see the consequences on the ecosystem, and of course if the plane is going to crash, the entire human population, the passengers that are sitting on the airplane are also going to have this fatal incident, right? So similar way, human population is again going to get affected if certain species from the ecosystem are going to be removed. Depending upon what is their utility in the ecosystem, and depending upon that, we will be facing the consequences, the grave ones or the minor ones, but yes, there will always be consequences, right? So this is a very good analogy that's been used by Paul Ehrlich. So when we talk about that loss of biodiversity in a region may lead to, so what does it lead to? The first one says that it will increase the variability in certain ecosystem processes. So that's true, because when all the species are remain intact in the ecosystem, in that particular case, the balance is going to be maintained because all the species are doing their important roles, right? If any one of them is going to be eliminated, that function is going to hamper, and that is why the balance is going to be disturbed, due to which you will be seeing variability in ecosystem processes, like if we talk about the water usage, if we talk about the plant productivity, if we talk about, let's suppose, the pest and disease cycles, all of them are going to be changed. Then it says lowered resistance to environmental perturbations. So that is also true, because when there is a balanced ecosystem, all the inhospitable conditions could be overcome. But when there will be loss of it, then we'll be seeing that the resistance towards those environmental perturbations or the inhospitable conditions is going to be reduced. The susceptibility will increase, right? So this is also true. And then decline in productivity, that is also true. There will be a huge amount of a decline in productivity, because at certain level the organisms are being vanished or getting extinct, and because of that the productivity, whether it's primary or secondary, is going to get declined, right? So all these consequences are going to be seen if there is loss of biodiversity in a region, and therefore the correct answer is going to be option number 4, as it is being mentioned by many of you. So congratulations if you have marked option number 4, and we could rule out all other options as they are not considering all of them to be true for this particular question, right? So this is how we have reached to the correct answer, and that's option number 4. So now let's move ahead to another one, that is question number 107. Again, by the error analysis, we have reached to the conclusion that this type of questions are the major problems with students, so do practice them more. Try to identify that whether both the statements are true or either one of them are to be true. That's how you could rule out at least 2 options, and then try to read assertion, put a because in between, and then try to read the reason. Is that correctly following it? Then yes, if it is the correct explanation of assertion. If not, then it's not the correct explanation. So this is how you'll be solving these type of questions. Now, as this particular question states that read the given assertion and reason and choose the correct option. Assertion over here says that the splitting of the water molecule takes place on the inner side of the thylakoid membrane, right? So this means over here we are talking about the non-cyclic photophosphorylation, right? Because in cyclic photophosphorylation, we never observe the splitting of water molecule. In non-cyclic photophosphorylation, it does happen. So let's suppose if we are considering this as a thylakoid membrane, let's suppose, right? So if let's suppose this is the LHC and this is somewhere here, we have got electron acceptor of PS2, right? And then over here we will be having cytochrome B6F complex. So sorry, we have reached to the next question. Let's getting back to the one. So if over here we will be having LHC and the electron acceptor of PS1 here, right? So usually what happens that when these pigments that are being present in the LHC are getting excited by the sunlight, then the electrons are getting released, took up by the electron acceptor. It gives it to the plastoquinone, which transfer is to cytochrome B6F, and at that time the proton is getting influxed inside the lumen of the thylakoid, right, from the stroma part, the fluid filled matrix in the chloroplast. Then similar way, if this is getting excited, again the electrons are getting excited, electrons are taken up by the electron acceptor, which will be given to the ferredoxin, ferredoxin will give it to FNR, which is going to reduce the NADP plus to NADPH plus H positive, right. Now what happened is over here that the electrons that are being excited from the LHC are not going to be replenished back, they are not going to come back. So if this particular excitation goes on without replenishment, the entire LHC structure would be deteriorated. And in order to not do that, and in order to make this process a longer one so that the plant could sustain its life, what happens is there is important requirement that these electrons should be replenished back, right. So when we talk about the replenishment of the electrons that are getting excited from PS1's LHC, that are going to be replenished back by the plastocyanin, which takes it from cytochrome B6F and then tunnel it to the LHC of PS1. But when we talk about the replenishment in photosystem 2's LHC, then this is being accomplished by the splitting of water molecule, right. So this is what we are going to get after the splitting of a single molecule. So these electrons are going to be replenished back to the LHC. These protons are going to get accumulated in the lumen of thylakoid, right. So the assertion over here says that the splitting of water molecule takes place on the inner side of the thylakoid membrane, and that is true because the water splitting complex is being associated with PS2s, right, and it is being found on the inner side, as you could clearly see over here, right. So this statement is absolutely true. Now going for the reason statement, it says that protons or hydrogen ions that are produced by the splitting of water molecule accumulate within the lumen of the thylakoid. This is also true, as we could see here, that these two protons are being produced due to the splitting of water, and these are being still present, accumulated in the lumen region, right. So this statement is also true. Now the question lies in the fact that whether reason is correctly explaining the assertion or not, right. So as I've told you, firstly read the assertion. The splitting of the water molecule takes place on the inner side of thylakoid membrane because protons or hydrogen ions that are produced by the splitting of water accumulate within the lumen of the thylakoid, right. This is not the reason, this is rather the consequence. If these statements would have been reversed, मतलब अगर reason assertion में होता और assertion reason में होता, तो ये correct explanation होता कि the protons and hydrogen ions are being accumulated within the lumen of thylakoids because the splitting of the water molecules is taking place inside the thylakoid membrane. But over here what we are seeing, that the reason statement is in assertion and the assertion statement is in the reason. The consequence is being given in the reason, and that is the reason why it's not the correct explanation of assertion, right. So getting back to the question, as I have already told you that the both statements are correct, we have reached to that conclusion. So based on that, we could rule out option number 3 and 4, which is considering assertion to be true and in the next one both statements to be false, right. Now we have also deciphered that the reason is not explaining the assertion, reason is the consequence statement. So that is why we could rule out option number 1 as well. So the correct answer is going to be option number 2 as correctly stated over there. So ma'am, why 4 protons are removed from stroma? Okay, so 4 protons are being removed from the stroma. Oh, so sorry. It's because of the reason that the protons are going to be influxed over here also. That means they are being taken up by the stroma and then influxed in back to the lumen, and the protons are also going to be used for the reduction of NADP plus. So there will be more number of protons that are going to be utilized from the stroma, right. So this is how you'll be solving this particular question. I hope I have made myself clear. If there is still confusion, you can still post me on the chat box that whether you are clear with the doubt or not, right? So by this analysis, we have came to the conclusion that the correct answer for this question is option number 2, right? Now moving ahead, we have another question, that's question number 124, which talks about that both lactic acid and alcoholic fermentation, right? So the question itself talks about that they were trying to ask that whether what is the feature that is being shared by both type of fermentation, right? So the first one, when we talk about the lactic acid and alcoholic fermentation, when we talk about fermentation, then it happens when there is absence of oxygen. That means in anaerobic condition, this particular process occurs. So what happens is that any substrate, the most favored one for respiration is obviously glucose. So when this undergoes glycolysis, it forms pyruvate. This pyruvate, depending upon what type of condition is being found, if it's anaerobic condition, then it will undergo fermentation, right? And this could be of two types. It could be lactic acid fermentation. How this name has been given? We are going to use this F letter for representing fermentation. So when we talk about the lactic acid fermentation, how the name is there? Because the end product of this fermentation is lactic acid plus energy. Then when we talk about the alcoholic fermentation, then the end product is the ethanol, which is alcohol plus carbon dioxide plus energy, right? So this is what happens when fermentation takes place, right? So one thing is common between these two fermentation. First is that they are going to occur when there are anaerobic condition present. Second is when the product that we are going to get is the partial oxidation of glucose, right? In both of them, glucose is not completely oxidized into carbon dioxide and water, right? So these are the common features in these two. Also, the net yield of these fermentation, when after glycolysis they occurs, both of them are going to yield, the net yield is going to be 2 ATPs, right? So these are certain common features. Now what's the difference between these two? Firstly, the products, end products that they make. In lactic acid fermentation, it is lactic acid. In alcoholic fermentation, it is ethanol. Another difference, which you could clearly see over here, that in lactic acid fermentation, carbon dioxide is not evolved. On the contrary, in alcoholic fermentation, we see the release of carbon dioxide. Now the location is also different, like we could see the lactic acid fermentation in the muscle cells of animals, but alcoholic fermentation could be seen in yeast or bacteria, right? So the cells that opt for the fermentation is also different, right? Now based on this information, let's try to solve the question that's been given. So over here they were talking about the feature that's being shared by both type of fermentation. The first one says that they produce water as end product. So that is incorrect. None of them produce water as an end product. So it's not the common feature. It's not being found in both of them, right? Then option 2 says produce carbon dioxide, right? This is also incorrect. Why? Because carbon dioxide is being produced during alcoholic fermentation, not during lactic acid fermentation. Then it says that reduce NAD plus into NADH plus H positive. This is incorrect. Why? Because when we talk about these fermentation processes, what happens is that during glycolysis, there is a production of NADH by reducing NAD plus, right? Now this NADH is being utilized during fermentation, right, in both of them, and it is being converted back to NAD plus. That means it again gets oxidized. Why? Because so that this glycolytic process will continue, because there is no other mode with which the oxidized coenzymes will be available for glycolysis, right? Because we know there are anaerobic condition, there is absence of oxygen. So how they are going to oxidize, how they are going to replenish back the NAD plus that's being reduced to continue to have the uninterrupted continuation of glycolysis and the respiratory pathway. So that is how they will reoxidize it. The NADH is getting again oxidized to NAD plus, right? But in the option, the reverse is being written, that the NAD plus is reduced into NADH plus H plus. This happens during glycolysis, not during the fermentation process. Now option 4 says release less than 7% of the energy present in glucose. So that is correct, and that happens because there is partial oxidation of glucose, not the complete oxidation, right? So this is why the correct answer is option number 4. So yes, someone has already answered answer number 4. So if you have also marked it, so there will be no reduction in the marks, but you are going to get the full ones over here, right? Now moving ahead, we have another question, that is question number 110. It talks about that we have to read the statement and we have to check out that correct ones for the Morgan experiment on linkage, right? So Morgan is being credited with the discovery of this linkage phenomena, which talks about the physical association between the genes, right? What is linkage? It is the physical association between the genes. Now when we talk about the experiment of Morgan, he considered 3 characters. One is the eye color, one is the body color, and one is the wing size. In one of the crosses, he considered these 2 characters, right? In, let's suppose, cross A in one set of experiment. In another set of experiment, he has chosen the eye color and the wing size, right? And what he has observed is that when he considers the eye color gene and the body color gene, they were so close to each other on a chromosome that he received the recombinance as only 1.3%, right? The parental types are much more, which are almost 98.7%, right? A huge number. Now why this has happened is because of the fact that, let's suppose this is the pair of homologous chromosome. Now let's suppose the genes are present so close to each other. Let's say this is capital AB, this is small ab, let's say. They are so close to each other that the recombination, that means the formation of this recombination nodule becomes difficult, and therefore this event of recombination, the event of crossing over, is also going to be very less, due to which these genes will be inherited together. They are not going to get segregated, and because of that fact, the recombinants that we have achieved in this particular cross are too less, right? And the parental types are too high. On the contrary, when he took the eye color and the wing size as characters, these 2 characters are too far apart from each other, and that is the reason why he got the recombinance as 37.2%. That means the event of recombination has now become much more common, which simply implies the fact that the genes are far apart, and the parental types that we have achieved, right? The parental types that we have achieved is almost 62.8%, right? So what we can see here, that if we consider cross 1 with cross 2, the recombinant percentage has drastically increased in the second case, right? And the parentals have been decreased. But in general, if we see within the cross, that means within the cross one, parental types are greater than recombinants. Similar way over here as well, the parental types are more than recombinants, but if we compare the two crosses, the recombination percentage has drastically improved, and you may say that it has risen a lot, and that is the reason why we can infer that the genes that have been took for cross number 1 are very close to each other. On the contrary, the genes that have been considered for cross 2 are far apart from each other, right? This is what Morgan's experiment was all about, and that is how he explained the phenomenon of linkage, that in first case the genes are tightly linked, on the contrary in the second case they are loosely linked, right? Now getting back to the question, let's analyze the statements that have been given. The first one says that when the genes were grouped on the same chromosome, some genes were loosely linked and showed very low recombination, right? So if the genes are loosely linked, it simply implies that they are far apart from each other. If they are far apart from each other, the event of recombination is going to occur. There is more probability of having this recombination occur between these two genes, and therefore the recombination is going to be higher, not very lower. Very low will be observed if the genes are going to be tightly linked. That means they are too close to each other, right? And therefore we could say that this statement is incorrect. Now statement B says that the genes for white eye color and yellow body color were tightly linked and showed 1.3% recombination. So as I have told you, when he considered the genes for eye color and the body color, he has found that the genes are so close to each other that the recombinants are too less, almost 1.3% in comparison to the parental types, right? So that is why this particular statement is the correct one. Now C statement says that the genes for white eye color and miniature wings were loosely linked and showed 37.2% parental types, right? Till this statement is referring to the part that the genes for white eye color and miniature wings are loosely linked, till that particular part, till here the statement is correct. But when it says that it has parental types as 37.2%, that's what makes this statement incorrect, because the parental type that they have observed is 67.8%. 62.8, I'm really sorry about that, right? This percentage was the percentage of recombinants, not the parental types, and that's why this particular statement is incorrect. Now D statement says that the Morgan found that proportion of parental gene combination was much higher than non-parental gene combination, and yes, that's true in both the crosses, that the parental types are much more than recombinants. It will always going to happen. Why? Because recombinants are the new combinations, genetic combinations that are being appeared in the progenies, and then depending upon their utility in the nature, they are going to be selected by the nature, right? Parental types are also being known as wild types because they have already been accomplished themselves in the nature. They are being selected by nature. So these combinations are always generally more favored, and therefore the parental types are always more than the non-parental combinations. That means the recombinants. So that is why this particular statement is also true. Now as the question is asking about the correct one, so we could clearly see here that B and D are the only statements that are true, and A and C on the contrary are the incorrect ones. Therefore, the correct answer for this particular question is going to be for option number 4, and we could rule out all other options, option number 1, 2 and 3 as they are stating otherwise, right? So I hope this is clear to everyone. Now with this, let's move ahead to another question. This is a simple question just by looking the on the language that the question has been took. But why this particular question is being mistaken by too many students is because of the fact that it's a straight fact based question, a line that's been written in NCERT, but we often overlook these simple statements, but they from there also we can have a question in the exam. So don't miss out any lines, right, in NCERT. So this particular question talks about that which of the following is the most ecologically relevant environmental factor. All of them are environmental factor, that means the abiotic factor, and the most ecologically relevant one is going to be temperature. Yes, correctly said by the students in the chat box that it's going to be temperature. Why? Because when we talk about temperature, it is going to control the enzyme kinetics, the entire enzyme kinetics of the organism's body, right? And when we talk about the enzymes, they are very primary components, because they are going to regulate all the metabolic reactions that are occurring in the body, and metabolism is a very key feature to sustain the life of the organism. So therefore temperature plays a very prominent role, right, to in the organism's life, in the conduction of all the metabolic reactions in the organisms, right? When we talk about soil, it is a important environmental factor, but when we talk about soil, it is basically acting as a source of nutrients and water for the plants, and indirectly the animals which are dependent upon the plants are going to get affected by it, but it does not have that much major role. Temperature is regulating a much more important aspect in comparison to soil, right? Then we talk about water, then we talk about the light, right? The most important one is going to be temperature, and this is being, as it is said in the NCERT as well, that temperature is the most ecologically relevant environmental factor, right? Correct. So now moving ahead to the next question, we have question number 129, which talks about that flower is the dash unit of angiosperms and floral whorls are arranged on swollen end of stalk called B, right? So when we talk about a flower, right, and the name angiosperms, so the common name that we used for them is flowering plants, right? If we talk about the flowers, then why they have got this name? Because the reproductive structure has become now more clear, and that reproductive structure in angiosperm is flower. So it's a reproductive unit, not the vegetative unit. Vegetative units are root or maybe stem or something like this, right? So if we talk about a typical bisexual flower, right, and let's suppose we have certain things like this, and let's say this is the sepal, really sorry, right? So this is going, this particular structure is a unit of gynoecium. This is the unit of androecium, the stamen. This one is the carpel, unit of gynoecium. These are representing petals, the unit of the corolla, and these are representing sepal, the unit of calyx. They all are being arranged on this particular swollen end of this stalk, which is known as thalamus, this swollen end, and this particular stalk is the pedicel, right? So this is how a typical bisexual flower looks like. Now the question is very simple. It asks about that flower is the A unit of angiosperm. So we have already deciphered the fact that this is the reproductive unit, not the vegetative unit. So because it aids in reproduction, these two structures, androecium and gynoecium, are the ones that are going to aid actively in reproduction part. So this is the reproductive structure. Based on that, we could rule out option number 1 and 3 because it talks about that this is vegetative. Then it says that floral whorls are arranged on swollen end of stalk, right? So the stalk that they were talking about is the pedicel, but they are being arranged on this swollen end, right? So the swollen end is thalamus, the stalk is pedicel, right? And therefore based on that we could rule out this particular option. because it is talking about the stalk, not the swollen end. So, the correct answer is going to be option number 2, right. So, this is how you will be solving it. It is a very easy question, but most of you may have get confused because of this stalk thing. You must have answered the stalk. You have to read this statement thoroughly, and that is how you will be reaching to the correct answer. Now, based on that, let us move ahead to another one, that is question number 102. It says that how many statements are correct for root anatomy, right. They were not referring to the part that whether they are talking about the dicot root or the monocot root. We have to simply talk about if that structure or that feature is present in roots, we are going to consider it as the correct feature for it, right. So, the first one is saying that epidermis is without cuticle. So, this statement is correct with reference to the root anatomy. When we talk about epidermis, which forms a major component of the epidermal tissue system, the outermost tissue system, right, the one that is going to face the environment itself. So, in roots what we see that the cuticle is not being present because root penetrates the soil, and there the loss of water is not going to be that much, that is why it is devoid of cuticle, right. So, this is true for root anatomy. Now, B statement says endodermis is distinct, that is also true. Whether we talk about the monocot root or the dicot root, we see endodermis, which is the innermost layer of cortex, right. And a very distinctive feature in the endodermis of roots is that they are going to have Casparian strips, right. The one that is going to be impermeable to water, and they are basically the suberin depositions, right, which are impermeable to water so that they can regulate the supply or the transport of water across the roots, right. So, yes, endodermis is distinct in both of them, whether it is dicot or monocot root. Now, C says hypodermis is collenchymatous. This is an incorrect one. Why? Because when we talk about hypodermis is collenchymatous, hypodermis is the outermost layer of cortex, but this layer is not being found in roots. It is being present in stem, right. And when we talk about the collenchymatous hypodermis, it is a feature of dicot stem. In case of monocot stem, it becomes sclerenchymatous hypodermis. So, this is not being found in the roots, that is why we have that is why we have made this particular one, marked them as incorrect one. Now, D statement says vascular bundles are scattered in ground tissue, right. This is incorrect. Why? Because when we talk about the roots, we found radial vascular bundles in which the xylem and phloem are being arranged at different radii, right. So, it is a very static and very arranged, organized form of vascular bundle. It is not like the vascular bundles are going to be scattered in the entire ground tissue. Ground tissue is very well differentiated. So, this particular feature is not true for root. Rather, if the question have been asked about the monocot stem, then this particular feature could be found there. Then you could mark it as a correct one, right. Then we have so peduncle and pedicel. When we talk about peduncle is the floral axis on which all the flowers are going to be arranged. Pedicel is the stalk with which a single flower unit is going to be attached with the stem, right. I hope this is clear to you now. Okay, getting back to the question. Sorry, I have took another query. So, next one we have xylem is exarch type. That is also true with reference to root anatomy. If the question would have asked about the stem anatomy, then this would have been wrong because over there we see endarch type, right. So, based upon this, as we have to find out the correct ones for root anatomy, 3 A, B and E are correct as been correctly written by one of the students, right. So, 3 of them are true. So, that is correctly depicted in option number 3, and we could rule out all others as they are stating some other number, right. So, therefore, this particular question, the correct answer is going to be option number 3, right. Now, moving ahead, we have another question. That's question number 111, which talks about the experimental verification of chromosomal theory of inheritance was done by, right? Most of you must have been confused that over here Sutton and Boveri is also given and Thomas Hunt Morgan also given. So if the question talks about that the chromosomal theory of inheritance, right, which says that the factors that Mendel have explained at one point of time are basically, you know, the chromosome, the unit of inheritance is going to be that. So when we talk about the proposal of this particular theory of inheritance, that is being done by Sutton and Boveri. But its experimental verification that how it is true, it's being done by Thomas Hunt Morgan by using the organism Drosophila melanogaster, right? So he has experimentally verified the chromosomal theory of inheritance. Sutton and Boveri proposed it, that is why it's an incorrect one. Then we talk about the option 2, Bateson and Punnett. You may have been asked about the contribution of these two. So when we talk about Bateson, he has given the term allele, the contrasting form of a gene. Then Punnett has provided us with a graphical representation with which we could calculate all the possible genotypes of the offsprings that could be produced during a cross, and that particular graphical representation is popularly known as Punnett square, right? Then option 3 says Carl Correns. We could rule out this one as well. Why? Because if we talk about Carl Correns, so along with De Vries and Tashmak, they have rediscovered the Mendelian laws, right? So that is why this particular option is incorrect. But the questions may have been asked upon the contribution of these scientists as well, so don't ignore them. But for the question, for now, the correct answer is option number 4, as been correctly mentioned by some of the students in the chat box as well. So the correct answer is option number 4, Thomas Hunt Morgan. Now, moving ahead to another one, that's question number 106, which says that the primary carbon dioxide acceptor of C3 cycle is, right? And then there are certain features that are being given and based on that we have to talk about the correct ones. When we talk about the primary carbon dioxide acceptor of C3 cycle, before answering that what features are true, we should know what it is. So that is RUBP, right? The name itself is ribulose 1,5-bisphosphate. Right? This is the primary carbon dioxide acceptor of C3 cycle, the Kelvin cycle, right? Then A says it is a 5-carbon compound. So that is true, it's a 5-carbon compound, and when it is being added with carbon dioxide, right, with the help of Rubisco of course, it will form 2 3-carbon compounds, which is 3-PGA, right, in the very first one, carboxylation step of C3 cycle. Then B says it's a ketose sugar, name itself says that it's a ribulose one, so it is a ketose sugar. Then C says it's a substrate of Rubisco, right? Rubisco is an enzyme that performs carboxylation during C3 cycle. So when we talk about Rubisco, it is ribulose 1,5-bisphosphate carboxylase oxygenase. Whether it is going to add carbon dioxide to RUBP, right, and we perform the very first step, carboxylation of C3 cycle or Kelvin cycle, or it may add this RUBP with oxygen and performs the process of photorespiration. Either way, the substrate on which Rubisco is going to work is RUBP, right? So this is also true. It is a substrate of Rubisco. Then it says it is absent in C4 plants. So this is incorrect. Why? Because when we talk about C4 plants, so in C4 plants what happen is that we'll be having two types of cells. One is going to be, sorry, I haven't made the plasmodesmatal metal connections, right? So this is the mesophyll cell. This is the bundle sheath cell, right? So in mesophyll cell the carboxylation takes place, and here in C4 plants the primary carbon dioxide acceptor changes, because over here C4 cycle is the primary cycle with which the carboxylation of atmospheric carbon dioxide is taking place. So here PEP is the primary carbon dioxide acceptor, not RUBP, right? Then they two are going to combine. Because PEP is a 3 carbon compound and carbon dioxide is when added with it, it is going to form a 4 carbon compound, that is OAA, which is converted into malic acid or aspartic acid, tunneled over here. Let's say it's been converted into malic acid, 4 carbon compound. From here, one of the carbon dioxide is going to enter in C3 cycle, right? And the rest is going to regenerate back the PEP. So still here C3 cycle is occurring. So in C4 plants, we have C4 cycle, that means the Hatch and Slack pathway, and also C3 cycle, which is Kelvin cycle. So the primary carbon dioxide acceptor of C3 cycle is going to be present in C4 plants. It's just that the location is now going to be different. In C3 plants, the location of this acceptor is the mesophyll cell, but in case of C4 plants, this is going to be present in bundle sheath cells, right? So that is why D is incorrect, and as it's been correctly written A, B, C. So yes, you are right. The correct answer is going to be option number 2, and we could rule out all others as they were taking the other features over here to be true, right? So this is how the correct answer of this question is going to be the option number 2, right? Another one we have is question number 146, which says that the enzyme succinate dehydrogenase of Krebs cycle is found. When we talk about this enzyme succinate dehydrogenase, that means this particular enzyme is involved in 2 processes. One is Krebs cycle, right? And another is the ETS, the electron transport system of mitochondria, right? And in ETS, it is popularly known as complex 2, which is going to take up the electrons and protons from FADH2, right? So option 1 says it is present in soluble state in matrix of mitochondria. That's incorrect. This is the only enzyme of Krebs cycle that's not being found in the soluble state in the matrix of mitochondria. On the contrary, it's being embedded in the inner membrane of mitochondria. Now option 2 says it is attached to the inner mitochondrial membrane. That is correct, and that is the reason why it is participating in both of them. At one side in the Krebs cycle, where it is going to catalyze the conversion of succinate to fumarate, and it is also participating in ETS, where it is taking up the electrons from the FADH2 and tunnel it to the ETS, right? Option 3 says in the intermembrane space, so that's incorrect, it's not being found there. Option 4 says attached to the outer mitochondrial membrane. Outer mitochondrial membrane does not have any complex of ETS, right? So this is also incorrect. So the only correct one over here is going to be option number 2, which says that the succinate dehydrogenase enzyme of Krebs cycle is found attached to the inner mitochondrial membrane, right? So I hope this is clear to everyone. So this is how you will be solving the questions, by focusing more on NCERT, reading it really well, and yes, you can solve the questions really easily, right? So that's all about the botany section. You have done a lot study about the plants. Now it's time to study a bit about animals too. For that, I'll call upon here Sukanya ma'am for the zoology section.
Hello ma'am.
Hello ma'am, how are you? So
Good,
all over to you.
Thank
you so much.
So hello students. Hope you really enjoyed the today's session and आप लोगों के सारे doubts और जो भी concepts थे वो clear हुए होंगे with respect to physics, chemistry and botany. So I'm Sukanya, the zoology faculty, and I'll be taking the zoology section now onwards. So basic gist तो आप लोगों को पता चल ही गया होगा कि कैसे हम लोगों ने error analysis किया and segregate किया questions को, उन questions को choose किया जो काफ़ी students ने गलत किया है. So देखते हैं कि पहला question कौन सा है जो कि काफ़ी students ने गलत किया है. So the question is question number 158. So this is an assertion reason type question, and many times students tend to get confused while solving an assertion reason type question. So let's read. So here you can see this question is related to the chapter excretory products, and to solve this question you should have an idea about micturition. So micturition आखिर होता क्या है and what is its process that you should be familiar with. So micturition is nothing but it is a process that deals with the discharge of urine. कहाँ से? From urinary bladder. And अगर layman language में बोला जाए तो micturition को you can also called as urination or voiding. So basic concept है that nephron से urine produce होता है and let me draw one simplified diagram for your better understanding. So this here I am drawing a urinary bladder. Excuse my diagram. So nephron से urine produce हुआ and यहाँ पे filling होगी bladder की. So here I can write filling of urine. तो urinary bladder में urine stored हुआ and when this volume exceeds from 200 to 400 ml, then the pressure within the urinary bladder increases. Now when the pressure within the urinary bladder increases, then there is stretching of the walls of urinary bladder. And when the stretching happens, then there is activation of stretch receptors. Okay, and when there is activation of stretch receptors, it sends signal to CNS. And when signal reaches to CNS, then there is again signaling to the urinary bladder and simultaneously to the urethral sphincter. Now यहाँ पे you have to pay attention that CNS causes contraction of smooth muscles of urinary bladder and the name of the smooth muscles is detrusor muscles, and simultaneously there is relaxation of urethral sphincter, and जब ये होगा then there will be release of urine. So basic concept क्या है that during micturition there is simultaneous contraction of smooth muscles of urinary bladder and relaxation of urethral sphincter. So I hope ये basic सा concept तुम लोगों को समझ में आया होगा. So let's look at the assertion here. So assertion here it is written, removal of stretch receptors from wall of urinary bladder affects micturition. So क्या students जब stretch receptors remove होंगे तो क्या micturition affect होगा? Yes, you can see that when there is activation of stretch receptors, then only the signal reaches to CNS. So when there will be removal of stretch receptors, then yes, micturition will get affected. So here assertion is absolutely true. Now let's look up to reason. यहाँ reason दिया गया है that absence of stretch reflex results in impaired filling of bladder. Here you can see that filling of bladder तो stretch reflex के activation से पहले ही हुआ है. So whether the stretch reflex is happening or not, filling of bladder won't be get affected. So यहाँ पे this reason is incorrect. So here only assertion is right while reason is wrong. So the option which should be the answer here is option number 3. So please students write in the chat box also that this concept is clear to you and you won't be repeating the same mistake in the next exam. So now let's move on to next question. So here the question you can see it's very simple. It's a statement based question and this question is related to the chapter structural organization in animals and to be specific from the frog part. So let's read the question now. So the question is, urethra of man is comparable to dash of frog because both allow passage of sperms and urine. So यहाँ पे urethra कौन सा structure play कर रहा है? It is urinogenital duct. So you have to identify that frogs में कौन सा structure है which is considered as urinogenital duct. So in order to solve this question, you have to be familiar with the male reproductive system of frog, and you can see the diagram, and this diagram is directly from NCERT only. ऐसे diagram based question काफ़ी बार आएंगे. So here on the screen you can see that here is testis, and testis क्या है? Testis is the primary sex organ of the frogs and which is responsible for the production of sperms. So from testis you can see यहाँ पे I'm just writing it is responsible for production of sperms. ठीक है? From testis there is arising of vasa efferentia. And one more thing you have to remember here is that you can see in the diagram that how testis is adhered. Let me use one pen here. See how testis is adhered to the upper part of the kidney. And the structure which helps in this adherence is a double fold of peritoneum which is known as mesochorium. Okay, and this mesochorium is not present in the ovaries, that is in the option number 4. Sorry, it is not present in ovaries, that is in female frogs. It is only present in the male frogs. So from vasa efferentia that leads to Bidder's canal. As you can see in this structure here, this ladder like structure is nothing but Bidder's canal. So from testis sperm production takes place, and then the sperms is carried to vasa efferentia, and then the sperm is carried to Bidder's canal. Now from Bidder's canal you can see how it is connected to urinogenital duct, and in case of frogs, ureter is the structure which is considered as urinogenital duct, as it allows the passage of both sperms and urine. So here I can write from Bidder's canal to urinogenital duct, and from urinogenital duct sperms move to cloaca, as you can see here. So students, this is the pathway which is followed by sperms in case of male frogs. ये भी काफ़ी बार सवाल आता है in the NEET, that identify the sequence which is true for the pathway of sperms followed in male frog. So here you can see that urinogenital should be the urinogenital duct is ureter, and in case of humans this urinogenital duct is urethra. So urethra of man is comparable to ureter of frog because both of them allow passage of sperms and urine. Okay, so here among the given options mesochorium क्या आंसर होगा? नहीं, because it is a double fold of peritoneum which helps in adherence of testis to the upper part of the kidney. So पहला ऑप्शन गलत है. दूसरा ऑप्शन यहाँ है vasa efferentia. Now vasa efferentia is also not responsible for passage of sperms and urine. It is only responsible for passage of sperms. So this is also incorrect. तीसरा ऑप्शन यहाँ है Bidder's canal. Now Bidder's canal is the structure which is present within the kidney, and it is not responsible for passage of urine. It is only responsible for the passage of sperms. So third option is also incorrect. Fourth option here is ureter. So I have told you that ureter is urinogenital duct in case of frogs, and yes, it allows passage of sperms and urines in case of male frogs. So our answer should be option number 4. I hope this is clear to you. So let's move on to next question. So यहाँ पे you can see that this question was mistaken by more than 200 students. So let us see what is exactly in this question जो इतना गलत हुआ. So let's read the question. So the question here states, how many of the structures given in the box below are seen in the 6th abdominal segment of cockroach? So students, ये question solve करने के लिए you should know about the structures and their location which are present in cockroaches. So यहाँ पे different structures दिया गया है. So let us go through these structures one by one and then we'll solve this question. So यहाँ पे पहला structure है mushroom shaped gland. So students, write in the comment section that what is mushroom shaped gland and in which sex it is present. is it present in male frog or is it present in female frog? So on the screen you can see the diagram of male reproductive system of cockroach. So here mushroom shaped gland is a, so here small and long tubules are actually the part of mushroom shaped gland. So mushroom shaped gland is actually a male sex accessory gland whose secretion helps in the nourishment of sperms. And if we talk about the location, then it is present in the 6th to 7th abdominal segment. So yes, it would be present in the 6th abdominal segment of cockroach. So yes, it would be included. Now in the structures given here, there is testis also. So testis is the primary sex organ of the cockroach which is responsible for the production of sperms. And if we talk about its location, it is present from 4th to 6th abdominal segment. ये सारी बातें NCERT में लिखी है and you have to memorize these locations as काफ़ी बार ये सवाल पूछा जाता है that in which abdominal segment testis is present and in which abdominal segment ovaries is present. So you have to know the location in order to answer those questions. So yes, both mushroom shaped gland and testis we have found out that they are present in the 6th abdominal segment. Next structure यहाँ है boat shaped gland. Now boat shaped sclerites. So students, what are sclerites? So sclerites are actually the hardened exoskeleton. So students, cockroach is an arthropod and it possesses chitinous exoskeleton, and its chitinous exoskeleton is actually present as hardened plates, and that hardened plates is known as sclerites. डॉर्सल स्क्लेराइट को हम लोग कहते हैं टर्गाइट, while ventral sclerite को we say sternite. Okay. Now boat shaped sclerite is actually present in case of female cockroaches and it is not present in 6th abdominal segment. The 7th sternum is actually boat shaped. So this structure is not present in the abdominal segment, and you have to remember that the 7th sternum along with 8th and 9th sternum forms the brood pouch. So here this structure is actually brood pouch, also known as genital pouch. Okay. So many time questions come that which are the segments which is responsible for the formation of genital pouch in female cockroaches. So the answer should be 6th. So the answer should be 7th, 8th and 9th sternum. So now let's move on to other structure, that is ovaries. So here on the screen you can see the structure of ovaries, which are the primary sex organ in case of female cockroaches, which is responsible for the production of ova. And if we talk about its location, it is present in 2nd to 6th abdominal segment. So yes, this structure would also be included. So अभी तक कौन-कौन से structure 6th abdominal segment में present है? Mushroom shaped gland, testis and ovaries. And let's look at the other structure, that is spermatheca. Now spermatheca के नाम की वजह से it's very confusing that it would be present in the male cockroaches due to the term spermatheca, but it is actually present in female cockroaches and it is a female sex accessory gland, and the function of this is to store the sperms which the female cockroach received during copulation. So the spermatheca is actually present in the 6th abdominal segment. So spermatheca is also present in the 6th abdominal segment. Now we are left with only last structure, that is alary muscles. Let's see what are alary muscles. So on the screen you can see the circulatory system of the cockroach, and these are the alary muscles, which are actually fan shaped muscles जिसके contraction and relaxation से circulation होता है in cockroaches. So you can see in the diagram that it is present in the thorax region also, and abdominal region also. So yes, it is present in the 6th abdominal segment. So let's conclude कौन से structures हैं जो 6th abdominal segment में है. It is mushroom sheath gland which is present in 6th to 7th abdominal segment. Bowl shaped sclerite नहीं, because 7th sclerite is actually bowl shaped. Spermatheca, yes, it is present in the 6th abdominal segment. Testis, yes, it is present in 6th abdominal segment, and the location is 4th to 6th abdominal segment. Ovaries is also present, and alveolar muscles is also present. So you can see that 5 of the structures given here are present in the 6th abdominal segment of cockroach. So the option which is satisfying our answer here is option number 1. I hope ये question आप लोगों को समझ में आया होगा. So you can see that आप लोगों को ये question solve करने के लिए you should know about the name of the structures, कौन से sex में present है, and what are their locations. ठीक है? So I hope this is clear. So let's move on to next question and try to find what must be mistaken by you all. So this question is from the human health part, and I hope this session is engaging to you. Please comment, because नहीं तो फिर बात नहीं होगी. So let's read the question here. So the question here states, killed pathogens are introduced in body to provide dash immunity. Select the option which fills the blank in above given statement correctly. Now students, in order to solve this question, you should have an idea that what is immunity and what are its categories. So immunity क्या है? Immunity basic, that our body's ability to defend itself from the foreign organisms. Okay. So immunity is further classified into 2 broad categories. First is active immunity, and second category is passive immunity. So basic difference in दोनों में ये है that in active immunity, our body actively participates in the formation of antibodies, and in passive immunity, preformed or ready-made antibodies are administered to the body. ठीक है? Now active immunity is further classified into 2 broad categories, that is natural and artificial active immunity. And the same is true for passive immunity also. It is also classified as natural passive immunity and artificial passive immunity. So pay attention on the key differences here. So natural active immunity में क्या होता है that when we get sick or when there is natural infection, then our body prepares antibody. So in that scenario, that immunity which develops is known as natural active immunity, because our body gets infected naturally. So that is natural active immunity. While the classic example of artificial active immunity is vaccination, in which killed or attenuated pathogens are administered, and then our body reacts to it and produce antibodies, and due to vaccination there is formation of memory B and T cells. So here you can see the difference between natural and artificial is that in natural active immunity, our body naturally gets infected by any bacteria or virus, and our body actively produce the antibodies, while in artificial active immunity, killed or attenuated pathogens are administered deliberately to produce an immune response in our body, and then our body produces memory B and T cells, so that अगर अगली बार ऐसी कोई infection हुई, then our body is prepared to give a response. Now let's talk about what is natural passive immunity. So I hope you know that when there is transfer of antibodies from mother to the fetus via placenta and via colostrum also. So when there is transfer of IgG antibody via placenta to fetus, and these are examples of natural passive immunity, or transfer of IgA via colostrum. So here you can see that these are actually natural connection between mother and fetus, and yes, this depicts the natural passive immunity. क्यों? क्योंकि यहाँ पे pre-formed और ready-made antibodies administer हुई है. If we talk about the artificial passive immunity, the basic and the most famous example is ATS, that is anti-tetanus serum. And जब कोई snake bite होता है, then we administer the antibody against the snake venom. So in that scenario, quick immune response is needed. So this type of immunity is generated. So question में पूछा गया है that killed pathogens are introduced in body to provide what sort of immunity? So I just told you that this is the case which is true for vaccination, and vaccination is a classic example of inducing artificial active immunity. So पहला ऑप्शन यहाँ दिया है artificial passive. No, this is incorrect. दूसरा ऑप्शन यहाँ है innate. Now innate immunity is present since birth. So this is incorrect. Third option यहाँ है artificial active. Yes, this should be the answer here. And option number 4 here is natural passive. No, this is absolutely wrong. So students, यहाँ पे correct answer होना चाहिए option number 3. I hope this concept is clear to you. अगर कोई doubt है, so please mention in the comment section. I will try to help you in that. So now let's move on to next question and let's see कौन सा question है जो काफ़ी students ने गलत किया है. So this question is related to the biotechnology principles and processes. So this question seems to be very easy, but let's see कहाँ doubt आया होगा. So the question here states, which of the following is used to check the progression of a restriction enzyme digestion? Now students, what are restriction enzymes and what are its function? You have to know in order to solve this question first. So restriction enzyme is the enzyme which is also known as molecular scissors. And why so? Because restriction enzyme is the enzyme that results in the fragmentation of DNA. So for example, this is DNA. And if we use restriction enzyme to cut it, then we get to fragment. Now, how to know that this restriction enzyme has actually worked on a particular DNA or not? We use a particular process that is termed as gel electrophoresis. So on the screen you can see the picture of a gel plate जहाँ पे different fragments produce हुआ है, and how this is used, let me tell you. So when we use restriction enzyme in order to digest DNA, then we get DNA fragments. Okay. Now with the help of gel electrophoresis, we separate the DNA and try to know that whether restriction enzyme digestion has occurred or not. So how does that work? Here this is negative, that is cathode, and here this is positive, that is anode. So DNA कौन से charge के होते हैं? Write it in the comment section and let me guess. Yes students, you are commenting that yes, I am seeing gel electrophoresis. Yes, you are right. So let's see, DNA fragments are actually negatively charged molecules. So we put those DNA fragments in the well which are closer to the cathode side. Okay. Now being negatively charged, these DNA fragments move towards the positive electrode, as you can see in the diagram also. So this resolution is on the basis of the size of the fragments and due to the sieving effect which are provided by the agarose gel. Okay. Now the larger fragments you can see are closer to the cathode while the smaller one are closer to the anode. So in this way you can resolve the DNA fragments and you can see that how restriction enzyme digestion progression is checked through the gel electrophoresis. I hope this is clear, and other options which are given here are autoradiography, ELISA and PCR. So students, यहाँ पे ये तीनों technique are examples for molecular method of diagnosis which helps in immediate identification of diseases, and these three techniques are not used to check the progression of restriction enzyme digestion. Gel electrophoresis is used So this should be the answer here. So option number 2, 3 and 4 are incorrect, and the correct answer here should be option number 1. So students, I hope this concept is clear to you, that how gel electrophoresis is used to check the progression of a restriction enzyme digestion. So now let's check the next question now. So the next question here is related to Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium. So in order to solve this question, you should know what is Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium, what is the equation given by them, and how exactly to solve it. So according to Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium, the population remains in genetic equilibrium अगर कोई भी evolution नहीं हो रहा है. And the equation which was given by Hardy-Weinberg was P plus Q equals to 1. So बहुत basic सा equation है. So let's see what P stands for and what exactly Q stands for. So here P actually stands for frequency of dominant allele, while Q stands for frequency of recessive allele. So if P plus Q equals to 1, then the population is said to be in genetically equilibrium. There are certain factors also that disturb the Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium. That is the presence of mutation, presence of selective mating, presence of genetic drift, presence of natural selection. These are the factors which affect the Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium and suggest that the population is not in genetical equilibrium. So let's read the question here first. The question here states, assume that 6 out of 24 students have attached ear lobes. So students, यहाँ पे attached ear lobe is actually a recessive character. तो इस value से we can find the value of Q. Calculate the frequencies of different alleles within this gene pool and the percentage of heterozygous individuals respectively. So heterozygous individuals are designated by 2pq. Okay. So यहाँ पे question में हमें recessive character की information दी गई है. So let's find what is the value of Q. So Q को find करने के लिए we have to under root 6 divided by total number of students here. So mathematically it would be 1 divided by 4 under root, that will be 0.5. Okay. Now with the help of this equation you can calculate the frequency of dominant allele also, which would be P equals to 1 minus 0.5, that would be equals to 0.5. So यहाँ पे frequency of dominant allele भी मिल गया और frequency of recessive allele भी मिल गया, which equals to 0.5 and 0.5 respectively. Now in order to calculate the percentage of heterozygous individuals, what we have to do? We have to do 2 multiplied by 0.5 multiplied by 0.5, which equals to, we have to calculate the percentage. So this equals to 50%. Okay. So in the options given here, you can see first option here is 0.25, 0.50, 25%. 0.25 is neither the value of frequency of recessive nor the dominant allele. So this is incorrect. Option number 2 here is 0.50, 0.50 and 50%. Yes, these are the values which we calculated here. So this matches the answer. So this should be the answer here. Let's see the third option here. The third option here is 0.50, 0.25 and 75%. This is absolutely incorrect. Fourth option यहाँ है 0.25, 0.25 and 20%. This value is also incorrect. So the correct answer here should be what? Option number 2. So now let's talk about the next question here. So the question here is again related to biotechnology principle and processes. So I am seeing कि काफ़ी students को biotechnology में दिक्कत है and they are getting confused how to solve this question. So the question first seems to be very easy, but यहाँ पे काफ़ी multi concepts इस्तेमाल हुए हैं. So let's go through the question very carefully. So the question here states, the process of cloning is least cumbersome while using plasmid harboring with selectable marker. सो क्वेश्चन में पूछा गया है दैट हमें कौन सा प्लाज्मिड यूज करना चाहिए जिसमें लीस्ट cumbersome प्रोसेस होगा. सो in the options given here you can see that in option number 1 and 2 ampicillin resistance gene in PBr322 and tetracycline resistance gene in PBr322 is given. So let us first understand what is PBr322 and how does actually it works. So यहाँ पे let me draw a simplified diagram of PBr322. It is circular in nature. यहाँ पे दो selectable marker हैं. First is tetracycline. So बेटा cumbersome पूछ रहे हैं. cumbersome means जो लीस्ट डिफ़िकल्ट हो, लीस्ट मेहनत लगे, जिसमें वो वाला कौन सा मेथड है जिसमें हम लोग ये कौन सा सिलेक्टेबल मार्कर इस्तेमाल करें जिसमें लिस्ट स्टेप्स इस्तेमाल हो, लीस्ट मेहनत लगे एंड काफ़ी एफिशिएंट हो. सो दैट इज़ द मीनिंग ऑफ cumbersome हेयर. So let's go back to the PBr322. So PBr322 contains two selectable markers. First is tetracycline resistance gene and second is ampicillin resistance gene. ठीक है. Then there is presence of ORI sequence as well as ROP sequence. ठीक है. Now within these antibody resistance gene there is presence of restriction sites also. So हम लोग यहाँ पे within tetracycline resistance gene there is presence of BAM-H1 while in ampicillin resistance gene there is presence of PVU1. और भी सारे रिस्ट्रिक्शन साइट्स हैं बट अभी समझने के लिए बस इतना ही डायग्राम काफ़ी है. सो इफ वी इंसर्ट जीन इनटू दिस, let me use some different diagram. Yes. So if we insert foreign gene within tetracycline resistance gene here, so what will happen? So if we insert foreign gene in the tetracycline resistance gene, then due to the insertion inactivation, recombinants will be ampicillin resistant while tetracycline sensitive, while non-recombinants will be ampicillin resistant and tetracycline resistant. Now let's see how to distinguish between transformants and non-transformants. So transformants and non-transformants में differentiate करने के लिए you have to plate it on ampicillin, क्योंकि let's see here transformants and non-transformants. So non-transformants में ये plasmid आएगा ही नहीं. So it will be sensitive to both the antibiotics, ampicillin sensitive and tetracycline sensitive, while transformants will be either ampicillin resistant or tetracycline resistant, that is for recombinants, or it can be ampicillin resistant or tetracycline resistant. So in order to differentiate between transformants and non-transformants, कौन से antibiotics में plating करनी पड़ेगी? We will have to plate it on first ampicillin, and in case we plate it on ampicillin, then only we will get transformants and we will able to distinguish between transformants and non-transformants. Now in order to differentiate between recombinants and non-recombinants, we have to plate it on which antibiotic? We have to plate it on tetracycline, and we will have to distinguish between recombinants and non-recombinants by plating it on tetracycline. Then we will get a colony where recombinants will be tetracycline sensitive while non-recombinants will be resistant towards tetracycline. So you can see here that we have to have simultaneous plating on case 2 antibiotics. So ये काफ़ी मेहनत वाला process है and it is more complicated and tedious process. So this first and second options are incorrect as these two involve more complicated process. Let's go through the third option. Third option में यहाँ है beta galactosidase gene in PUC8. So on the screen you can see the diagram of PUC8 which contains the LAGZ gene. जहाँ पे बीटा गैलेक्टोसिडेज जीन होगा. Now when we insert foreign gene in LAGZ gene, then there is insertion inactivation of this gene that leads to production of recombinants. So in this case, recombinants will produce white color in presence of chromogenic substrate, while non-recombinants would produce blue color in presence of chromogenic substrate. So here you can see that कोई simultaneous plating की ज़रूरत नहीं हुई. On the basis of color only you can distinguish between recombinants and non-recombinants. So this process is not that much complicated in comparison to PBr 322 process, where two plating was required for the distinguish between transformants and non-transformants, and to distinguish between recombinants and non-recombinants. So beta galactosidase gene in PUC8 is the least cumbersome process. So this should be the answer here. But let's see the fourth option given. Fourth option में यहाँ है only kanamycin resistance gene in bacterial plasmid. Now students, अगर सिर्फ एक ही resistance gene होगा, then we won't be able to distinguish between recombinants and non-recombinants. In the comment box, I am seeing the question is what is insertion and inactivation. So when we insert a foreign gene in any gene sequence, then due to the insertion of foreign gene, that particular gene gets inactivated and it is not able to show its character. जैसे कि हम लोगों ने ampicillin resistant में देखा था that when foreign gene is inserted in the ampicillin resistance gene, then the recombinants loses ampicillin character and it will be ampicillin sensitive. So that is known as insertion inactivation. I hope that is clear. So यहाँ पे option number 1, 2 and 4 गलत है and a right answer should be option number 3. So let's move on to next question now. So यहाँ पे ये question बहुत ही आसान है. So let's see what made you to make. So let's move. Sorry. So the question here states, select the odd one with respect to polymeric compounds. So polymeric compounds क्या होते हैं? Polymeric compounds वो होते हैं जिसमें monomeric units होते हैं. ठीक है? So यहाँ पे let's go through the options one by one and try to get to the answer. So the first option here is collagen. Now collagen is actually a protein and it is mentioned in NCERT that it is the abundant protein in case of animal world and it is actually function as intercellular ground substance. तो क्या प्रोटीन्स हमारे पॉलीमेरिक सब्सटेंस होते हैं? Yes, absolutely होते हैं क्योंकि proteins are made up of amino acids and there are different amino acids present in a protein. So yes, collagen is a polymeric compound. So this won't be the answer here. दूसरा ऑप्शन यह है insulin. Now insulin is a proteinaceous hormone and it is also a hypoglycemic hormone which means that it is responsible for lowering the blood glucose level, and as it is a protein, so it would be made up of different amino acids. So this is also a polymeric compound, so this also cannot be the answer. Third option यहाँ है DNA. DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid and it is made up of different nucleotides. So DNA में कौन कौन से nucleotides होंगे? There would be presence of adenylic acid, guanylic acid, thymidyllic acid and cytidyllic acid. यहाँ पे एक चीज़ याद रखना है that in place of cytidyllic acid, in case of RNAs, there is presence of uridylic acid. Okay, so you can see here that DNA is also made up of different nucleotides. So this is also a polymeric compound. So this also cannot be the answer here. Fourth option यहाँ है gingerly oil. Now gingerly oil actually belongs to the category of lipids and lipids is an exception, which means that they are not actually the polymeric compounds. And you have to remember that जब हम लोग chemical analysis करते हैं living tissue का, then we get two fractions. First is acid soluble fraction and we get one acid insoluble fraction. Okay. For your understanding, I am writing this. Acid soluble fraction में सारे monomers present होंगे. Be it amino acids, be it monosaccharides, be it nucleotides, सारे monomers कहाँ present होंगे? हमारे acid soluble fraction में. जबकि acid insoluble fraction में क्या होगा? There would be presence of proteins, nucleic acids, polysaccharides and lipids. So here you have to remember that these three are actually polymeric compounds. That means they have different monomeric units, while lipids are exception here. That is, they are not actually polymeric compounds, but then also they are present in acid insoluble fraction. Okay, so यहाँ पे gingerly oil जो है, it belongs to category of lipids. So so this won't be the polymeric compound. So this is the odd one here. So the answer here is option number 4. So I hope this concept is clear to you. So now let's move on to next question. So the question here is related to animal kingdom. ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है कि एक question हो जो animal kingdom का आप लोगों से confused ना हुए हो. So let's read the question here. So the question here states, select the organism whose body is devoid of scales and paired fins but possess cartilaginous endoskeleton. Now students, these are the basic characters which are true for organisms belonging to class Cyclostomata. And ये कौन से division में include करता है? It is included under the division Agnatha. ठीक है? So here you have to identify the cyclostome. So first option यहाँ है Clarius, and on the screen you can see the diagram of Clarius and you can see that this organism do possess paired fins, and Clarius is actually a bony fish and whose common name is catfish. So being bony fish, उसको cartilaginous endoskeleton नहीं होगा. It would possess bony endoskeleton and its body is covered by cycloretinoid scales. So this won't be the answer here. दूसरा option यहाँ है Pristis. So Pristis is actually a cartilaginous fish which would possess cartilaginous endoskeleton. But you can see on the screen also that yes, it possesses paired fins also and it possesses scales also. So it won't be the answer. Third option यहाँ है Myxine. So यहाँ पे this is the diagram of Myxine. और fourth option यहाँ है Salamandra. This is Salamandra. So among these two organisms, Myxine is actually a cyclostome, while Salamandra is actually a amphibian. So amphibians does not possess paired fins, neither they possess cartilaginous endoskeleton. They would possess bony endoskeleton and they won't possess scales also on their body. So यहाँ पे Salamandra गलत हो गया and we are left with only Myxine whose common name is, yes, नीति ने बताया है कि yes उसका नाम hagfish है. तो Myxine का common name is hagfish and it is a cyclostome whose body is devoid of scales, paired fins and yes it possesses cartilaginous endoskeleton. So यहाँ पे हमारा answer होना चाहिए option number 3. So I hope this concept is clear to you, and how to solve the animal kingdom questions, that you have to remember the basic characters of the members which belong to the respective phylum, class, etc. और ये बेसिक कैरेक्टर्स जो एनसीईआरटी में दिए गए हैं उतने याद रखो, बहुत है, और वो एग्जाम्पल्स आपके टिप ऑफ टंग में होना चाहिए कि कौन कौन से एग्जाम्पल्स हैं जो डिफरेंट फाइलम में बिलोंग करते हैं, कौन सा ऑर्गेनिज्म है जो कौन से क्लास कौन से फाइलम में है. ओके, सो लेट्स मूव ऑन टू नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. सो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन हियर स्टेट्स, which among the following is not the location of epithelium that is made of more than one layer of cells and plays a limited role in secretion and absorption? Oh, sorry Nitil, मेरे से कंफ्यूजन हो गया. सो यहाँ पे यू हैव टू इस क्वेश्चन को सॉल्व करने के लिए यू शुड हैव द आइडिया अबाउट व्हाट इज एपिथेलियम एंड व्हाट आर इट्स बेसिक कैटेगरीज. ओके, सो पहले हम लोग एपिथेलियम के बारे में जानते हैं, उनके बेसिक कैटेगरीज के बारे में जानते हैं, देन वी विल डिस्कस द ऑप्शंस हियर. सो एपिथेलियम इज क्लासिफाइड इनटू 2 कैटेगरीज. फर्स्ट इज सिंपल एपिथेलियम, जिसमें सिर्फ एक लेयर्स प्रेजेंट होगा. दूसरा कैटेगरी है कंपाउंड एपिथेलियम, जिसमें मोर देन 1 लेयर्स ऑफ सेल्स होंगे. ठीक है, सो क्वेश्चन में हमसे पूछा गया है दैट what is not the location for the epithelium that is made of more than 1 layer of cells. तो यहाँ पे हम लोगों से उन लोकेशन के बारे में पूछा गया है जहाँ पे कंपाउंड एपिथेलियम नहीं होगा. ठीक है, तो सिंपल एपिथेलियम इज ब्रॉडली क्लासिफाइड इनटू 4 categories. First is squamous epithelium, second is cuboidal epithelium, third is columnar epithelium, and fourth one is ciliated epithelium. ठीक है, so if we talk about simple squamous epithelium, so इसमें square like cells होते हैं, जो flattened cells होते हैं, इसको polygonal cells भी होता है, and that's why simple squamous epithelium को pavement epithelium भी कहा गया है, क्योंकि इसके cells जब ऐसे arrange होते हैं तो वो tiles की तरह लगते हैं. So simple squamous epithelium is actually present in the lining of walls of blood vessels. Sorry, it is present in the inner lining of blood vessels as well as alveoli, and it is so thin that it functions at diffusion boundary of the cells. That means it assists in diffusion. Now if we talk about simple cuboidal epithelium, so it functions in secretion and absorption, and it is present in PCT, that is proximal convoluted tubule. And proximal convoluted tubule के epithelium में एक basic structure होता है जिसको कहते हैं microvilli, which increases the absorption area. So that's why in PCT we say that there is presence of brush border cuboidal epithelium, क्योंकि presence of microvilli gives a brush bordered appearance. So जब क्वेश्चन अगर पूछा जाएगा दैट पीसीटी में कौन से टाइप के एपिथेलियम होते हैं, सो द आंसर इज ब्रश बॉर्डर क्यूबॉइडल एपिथेलियम. नाउ बिसाइड पीसीटी, क्यूबॉइडल एपिथेलियम इज आल्सो प्रेजेंट इन डक्ट्स ऑफ ग्लैंड्स, and it is also present in testes and ovaries where it functions in the germinal epithelium. So now let's talk about columnar epithelium. Columnar epithelium कहाँ होगा? Columnar epithelium also functions in secretion and absorption, and it is present in stomach and intestine. Intestine में भी there is presence of microvilli. So in both PCT and intestine there is presence of brush bordered appearance. PCT में brush border cuboidal है, while in case of intestine there is presence of brush border columnar epithelium. Now if we talk about ciliated epithelium, अगर there is presence of cilia, तो ये cilia का क्या function है? Cilia helps in the movement of particles or mucus in a specific direction. So ciliated epithelium is present in bronchioles and fallopian tube. Now students, ये ciliated epithelium एक्चुअली सिंपल ciliated नहीं है, इसमें अगर क्यूबॉइडल और कॉलमनार सेल्स होते हैं जिसमें सीलिया प्रेजेंट होता है. सो एक क्वेश्चन भी पूछा गया है दैट ब्रोंकियोल हैज सिंपल ciliated epithelium. सो स्टूडेंट्स, ब्रोंकियोल में देयर इज प्रेजेंस ऑफ ciliated क्यूबॉइडल एपिथेलियम, एंड फैलोपियन ट्यूब की अगर बात करें तो फैलोपियन ट्यूब में कॉलमनार सेल्स प्रेजेंट होता है जिसमें सीलिया होता है, दैट हेल्प्स इन द मूवमेंट ऑफ ओवा. Now let's talk about the compound epithelium. Compound epithelium में more than 1 layers of cells है that does not assist in secretion and absorption, और इसका major function होता है to provide protection against chemical and mechanical stress, and it is present in the moist surface of buccal cavity It is also present in the skin क्योंकि यहाँ पे तो काफ़ी mechanical stress है. Then it is present in the inner lining of salivary duct and pancreatic duct. ठीक है. सो ये बेसिक कंसेप्ट था एपिथेलियम का और ये बेसिक कैटेगरीज था और इसके एग्जाम्पल्स आपको अच्छे से याद होना चाहिए इन ऑर्डर टू सॉल्व एनी क्वेश्चन, क्योंकि इस पे एक दो सवाल तो हमेशा ही आ जाता है इन द फॉर्म ऑफ मैच द कॉलम और द करेक्ट मैच इन द नीट. ठीक है. सो लेट्स गो थ्रू द ऑप्शंस नाउ. तो द पहला ऑप्शन यहाँ है इनर लाइनिंग ऑफ डक्ट्स ऑफ सलाइवरी ग्लैंड्स. सो अभी मैंने बताया कि येस, इन द इनर लाइनिंग ऑफ सलाइवरी डक्ट्स देयर इज प्रेजेंस ऑफ कंपाउंड एपिथेलियम. सो ये बिल्कुल आंसर नहीं है यहाँ पे. दूसरा ऑप्शन है द मॉइस्ट सरफेस ऑफ बकल कैविटी. ये भी लोकेशन है जहाँ पे कंपाउंड एपिथेलियम प्रेजेंट है. सो दिस ऑल्सो कैन नॉट बी द आंसर. थर्ड ऑप्शन यहाँ है इनर लाइनिंग ऑफ पैनक्रियाटिक डक्ट्स. Yes, there is also presence of compound epithelium, so this also cannot be the answer. Fourth option यहाँ है inner surface of bronchioles. I just told you that in the inner surface of bronchioles there is presence of ciliated epithelium, and that too simple ciliated epithelium that consists of only one layer of cells, not multi-layered cells. So this is the odd one here, and this is the location जहाँ पे compound epithelium नहीं है. So our answer is option number 4. So now let's move on to next question. So यहाँ पे फिर से assertion reason type question है. So let's read it quickly and try to understand यहाँ पे कहाँ गलती हुई होगी. So assertion यहाँ दिया गया है that Darwin proposed that inheritable variations will eventually lead to speciation and evolution. Now students, I am sure आप लोग को पता होगा that Charles Darwin gave two key concepts of evolution. पहला था branching descent और दूसरा था natural selection. So branching descent indicates towards the common ancestry, while natural selection का क्या मतलब है that our nature selects the organism which is better suitable for the environment. I'm sure you have heard the phrase that is survival of the fittest, which is true for the natural selection also. So Darwin proposed that inheritable variation will eventually lead to speciation evolution. ये बिल्कुल सही statement है. Reason यहाँ दिया गया है that survivors will leave more progeny and there would be change in population characteristics which will lead to new forms. Yes, this is absolutely true because nature will select those organisms which are better fitted for the environment, and those organisms which are better fitted with the environment will leave more progeny, and that progeny will lead to the change in population characteristics that would cause speciation. Speciation is nothing but the formation of new species. So यहाँ पे reason भी सही है and it correctly explains the assertion also. So option number 1, 2 and 4 गलत है, as both assertion and reason are true and reason correctly explains the assertion. So option number 3 is the right answer here. Now let's move on to next question. So the question here is question number 170 and it was also mistaken by a large number of students. So देखते हैं इस question में क्या था जो इतने students से गलत हुआ. So the question here states the testes in humans are situated outside the abdominal cavity within the scrotum as they. Now students, on the screen you can see the diagram of human reproductive system, and here you can see that how testis is located within the scrotum. Now what's the reason behind it? So testis is actually a primary sex organ for human males. Why? Because it is responsible for the production of sperms. Now the production of sperms is done by the process which is termed as spermatogenesis, and for spermatogenesis this location is very important because this ensures the temperature, for spermatogenesis there is a particular temperature which is maintained, which is ensured by this location, and when the testis is present within the scrotum, it ensures that its temperature remains below 2 to 2.5 degrees Celsius than the body temperature. So let's move on to options now. First option यहाँ है produce heat. क्या टेस्टिस प्रोडक्शन ऑफ हीट में हेल्प कर रहा है? बिल्कुल भी नहीं. सो पहला ऑप्शन तो गलत ही हो गया. दूसरा ऑप्शन यह है प्रोड्यूस स्पर्म्स. I just told you that testis is a primary sex organ and yes, it is involved in the production of sperm, and this location is very important for the production of sperm, that is spermatogenesis. So this should be the answer, but let's go through the other options also. तीसरा ऑप्शन यह है help in micturiation. मैंने पहले क्वेश्चन में बताया था that micturiation is actually the process जिसमें there is discharge of urine from the urinary bladder. So testis is not involved in that. So third option गलत हो गया. Fourth option यह है control homeostasis. This is also not true here. So the answer should be option number 2, that is produce sperms. Let's talk about the next question. So the question here is, in a human female whose menstrual cycle is of 34 days, the duration of entire luteal phase is of. Now students, इस question को solve करने के लिए you should know about the basic process of menstrual cycle. So जल्दी से हम लोग menstrual cycle के process को छोटे में जानते हैं कि actually कैसे होता है. So on the screen you can see the graph of the menstrual cycle, and this graph is very important with respect to NEET point of view. So in primates menstrual cycle happens. Now in menstrual cycle, two different phases occurs. First is ovarian event and second is uterine event. ठीक है? Now these two events occur simultaneously as you can see here. So ovarian event में जब follicular phase चल रहा होगा तो uterine event में there would be proliferative phase. And this phase is very variable. ये constant number days का नहीं होता है. So in the diagram here you can see follicular phase या फिर में क्या होता है, there is development of follicles and ये levels of hormones है जहाँ पे during follicular phase there is gradual increase in the level of gonadotropins, and with growing ovarian follicles there is increase in the estrogen level, and during proliferative phase वहाँ पे endometrium भी proliferate कर रहा है. ठीक है? Now after follicular phase there is ovulatory phase. Ovulatory phase में क्या है? There is release of ova from the Graafian follicle, जहाँ पे there is rupture of Graafian follicle as you can see here, and it always happen here जहाँ पे LH surge हो रहा होगा. Now after ovulatory phase there is luteal phase and secretory phase. तो जो luteal phase है it is the part of ovarian event, while the secretory phase is the part of uterine event. Now this phase is a constant phase and it always happens for 14 days. तो चाहे menstrual cycle जितने भी दिन का हो, luteal phase हमेशा constant रहेगा. So if we talk about options, तो पहला option है 10 days, it is absolutely incorrect. दूसरा option है 14 days. So yes, this should be the answer because as I just told you that luteal phase is the constant phase, and अगर काफ़ी बार question आता है कि अगर menstrual cycle 28 days का है तो luteal phase तो ovulatory day कब होगा? So you just have to subtract the total number of menstrual days minus 14. So let's see, अगर menstrual cycle is of 28 days तो अगर day of ovulation calculate करना है then you will minus with 14 and you will get 14. So this is the day जहाँ पे ovulation हुआ होगा, that is rupture of Graafian follicle. ऐसे काफ़ी बार सवाल आता है कि that if menstrual cycle is X then what is the day for ovulation, then you just have to calculate X minus 14 and then you will get the day of ovulation. So यहाँ पे we have to just calculate the duration of entire luteal phase which is 14 days. So option number 3 and 4 are incorrect and a right answer is option number 2. So students, this was the session and I hope you enjoyed the session. So this was all for AITS Phase 1. sign up for AITS Phase 2, which is going to start from 26th December. So, till then, study hard and practice as many questions as you can, and don't make these mistakes in the coming exams also. Best of luck. Thank you.